Chapter 1, Hubby, don't hit me in the face, okay? I'm sorry. The headache is so dizzy and painful, it seems that Ergwo2 to sleeping pills is still not powerful enough. Su Yang got up and whacked his head, it's so damn hard. Just last night. He drank a bottle of Ergwo2 in one gulp, swallowed a bottle of sleeping pills, but did not die. Ow. What the hell did I do wrong? Su Yang frantically whacked his dizzy and painful head to vent his depression. Oh husband, you do not whack yourself, okay? Suddenly, a timid voice sounded by his side, or a woman's voice. Who? Su Yang couldn't help but freeze and instantly opened his eyes. What came into his eyes was a cloaked woman who was looking at himself cautiously with a very scared look. Young woman? Big sister? Auntie? The woman in front of her seemed to be in her 30s. The face was thin, but extremely beautiful looking. The white face was covered in tear stains. She was wearing a tattered nightgown and was sitting on her knees beside Su Yang in fear. What are you shouting at me for? Su Yang rubbed his dizzy and aching head, desperately trying to recall yesterday's events. He only remembered that yesterday in the rented house, he was the only one who drank a bottle of Ergwo2 and swallowed a bottle of sleeping pills in one gulp. Then quickly fell asleep. When he woke up, a beautiful big sister appeared in front of him. It seems that this big sister is a bit familiar. Who is she? Why is she in my bed? I can't remember who she is with my aching head. And if you don't concentrate, you can't see too clearly. Husband. The woman cowardly looked at Su Yang and hurriedly lowered her head again. Both hands covered her chest, and it seemed that the buttons of her nightgown had long been ripped off. Husband? Su Yang could not help but be even more confused. Last night, he watched the goddess Lorraine, whom he had been chasing for 4 years, get into another man's sports car, and be kissed and fondled by that man. He watched the taillights of the sports car disappear. He was completely devastated, and so he was in his own rented house, doing confusing things. But now, woke up with a start, but suddenly someone called him husband? Could it be a hallucination? Su Yang's heart stirred and reached out to caress this big sister's face. Oh. It was warm and smooth. There are still moist tear marks. The woman did not dare to move a muscle, her body trembling slightly out of fear. Brother. The woman seemed to feel that Su Yang was not satisfied with the name husband, so she immediately changed it. Brother? Su Yang held and touched the woman's face, getting more and more confused. This was a living person. How could it be an illusion? Miss, what's your name? Su Yang suddenly thought, is this a takeaway he got last night with his last remaining $1,000? To comfort his broken heart? Big brother. The woman didn't dare to move, and immediately obeyed and began to cooperate with him. My name is Lu Shui. Lu Shui? Su Yang couldn't help but be startled violently. This name is so familiar. It seems. How Lorraine's bestie is this name? Su Yang rubbed his head vigorously and suddenly remembered. Luo Lin's best friend's name was Lu Shui. But it's not right, this woman is obviously over 30 years old, a mature big sister. I don't know how many times more flavorful than Lu Shui. Su Yang reached out and lifted the woman's disheveled hair to the sides a bit, and concentrated on looking carefully. So strange, how did this woman look so much like Lu Shui? Lu Shui was Luo Lin's best friend, nothing more than a youthful student girl. Under Luo Lin's aura, she didn't stand out at all. But Su Yang knew that this girl, Lu Shui, was very interested in himself. But he hadn't cared about Lu Shui at all. After all, it was with Luo Lin, how could he care about such a skinny girl? Harm. Who cares who she is, maybe she just looks like Lu Shui. How much did I pay for you to come over and keep me company? Su Yang is left with the last $1,000, but nowadays not dead and to still have to continue to pay rent, eat, all have to need to use money. This big sister in front of me is pretty, but better leave some money for food, right? No, I don't want your money. The woman hesitated for a moment, flickered in her eyes for a while, and then timidly replied. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a long breath, okay. But looking at this big sister's pitiful look, it must be quite difficult to work in this business, right? Forget it, let's give her $500, half and half. Look at her pajamas tattered, chest buttons are off, must be last night tearing too crazy. And this big sister is really quite beautiful. Harm. The same end of the world people ah. When Soo-young thought of this, he turned around and fumbled for his cell phone on the bed, ready to transfer $500 to this big sister. The pillow isn't mine? This bed. This room. Soo-young shook his dizzy head and carefully recognized it. No, this is not his rental house. It seems that this should be this big sister's room. It turns out that this big sister provides home-style service. Ka-ching. Tap. Suddenly the sound of the door opening came from outside the room, followed by a sound of footsteps, followed by what seemed to be entering another room. Who is coming? Soo-young couldn't help but be startled. It can't be this big sister's husband coming back, right? If she was caught in bed, she would be beaten up again. Soo-young hurriedly got up, intending to quietly open the door to take a look. If her husband isn't paying attention, he'll sneak away. Please. See, Soo-young rolled over and got out of bed. This big sister suddenly followed and jumped down, hugged his legs. She said in a low voice and eagerly. Tears of supplication flowed out of her eyes. Hubby, don't go and harm your daughter, okay? She is about to take the midterm, please. Air. Soo-young turned around with some puzzlement. What? Is that her daughter out there? I'm not an animal. I am not a fucking beast. What the fuck am I doing wreaking havoc on your daughter? Soo-young looked down at the big sister kneeling at his feet. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. So he couldn't help but reach out and lift her chin, scrutinizing it carefully. What a resemblance! This big sister and Lu Shui look so much alike. Hubby, don't hit me in the face, okay? I still have to attend my child's parent-teacher conference tomorrow. Chapter 2 Auntie, don't be afraid. The woman's eyes flickered and she didn't dare to look at Soo-young at all. She seemed to be trembling with fear, and tears of misery flowed from her slightly closed eyes. Auntie, don't be afraid. This big sister's daughter is going to take the middle school exams. It is estimated that she has to be 15 years old, then she has to be 35 years old at any rate, right? Nowadays, Soo-young is only 21 years old, so calling her an aunt is indeed not wrong. Harm. She is already more than 30 years old, but she hides her daughter to receive customers to earn money. It is really not easy it. Not to mention, this big sister looks really flavorful. A mature older sister is so much more flavorful than a green schoolgirl. And still provide family-style service, also a mouth a husband shouted. Alas, I damn if I have money, certainly will give her some more, also certainly will take care of her business more. Soo-young looked at the big sister at his feet and couldn't help but feel a touch of sympathy in his sad heart. It seems that this big sister's husband is definitely not a good person. Or rather, her husband had already passed away. Otherwise, she shouldn't be doing this kind of business, right? If her daughter found out, it would be so humiliating. Honey, don't go out, okay? I want to see my daughter, she hasn't eaten dinner yet. The woman hugged Soo-young's leg to death and said nothing to let him go out. Okay, I'll go to bed for a while. Since this is the case, Soo-young is not in a hurry to sneak away. Now the head is still dizzy and hurt a lot. Why not go to bed for a while? No matter who this big sister is, anyway, one night husband and wife, right? Good. The woman saw the situation, which loosened the arm that was holding Soo-young tightly. Please husband, must not go out, the daughter will soon be the midterm. Well, rest assured. Soo-young waved his hand dizzily, climbed back to the bed, tugged the quilt to lie down. A faint fragrance came. Soo-young could not help but be in a trance. After chasing Luo Lin bitterly for 4 years, he didn't even kiss her little mouth. I didn't expect that he would end up looking for a charming big sister and be a one-night couple. Just for the things that happened last night, Soo-young unexpectedly couldn't remember anything, as if he had lost his memory. Snap. Click. Soo-young was just messing around with his thoughts. That big sister had already turned off the light and left the room and brought the door with her. Mom, why are you still with that stinky man? I hate him to death. A girl's angry voice came from outside. Shoo. Lower your voice, no matter what, he is also your own father. When you were a child he still hugged you every day. It's that big sister's voice, only it's very low. Humph. I just hate him. He beat you every day, he's not human. The girl's voice was filled with disgust, and she seemed to deeply hate that man in the house. Soo-young listened in a daze. Who were these two mothers chatting about? That big sister had just kept calling out for my husband, and now she was saying that she was that little girl's father. Grass. Could it be that I'm fucking crossing over? Reborn? I'm not mistaken, am I? However, yesterday I drank a bottle of pothead and swallowed a bottle of sleeping pills. By all rights, it should be hiccups, right? In an instant, Su Yang grunted and climbed up. The drunkenness woke up most of the time. Then reached out and fumbled around the bed and turned on the bedside lamp. I Nima. Su Yang hurriedly looked at his body. This pajamas is not mine at all. I've never had such pajamas. Mirror, mirror. Su Yang then looked around, trying to find a mirror to look at himself. At the same time, he reached out and touched his face. Shit. What's with the beard? I'm only 21 years old, okay? I only have a few slightly longer beards on my chin. How did I grow a full beard overnight? Su Yang was instantly shocked. It seems that I am really born again. If I was born again, what about my memories now? Why don't I have any? Why do I only have memories from before I drank and took pills? Where is the cell phone? He hurriedly lifted the pillow, a burst of crazy looking, where is my cell phone? Oh, there is one on the bedside table. Good new cell phone. But how do I feel as if it is quite familiar? Su Yang reached for his cell phone and pressed it out of habit. Fingerprint unlock. Grasshopper. Surprisingly, it was unlocked. Su Yang directly clicked on the camera and switched to the front camera. In an instant, he directly froze. The video screen showed a man with a beard, looking at about 30-something years old. Grass. Why does this man look so much like me? Could this bearded man be me? Su Yang hurriedly looked at the time on his cell phone. 2024. GRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR It turns out that I really fucking crossed over, and still crossed over to 15 years later. Just now, that pitifully beautiful young woman is actually my current wife. I even thought of her as a young lady before. Grass. It's a bit interesting. I didn't die. I have such a perfect and beautiful wife. Oh, my god. Damn. The flavor of this mature young woman is far better than that S-thing Lorraine. Although she looks like Lu Shui, she does have too much flavor than her. This is really fucking interesting. The god knows that I prefer the sister type, so let me cross the rebirth to 15 years later? OMG. Such a stunningly beautiful young woman is actually my wife. I've never experienced this before. Hey. Then I'll have to experience it properly. Outside the room. Mom, tell him to get lost. I don't want to see him at all. I really hate him. Hush, keep your voice down, silly girl, no matter what, he is your father. Su Yang's wife is still constantly appeasing her daughter, talking about how good his father is. Su Yang could not help but scratch his head, and an uncontrollable anger surged to his heart. Is this how I've been mixing it up for the past 15 years? The wife is scared to death of her own fear. The daughter hates herself, gnashing of teeth. OMG. Su Yang wanted to turn over and get out of bed, deeply embrace his wife and children into his arms. Then seriously tell them, I will definitely be a good father and husband in the future. But after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea again. 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day. The way his wife and child were now, it showed that he, Su Yang, hadn't really been good to the two of them at all over the years. It's better to wait, don't scare them anymore. Chapter 3 Hubby, I'm ready. Su Yang borrowed the light from the bedside lamp and surveyed the bedroom. It was obvious that this was an old house, and the room's furnishings were simple. Even the door of the large closet next to the bed was about to fall off. The clothes hanging inside also seemed to be old. Hey. This day mixed. Such a beautiful wife, but not even a new piece of clothing. I don't know how long. The door to the room opened and Su Yang's wife came back. Su Yang opened his eyes and with the gray light, he saw her standing by the bedside, holding a water cup in her hand. Still wearing the tattered pajamas. Only the buttons that were ripped off in front of the chest seemed to have been sewn on. Hubby, drink some water, the child is already asleep. Su Yang sat up with a grunt, his eyes staring blankly at the stunning wife in front of him. What is her name? This is really, I don't even know what my own wife's name is. Born again, but I don't even have a memory. It's a big headache. Hubby, slow down. Seeing Su Yang sitting up, the woman held a cup in both hands and carefully handed it over. There was still a gentle and pleasing hint of a smile on her face. But Su Yang could see that the smile was a bit like a fake. Su Yang looked at his gentle and beautiful wife, and his heart was pounding. With a slightly trembling hand, he took the cup in her hand. Inadvertently touched her hand. Hot and slippery. Thank you, wife. Su Yang took a sip of water to hide his embarrassment and the fire in his eyes. Then tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and gently said thank you. Damn. This wife is so beautiful. It really makes people so excited. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang in a daze, not knowing how to respond for a moment. What's wrong with him today? Why did he say thank you to me? And calling me wife so gently? When he's happy, he calls me chick, and also hits me regardless of the severity. When he's not happy, he calls me miss, bitch, and he hits me with it. But he never thanked me. What's wrong with him today? Look at his drunken look, strange expression, the kind of desire in the eyes, so scary. He will not want to beat me up again, right? But today, my daughter is at home. I just hope that he will hit a little lighter. Su Yang finished drinking the water and smiled a little embarrassed. I've just been reborn, and I'm not familiar with my wife. This gentle and stunning mature big sister in front of me is really evocative. Husband. The woman looked at that smile of Su Yang, and was suddenly scared and jolted. It seems that he is quite happy today. Wife, did I blindly toss and turn last night? Sorry, look at your clothes are rotten. No, it's fine, I'm used to it. I just hope that when you hit me in the future, you can be a little lighter. Today the child is at home, can you not beat me tomorrow? I have to give her a parent meeting, I don't want others to see. The woman squatted at the head of Su Yang's bed and begged softly. This. Su Yang looked at his wife's shivering and worried look, and could not help but be a little confused. For good reason, why did I hit you? Such a beautiful and so flavorful wife, I will only hurt you properly, right? Wife, how could I possibly hit you? Get up. Su Yang reached out and pulled her sleeve, not wanting her to continue squatting on the ground. This look, as if he had really been beaten by him painfully for many years, and left a serious after effect. Her eyes flickered for a moment, seemingly revealing a hint of doubt. Hubby, are you really not going to hit me today? Lu Shui didn't dare to move, and her eyes were permeated with a glint of obvious expectation. That pitiful look made Su Yang instantly feel so heartbroken. Damn. Looks like I've beaten her quite a bit in the past. What a fucking beast. Won't, don't worry, wife. Su Yang scratched his head and hurriedly reached out to hold her arm and pulled her up. So smooth and soft arm, so perfect body, This wife is really superb. Well, for a while you just hit it gently. Lu Shui couldn't help but let out a long breath. For so many years. Whenever he came home, he was basically drunk every time. Every time he comes home, he basically beats her. It is just that sometimes he beats her lightly and sometimes he beats her heavily. Since he came back from drinking yesterday, he has slept for a whole day. Now that he has woken up, he is sure to start hitting me again. He's in a good mood today, so I'm sure he'll hit me lightly. Snap. The woman turned off the bedside lamp. Then gently turned around and sat on the bed, took off her slippers, and climbed into bed. Slightly shivering, she climbed to the inside of the bed. Hubby, I am ready. Su Yang could not help but feel a burst of excitement. Even the whole body was slightly trembling. This. Surprisingly, I have to enjoy such extreme happiness so soon? Amen, Amitba Buddha, Alleluia. So fast. In that case. Then what's the point of dilly-dallying? Su Yang shrank downwards and lay down. As soon as he turned around, he was against Lu Shui's back. Trembling. Very obvious trembling. Su Yang didn't know if she was scared or excited. Leaning against her back, his heart couldn't help but thump. If the previous memory loss didn't count, this was the first time Su Yang had touched a person of the opposite sex so close. Honey, I love you. Su Yang boldly and softly said. This was the first time he had ever said love words to a woman like this. Even he himself felt that there was a slight tremor in his voice. Let a 21-year-old soul, next to a strange mature young woman that is not excited only strange. Hubby. In fact, I have always wanted to ask you, you really loved me? Lu Shue's voice is very light, and there is also a hint of resentment. Of course, how could I not love it? Su Yang said without thinking. Such a good wife. If you do not love her, then it is still considered a man? At least it should not be considered a man, right? Chapter 4 Wife, let me take good care of you. Wife, from the first time I saw you, I was deeply fascinated by you. You are really so wonderful and flavorful. Su Yang actually doesn't know how to say any love words at all. He had only chased after Lorraine before, and at most, he had only held her little hand. As for such tender love words, they were all made up by him on the spot. Thank you, husband, this is the first time you have ever complimented me. Lu Shue's voice had a hint of obvious crying in it. The body also slightly had some trembling. Honey, in the future, I will always praise you like this, okay? Su Yang didn't really know the details of how he treated her in the past, and he basically knew nothing about the past. But he guessed it. Must have been very beastly in the past. But this was actually all his own doing. Good. Hubby, when you come back next time, can you stop drinking so much? Drinking is not good for your health. Lu Shui used to advise him not to drink, at least not to get drunk. But every time she advised, she would piss him off. But this time, he has been drunk for too long. Even if it is at the risk of being beaten up, I have to persuade. Good, I'll listen to my wife from now on, I won't drink anymore. Su Yang reached out and wrapped his arm around Lu Shue's shoulder and said softly. Good. Lu Shue gently answered, tears could not stop flowing down. This was the first time he listened to what she said, and the first time he didn't get angry. Honey, don't cry. It's all my fault. Anyway, it's not clear what exactly he has done in the past, but it's always right to admit mistakes. Hubby oh. Lu Shui seemed to have suddenly found a vent, as if she couldn't help but cry all of a sudden. However, the sound of crying was very small, and it seemed to be extremely restrained. Grass. I really was an animal in the past. Otherwise she would be so aggrieved? Wife, I treated you so badly, haven't you ever thought of divorce? Su Yang can't help but be a little curious, since her husband is such an animal, she might as well find someone who loves her and stay together. No. I swore, husband, no matter how you treat me, I Lu Shui will love you for life. Husband, you say I am not very cheap? Su Yang clearly felt that her body was still trembling slightly. Alas. Su Yang could not help but let out a soft sigh. I really didn't expect that this wife was such an affectionate person. What a sentimental yet pitifully good woman. In an instant, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. How good would it be if Lorraine loved me like this in the past? It's a pity that I didn't have this blessing. Damn it. He even swallowed a big bottle of sleeping pills because of that Lorraine's anger. Honey, you're so nice. Su Yang held back the excitement in his heart and quietly held Lu Shue's small hand. Hubby, you are so nice to me today, I wish you could be this nice to me every time you come back. Lu Shue's voice was clearly filled with anticipation. Good. Definitely, I, Su Yang, am true to my word. Su Yang took Lu Shue's shoulders and tried to make her turn around. It seemed weird to have her back turned. Well. Lu Shui obediently turned around, and then just so timidly curled up. Not welcoming nor rejecting, a look of letting the king pick. Okay wife, don't cry, don't cry. Alas, I am really a fucking beast. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh, and then took the curled up Lu Shui in his arms. Hubby, as long as you don't hit me I am really satisfied, as for the child, I will find a way to manage her myself. Good, hubby will definitely not beat you anymore. Su Yang held back the excitement and strangeness in his heart, gently caressed Lu Shui's back, and softly comforted. What is going on my wife's back? How come there seems to be scars? Grass. What's going on here? Could it be the beating? Honey, does the wound on your back still hurt? Su Yang gently stroked the scars on Lu Shui's back and couldn't help but feel a burst of heartache in his heart. Such a beautiful, such a flavorful wife. I fucking even hit her? This is also too beastly. What day? I really owe you a beating. Well, you just hit her yesterday, and it still hurts a little bit. It's okay, honey, I'm used to it. Honey, do you hate your husband? No, I don't hate my husband, I don't hate. Lu Shui curled up in Su Yang's arms, her voice threw a hint of resentment. I said that I don't hate him, but I can feel that there is obviously resentment in my heart. Wife, let you suffer. Said, Su Yang couldn't help but tighten his arms around Lu Shui's slightly thin body. He was thrilled in his heart, but he was especially heartbroken for this woman in his arms. Honey, thank you for not hitting me today. There is still a thank you for not getting beaten. Alas. What a pitiful woman. Honey, let me take good care of you. Such a pitiful and meek woman is simply superb. Su Yang couldn't help but impulsively embrace Lu Shui in his arms. Such a mature and beautiful, meek and lovely wife must be taken good care of. Taking care of her 10 or 8 times a day would definitely be too much. Good. Hubby, thank you. Did you win money playing cards? Lu Shui couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed as she listened to Su Yang's words. Today he was really a bit different from before. Surprisingly, he even broke the mold and said some warm words of love. Playing cards? Su Yang couldn't help but stare. When have I ever played cards? Not to mention winning cards. Su Yang couldn't help but stare. Did I fucking used to play cards a lot? Playing cards and drinking and beating your wife? That wife, I won't play cards anymore. Before Su Yang was reborn, he really didn't gamble. Then after being reborn over, then you can definitely not play cards. Lu Shui couldn't help but be speechless. This man doesn't seem to have changed much, he is still full of talk. Before, he drank and played cards every day, this was his life up. And now he is saying that he won't play cards in the future, alas, who believes it? Well, I hope you do what you say. Lu Shui's tone was clearly filled with loss. The hint of joy that she had felt just a moment ago had now disappeared without a trace. However, she snuggled into Su Yang's arms and didn't dare to move a muscle. Chapter 5 Treasure Woman. For such a man, don't look at what he said quite well, it's not likely that he will turn his face at any time and beat her up. Harmful. Anyway, it's been more than 10 years, I got used to it a long time ago. Hubby, since you said you won't beat me today, I want to say another. Well, wife, you say. The kid is going to take the midterm soon. With her current grades, she'll probably only get a secondary list in the first grade, which will probably cost her a lot of money. In the future, you should not go to Lorraine's place anymore, she doesn't like you at all, she is just cheating you out of your money. Lu Shui clenched her small hand and said it in a trembling voice. She knew that perhaps after she finished speaking, she would most likely anger him, or perhaps invite a violent beating. However, for the sake of her daughter's tuition fees, she also had to say it. Anyway, it couldn't be that she could go to other men to ask for it, could it? Luo Lin? Su Yang couldn't help but be shocked. I'd been reborn, why do I still have Lorraine's ass? Besides, I can't wait to hate her now, why would I spend money on her? Her name is Lu Shui, and now she's talking about Luo Lin. Those two names, they're the best of girlfriends. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Honey, did you hear what I said? Lorraine almost killed you 10 years ago. Why are you still obsessed with her? It's for your own good that I'm persuading you this way, and for the money for our children's schooling. Su Yang's head couldn't help but roar. Grip the grass. Honey, do you mean Lorraine almost killed me? Yes, honey, haven't you forgotten? That night you drank a bottle of ergotu and swallowed a whole bottle of sleeping pills. Hey, if it wasn't for me going to find you, you might have really died. Su Yang couldn't help but feel shaken. The first time I saw you, I was so happy to see you, I was so happy to see you. So that's what happened. The wife in the arms turned out to be Luo Lin's best friend Lu Shui. The former thin and weak little girl did not expect to grow so beautiful now. Under the great shock of the mind, Su Yang's previous alcoholism instantly disappeared. Snap. Turning around and reaching out, he touched the switch on the wall. The big light in the house lit up. Su Yang sat up at once and rubbed his eyes. Brush. With one hand, he lifted the quilt. Hubby, you said you wouldn't hit me. Su Yang borrowed the light from the headlamp and carefully looked at Lu Shui, who was curled up on the bed. She was shivering, her eyes were flashing, and she couldn't help but tremble. It seemed as if he was about to receive a stormy fist. Lu Shui? Wife. Su Yang gently lifted the long hair that covered her face, and his eyes were astonished. Husband. You don't hit me in the face, okay? Tomorrow I really have to attend the child's parent meeting, please beg you, okay? Lu Shui held Su Yang's arm tightly with both hands, and her eyes were full of pleading. Good, don't fight, definitely won't fight. At this time, Su Yang's mind and soul are still in shock, he just nodded along with Lu Shui's pleading. Good, then you hit it. Lu Shui grunted and climbed up, turned around, and sat on her knees on the bed, turning her back towards Su Yang, and lifted the blouse. Hiss. Su Yang now saw clearly. Lu Shui's back was strewn with wounds. There were scourging wounds, cigarette burns, and it seemed that there were also knife cuts. Su Yang shook his head and rubbed his eyes. Such a perfect back, but so many wounds. Who hit this? It's worse than a beast. Honey, turn around and let me take a look at you. Su Yang felt that his head was now full of bags and a bunch of question marks. You said you wouldn't hit me in the face. Don't worry, I won't hit you, I won't hit you, I won't hit you. Good. Lu Shui trembled and turned around, her head lowered, and her scared body was still trembling. Air. Good, perfect body. Su Yang could not help but be in a trance. Wife, quickly put on your clothes and don't freeze. Su Yang's eyes flushed, and he couldn't help but feel that his throat was a little dry. This is the first time that I have been in such close contact, it's so perfect. Su Yang hurriedly reached out and helped Lu Shui put on her pajamas. Honey, was it really you who saved me back then? Well, yes husband, have you forgotten all this? Su Yang reached out and lifted up Lu Shui's hair and looked at her in shock. Then it is right. No wonder she is so much like Lu Shui, she turned out to be Lu Shui. But she was obviously just a skinny and weak little girl, how did she grow so beautiful and flavorful now? Honey, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Eh? Lu Shui, I suddenly realized that you are really pretty. Hubby, you didn't even call me a chick or a small stupid goods today, I am so happy. Lu Shui quietly observed Su Yang's look, he didn't seem to have the slightest bit of a look of being about to get angry. Oh. Lu Shui unexpectedly became my wife. And she's also become so beautiful and flavorful. If I compare Luo Lin to the current Lu Shui, 10 Luo Lin can't compare to 1 Lu Shui. In terms of meekness and good behavior, Lorraine is even less than a horse. I can't believe I've been reborn in 15 years. I was reborn 15 years later. I got married to Lu Shui. But, looking at the current situation, it seems that I have been torturing Lu Shui for more than 10 years. Just look at the scars on her back. New wounds and old scars are all over the place. I don't know how much torture she's been through. Was I that shameless? How could I have been such an animal? How could I let go of such a beautiful woman? Lu Shui. Su Yang was reborn, but did not have the memories of these more than 10 years. His memories are still only stuck in 15 years ago. At that time, Lu Shui was still just Luo Lin's best friend and roommate. She was only unilaterally fond of Su Yang at that time. But now, she has suddenly turned into such a flavorful, mature young woman. This made Su Yang a little flustered, but at the same time, he had an unstoppable excitement. Such a woman is simply a treasure woman. Chapter 6. It's okay, after all, it's my daughter. I'll take a look at your injuries again. It's okay hubby, it didn't hurt long ago. Lu Shui saw that Su Yang wasn't angry, and her mood relaxed a bit. Without any hesitation, she hurriedly turned around and lifted up her clothes. When Su Yang once again saw the scars on Lu Shui's back, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Bastard! What a damn beast! Harm! Su Yang's heart could not help but feel a burst of pain, then silently helped her put down the lifted up clothes. Sleep. Well. He now finally sort of understand. Lu Shui is his Su Yang's wife, the child outside is his and Lu Shui's daughter. Daughter. Now there is even a 15-year-old daughter. What's her name? What's her name? But Su Yang was now too embarrassed to ask Lu Shui again. A father who doesn't remember his own daughter's name, how beastly would that be? Forget it, we'll know tomorrow when we look at the child's books. Su Yang turned off the lamp with a heavy heart and retreated back into the quilt. It seems that here was originally his Su Yang's home. There is also his wife and daughter, a family of 3. Husband. Lu Shui took the initiative to turn around, facing him, curled up. Come. Although Su Yang felt a little embarrassed, but more is inexplicable excitement. In his memory, Lu Shui was still a skinny girl who had a crush on him yesterday, but now she had turned into a beautiful and meek young woman. This change, it was really too much as well. As soon as he reached out, Lu Shui curled up and snuggled into Su Yang's arms. Hubby, today my daughter is at home softer, okay? Good. Su Yang knows that his daughter's room is right next door, and a slightly louder sound can definitely affect the child. Not much time. A burst of sleepiness came. Su Yang then fell asleep with Lu Shui curled up in his arms. Early the next morning. When Su Yang woke up, Lu Shui and his arms had already disappeared. Phew, zip. The sound of cooking came from the kitchen outside. It seems to be frying eggs, quite fragrant. Not long after. Lu Shui pushed the door in, wearing a dark pink dress that was washed somewhat white. She was wearing a dark pink dress that was a bit white. Su Yang was a bit dumbfounded for a while. It even felt like a dream. Hubby, get up and eat, the child doesn't know any better, don't be like her, okay? Please, hubby. Lu Shui squatted at the head of Su Yang's bed and begged softly. Good, no problem, after all, is my daughter well? Su Yang nodded somewhat confused, without any hesitation agreed. It seems that he had hurt his wife and child too much before. When Su Yang finished washing up, Lu Shui and her daughter were already sitting on the chairs at the dining table waiting. Dad is here, Lei, eat quickly. Hubby, come and sit down. Lu Shui stood up, smiled and pulled the chair out for Su Yang, waiting for him to sit down. Well, eat. Su Yang nodded a little awkwardly and sat down directly. This home is a small 2-room old house, probably just 50-60 square meters. Although the house is very old, the house is clean and tidy. Hubby, after dinner, I will go to the school with Lei to hold a parent-teacher conference, and I will be back after. Lei's performance in this exam is not bad. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang with a smile while eating. Today he is a little different from before. If it were usual, he would either sleep until half a morning or go out directly. Good, Lei, keep up the good work. Su Yang looked up at his daughter and encouraged a bit sardonically. This girl's growth was really pretty. Some of it was like him and some of it was like Lu Shui. Her face and figure were good. Although she was only 15 years old, she had already grown into a beautiful big girl. But the child completely acted as if she didn't hear him, and ate her meal by herself. Didn't even look at Su Yang. Lei, Dad is talking to you, do you hear me? Lu Shui looked at the child in slightly heavier tone. The child still didn't say anything, just stuffed his head and ate. You child. Lu Shui helplessly shook her head, turned her head to look at Su Yang, a hint of apology in her eyes. It is fine, hurry up and eat. Su Yang nodded at Lu Shui and smiled slightly. Who could blame this on? Isn't it all his own doing? Hubby, then we are going to school IU. As Lu Shui went out, she looked at Su Yang with a look of desire to speak. Well, you guys go ahead, I'll wait for you to come back. Okay hubby, then we are going. Lu Shui listened to Su Yang's words, and a hint of joy came out of her eyes. Soon, Lu Shui and her daughter left the house. Oh. This is my Su Yang's home? Su Yang stood up and started wandering around in this tiny 2-bedroom apartment. A small living room, a small kitchen, a small restroom. The daughter's room is also not very big, and the windowsill next to it is neatly filled with books. Su Lei. Oh, so my daughter's name is Su Lei. The daughter is not bad looking, but her relationship with her father is simply like water and fire. The master bedroom is slightly larger, with 2 large side-by-side closets. One of the hinges of the cabinet door fell off, so that the cabinet door is also falling down. Open the closet. There are quite a few clothes in there, but none of them are new. There is also a large cardboard box in the cabinet, which is surprisingly filled with erotic clothes and supplies. Air. Su Yang could not help but be stunned and quickly understood. This pile of things, I think they are all used when he tossed Lu Shui, right? The house was very small, and Su Yang quickly finished looking around. Afterwards, he returned to the master bedroom and picked up the cell phone above. This cell phone was really good, it was quite advanced. Su Yang felt strange, this cell phone should not be used for the current him. But he was inexplicably familiar with it, it seemed like he would use it if he picked it up. After the phone was unlocked, Su Yang looked at himself and once again fell into deep thought. Damn! It really is reborn to 15 years later. WeChat, QQ, Jitterbug, Shutterbug. A variety of software is readily available. Su Yang vaguely felt that they were all somewhat familiar. Industrial and Commercial Bank App. After seeing this app, Su-young raised his hand and clicked on it. Chapter 7 My Heart Has No Regrets. Grass. Su-young saw the balance of the bank card. Surprisingly, there was $1,986,800. Since there is so much money, why don't you give your wife and kids a better life? With such a shabby house, why don't you think of a way to get a bigger one? Harm. Seems like a real fucking animal before. Anyway, Su-young didn't have any memories of these 15 years. Exactly how these 15 years came, he really couldn't remember. Ding dong. Su-young's cell phone rang. He clicked it open to see that it turned out to be a message from a WeChat friend called My Name is Big Beautiful. Su-young, what's going on with you today? 3 short of 1, hurry up. Grip grass, who is this big beautiful ah? Su-young went forward and flipped through the previous chat records. Oh. This big beautiful is Lorraine. And the chat records are still very ambiguous. The chat records were interspersed with transfer records from time to time. Small to dozens of hundreds, large to thousands of tens of thousands. April 15th is Lorraine's birthday. Su-young is aware of it. Looking at the time, it was just a few days ago. Surprisingly, he directly transferred more than 20,000 to her. Look at the chat record said Lorraine fell in love with a necklace her boyfriend does not give her to buy, so Su-young transferred money to him. No wonder. No wonder Lu Shui said Lorraine was cheating him out of his money. This cheating is also too obvious, right? Casually going through the chat records of the recent period of time, Su-young counted it and probably transferred more than 50,000 to Luo Lin. It's really shabby. Previously by her hurt so hard, how later fell into her gentle circle again. Ding dong. Lorraine sent another message. What's up, Su-young? You're chained to the yellow face at home. Don't dare to come? If you don't come within 1 hour, I won't let you touch me tonight. Su-young looked at the message sent by Luo Lin and couldn't help but feel sick. The scene where she got into someone else's sports car and was fondled and kissed by another man was still fresh in his mind. In Su-young's view, that was something that happened the night before. And now it's talking about letting or not letting me touch things at night? Vomit. It seems that she hasn't fooled me much in all these years. I don't know what she's become nowadays. How come she's not married? I don't know what's become of her nowadays, why she hasn't gotten married. Su-young contemplated for a moment and didn't rush to immediately flip out with Lorraine. Baby, there's some discomfort in my stomach, so I won't go over there today. He quickly sent a message back to Luo Lin in accordance with his previous tone. But it was true that he wanted to vomit. Since Lorraine had hurt him so deeply, cheating him out of so much money, then there should be a way to get it back from her. A few moments later, Lorraine's message came back. Fine, let your yellow face take care of you and then come back to me. I don't know how to wait on people anyway. By the way, baby, I looked at a bag yesterday. Bag Nima. Su-young looked at the message sent by Luo Lin and couldn't help but get angry. What the hell does it have to do with me if you're looking at a bag? Wouldn't it be better for me to use this money to buy a dress for my Lu Shui wife? Harm. Lu Shui's dress is all white from washing. How much is a dress worth? How many dresses does a fancy bag cost? Oh, I'll buy whatever I see. My stomach is killing me. Baby, Lu Shui is not at home, you help me buy some medicine to send over. Su-young thought about it and returned a message. I am playing mahjong, which have time to buy you medicine hurry to call Lu Shui, let her buy you okay kiss. She went to the school today for a parent-teacher conference, and won't be back for a while. I'm a man. It's not a big deal. Really. Bear with me for a while. By the way, baby, the bag needs 8,800, hurry up and transfer it to me, I'm going to buy it over this afternoon. I carry to the body must be very good. Su-young and Luo Lin chat a few sentences, then angry directly threw the phone to the bedside table, no longer want to take care of her. Su-young changed his clothes and found his house key from behind the door, intending to go out and turn around. He was now reborn 15 years later and needed to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Su-young went out of the cell door and silently memorized the exact address of his home. Then slowly walked outside the neighborhood. This was an old neighborhood called Ping'an District. Su-young didn't have much of an impression of this neighborhood, he just felt somewhat familiar. Su-young didn't go to play cards today? Walking on the road, someone smiled lewdly and greeted him. No. Su Yang felt that this person looked familiar, but he did not know who he was at all. Did you play with your wife again tonight? Do you want me to help you? Ha ha. Get lost, you paralyzed. Su Yang couldn't help but turn his head and glare. I'm not going to be able to do that. What the hell are you doing? Afterwards, he ignored him and directly walked towards the main entrance. Ping In Road. Looking at the name of the street, Su Yang tried to recall. Some information seems to slowly some overlap. Oh. This city is still Jiangcheng. But the look of the city had changed too much. There were skyscrapers everywhere, and a newly built building rose up from the ground. It was a little strange, and a little familiar. The past and the present, there were two images constantly circling and merging in Su Yang's mind. Ding dong! Su Yang's cell phone rang again. He thought it was still a message from Luo Lin, but he opened it and saw that it wasn't. Instead, it was a message from a close friend whose note was "Little Slut. Hubby, did you go out today? If you didn't go out, I want to cook a fish for you at noon. Amount. This little slut is actually Lu Shue? Oh, shit. I can't believe that I've put my own wife's name as such a name. Su Yang clicked on his avatar and deleted the note. Her real online name is My Heart Has No Regrets. In an instant, Su Yang felt another surge in his heart. This woman is really a treasure young woman, worth cherishing. Wife, I didn't go out, okay, then burn fish for dinner. After Su Yang returned a message, after thinking about it, Ran gave Lu Shui transferred 500 yuan through WeChat. Then flipped through the chat records of him and Lu Shui. The content was too little. And it was all foul language profanity. For example, fuck off, Sabi, roll over, why don't you go to hell? Wear that transparent one at night and let me see. And surprisingly, there is not a single transfer record. A few moments later, Lu Shui initiated a voice call. Hubby, I still have money. Obviously, Lu Shui's voice was very excited, slightly with a hint of crying. Keep it, I will give it back to you when I finish spending it. Well, thank you hubby, you waited home for a while, I will go back in a while. The whole call process only had a few sentences, but Lu Shui was obviously very excited and happy. Chapter 8 Special Clothes. After Su Yang hung up the phone, he went to the hardware store down the street. When he returned to the entrance of the neighborhood, he saw that Lu Shui also rode an electric bicycle and also came back. Hubby. Lu Shui hurriedly got out of the car and came to Su Yang's side. In her cautious and worried eyes, there was a hint of indescribable joy and anticipation. Sis, what kind of fish did you buy? I know you like to eat sea bass, so I bought 2 for you, hubby, do you like it? 1 braised and 1 steamed, okay? The surprise in Lu Shui's eyes was clearly enhanced, and the tone in which she spoke seemed to be permeated with obvious currying favor. Well, I like it, do whatever you want, thank you sister. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's expression with a bit of heartache, and gently ruffled the messy hair in front of her forehead for her. Years of abuse had made her fear simply seared into her bones. No matter how gentle Su Yang's tone was, the fear in Lu Shui's eyes always seemed to linger. The look of joy, however, was always growing. Lu Shui's meek and well-behaved appearance was simply heartbreaking. There was also her intentionally or unintentionally pleasing tone of voice, which even more so, he couldn't help but secretly scold himself. Hubby, what kind of wine do you want to drink? I will go to the small supermarket downstairs later to help you get it. I won't drink today. Su Yang shook his head, not wanting to dip into alcohol at all right now. Even, thinking about it makes me feel like vomiting. Hubby, I love it so much that you call me sister, so happy. Lu Shui smiled pleasingly, and in her beautiful eyes, a touch of fog seemed to have risen again. All this time, he did not get angry and did not curse. Even more so, he didn't hit her a little. The two of them returned home, and Lu Shui hurriedly went to the kitchen to clean up. She was both worried and excited in her heart. Days as harmonious as this seemed to be few and far between for so many years. Let's hope for more days like this. Sis, don't you have anything else to wear? Su Yang's meaning was simple, he just wanted to ask Lu Shui if she had new clothes to wear. He thought of taking her to buy some new clothes in the afternoon, and planned to buy some for his daughter as well. Yes husband, you want to see what I wear, I will go and change into it right away. Lu Shui hurriedly stopped what she was doing, washed her hands, and hurriedly ran over. Don't wear the skirt, change to something more relaxed, sis don't be nervous, relax, okay? Su Yan looked at Lu Shui's nervous and somewhat anxious appearance, heartbroken hugged her. Hubby, today you lightly hit me okay? If I don't hit you today, I won't hit you again, okay? Su Yang patted Lu Shue's back somewhat helplessly and painfully, really mixed feelings. Good. In Lu Shue's flickering eyes, she couldn't help but add a trace of doubt. In the doubts, there was also a hint of delight. Hubby, I will go and change my clothes now, Lu Shue said, and hurriedly walked into the master bedroom. She quickly opened the cupboard door and carried out the large cardboard box from inside. After 10 minutes, Lu Shue came out. Husband. Su Yang raised his eyes and was instantly stunned. Lu Shue even put on a very short maid outfit, straight long legs covered with black stockings. There is also a cute little rabbit headdress on the head. It was really extremely cute and extremely beautiful. Su Yang froze in place, not knowing what to say for a while. This was the first time he had ever seen a good-looking mature woman wearing this particular outfit. Hubby, I'm going to cook. Lu Shue looked at Su Yang's expression and couldn't help but blush. Then hurriedly lowered her head and walked away from the kitchen, continuing to go and busy herself. Su Yang shook his dizzy head and rubbed his eyes again. This wife. Simply the best of the best. I only asked you to wear a casual outfit, not this kind of erotic outfit. Hoo. I can't stand it. I can't believe it. Right sis, I'm going to fix the closet, the door is broken. Su Yang picked up the hinges and nails he bought earlier from the dining table and hurriedly slipped into the bedroom. Harm. With such a wonderful wife, I really didn't know the blessings before. The cabinet door seems to have been broken for a long time, and there is still transparent tape on it to prevent it from falling off. Knock, knock, knock. It's easy to fix this thing, and in a short while, the cabinet door was fixed. As soon as I turned my head, I saw the big bed, the big cardboard box where Lu Shue picked the clothes was placed. It was full of scattered things. Silky. At a glance, many of them can't understand what they are. Hubby, the braised one is already stewed. At some point, Lu Shue quietly went to the bedroom. Well, good, the other one is for Lele to keep, I see that she is also a little thin. Su Yang turned around and reached out and wrapped his hand around Lu Shue's shoulders. The weather right now is still a little cool, and what she is wearing is indeed a little too sheer and thin. Okay husband, then why don't I let Lele come home for dinner tonight? It's only 5 minutes away anyway. Well, let the child come back, don't let her live in school in the future, it's not good to eat or live. Su Lele is her own daughter, this is not wrong at all. Although Su Yang did not have the memories of the past years, but the affection in his heart, but cannot be fooled. Seeing his daughter's aversion to him, his heart was also vaguely painful. Lu Shue was silent, not knowing whether to agree to Su Yang. After all, the child was the greatest hope in her heart. She did not want the child to suffer any harm no matter what. Even if Su Yang tortured her to death, she was willing. It's alright sis, let her come back to eat fish at night then, we'll talk about the rest later. Seeing Lu Shue's expression, Su Yang's heart couldn't help but blame himself. He knew that no matter what he said now, Lu Shue would not believe it. After all, the damage done to her in the past was too great. Well, okay hubby, thank you hubby, do you like this outfit of mine? Very much like it, but it is better to wear a jacket outside now the day is still a little cold. No need, hubby likes it as long as it is good, I will go and look at the fish. From Lu Shue's tone, Su Yang had already felt that she was indeed a bit cold and even shivering a bit. Harm. This wife is really a good woman who is scared. Chapter 9 Give her too good a face, she really does not adapt. Su Yang endured the feeling of heartache and looked for a red jacket in the cabinet. It also seems to have been worn for years. Harm. Surprisingly, I couldn't find a new piece of clothing in the cabinet. The dark pink dress that I wore before is still relatively new. But it's white from washing. Sister, come on, I'll clothe you. Su Yang came to the kitchen and pulled Lu Shue over without saying a word, then draped her with a jacket. Then embraced her tightly in his arms. Beauty can be wanted, but not frozen. In order to please him Su Yang, Lu Shue would rather shiver in the cold than dare to wear thicker clothes. For a long time. Thanks to my husband I am so happy. Sister, I will take you to the mall in the afternoon to turn around and buy a few new clothes, and also buy a few for my daughter. I looked at her shoes in the morning and they were all torn. Su Yang embraced Lu Shue tightly, and his voice was very light and gentle. There is absolutely no longer the kind of domineering and impatience of the past days. No, I just don't want it hubby, my daughter will be taking the midterm exam in 2 months, and if she fails to get into the first middle school proper by then, she will need to pay a lot more money. Why don't you just buy a pair of shoes for your daughter? She has wanted it for a long time. Lu Shui snuggled obediently in Su Yang's arms and didn't dare to move a muscle. But when she heard his words, the joy in her eyes instantly enhanced even more. The look of fear and worry seemed to have disappeared so much. Just listen to me, my wife is so beautiful, it has to be matched with beautiful clothes. My daughter is the same, all must be dressed beautifully. Good. Lu Shui didn't refuse anymore, she just reached out her hand and continuously wiped up her tears. The tears in her eyes were like broken beads. They were like beads with broken strings. Hubby, the fish stew is ready. Okay, let us eat. Su Yang let go of the tightly embraced Lu Shui and prepared to help her serve the freshly steamed rice. Hubby, you go and wait on the line, let me do it. Lu Shui saw Su Yang reach out and prepare to serve rice, and couldn't help but feel her heart jump. After more than 10 years. Is this the first time he has taken the initiative to help serve rice? What's wrong with him today? Why is he acting so nice? Was he going to play some new trick? Or is he going to hit me hard this time? Su Yang didn't answer, nor did he stop. Quietly, he picked up 2 bowls, served the rice, and carried it out. He knows that it is useless to say anything now, and can only do more things silently. Slowly and little by little change his impression in her mind. After all, 10 years, there are too many scoldings to him. Anytime, anywhere, regardless of time scolding. When he's happy, he beats, when he's unhappy, he beats. Not only the back, the rest of the body seems to have some wounds. Just now through the thin black stockings, have seen a thin wound on the thigh. Although the area is not large, but very long. Even some damage to the beauty of the long legs. Lu Shui hurriedly also served the fish stew and hurriedly brought it to the table. Hubby, let's eat. Lu Shui picked up her chopsticks and gave Su Yang a large piece of fish. She herself just used a small spoon to hold a little bit of soup from the fish stew and poured it into the bowl of rice. Su Yan looked at Lu Shui's careful appearance and couldn't help but feel another pang of heartache. Harm. I really fucking ruined such a good woman, ah. Not only is she beautiful, her body is particularly good. And extremely docile and well behaved. Such a good woman, how could I treat her that way? No wonder the kid hates me so much. Sis, come and eat. Su Yang reached out to Lu Shui and put a large piece into her bowl. It even carried a hint of coercion. If Su Yang didn't say anything, Lu Shui definitely wouldn't have dared to clip a piece of fish to eat from start to finish. Hubby. What is wrong with you today? Why don't you beat me up? You're like this, I've been so scared inside. Lu Shui looked at the fish in the bowl and hurriedly put down her chopsticks, not daring to eat it at all. The eyes that were slightly peaceful before seemed to be filled with fear again. Su Yang couldn't help but feel helpless for a while. This is just giving his wife a piece of fish, how did it scare her like this? Let's eat first, I'll fight after eating, don't worry, I'm in a good mood today. Su Yang contemplated for a moment, and could only slightly slate his face. It can't be helped, I can't give her too good a face now, or she really won't get used to it. Oh well, hubby. Lu Shui seemed relieved and picked up the bowl and ate. But when eating the fish, it was also eaten in small bites. Eat more. Su Yang boarded another piece for her. Come over, sit next to me. Looking at the coy Lu Shui, Su Yang's heart really hurt. But in order to make her feel at ease and eat more, he only had to purposely make up his face, and his speech was also slightly tougher. Oh, good husband. Lu Shui said, her face showed a touch of pleasing smile, hurriedly carrying the bowl, sat on the chair next to Su Yang. Seeing that Su Yang seemed to have regained some normalcy, Lu Shui was also quite a bit more solid in her eating. Su Yang gave her a large portion of fish and let her eat it all. If she didn't eat, Su Yang glared. A bowl of rice was finished, and a large half of the fish was also finished. Under Su Yang's intimidation, for the first time, she almost ate too much. This was more or less the same. Su Yang nodded slightly, then finished his own rice as well. A fish was thus split between the two people, and Lu Shui ate a large portion of it. But after eating, Lu Shui's eyes slowly turned red. Su Yang kept giving her fish to eat and glaring at her, but it seemed like he was just trying to get her to eat more. Throughout the entire process, other than caressing her face, he didn't hit her at all. Not even the lightest of hits. Let's leave the dishes, we'll clean them up when we come back. Su Yang saw that Lu Shui was busy trying to clean up the dishes, so he couldn't help but reach out and pull her away. He directly pulled her down into the bedroom. Lu Shui knew that he was probably going to start tossing himself. I don't know whether to use a whip, or a slap, or a knife, or a cigarette, but no matter what she used, she would have to bear it. Sis, take a break, tell me about my daughter's studies. Su Yang said, turned around and pulled open the cabinet door, taking out his pajamas. As for Lu Shui, there is no need to change her pajamas. This super short dress of hers is more flavorful than the tattered pajamas. Oh, well. Lu Shui nodded hurriedly with some trepidation, took off her jacket, and then climbed onto the bed. I don't know if he really wants to know about his daughter's studies, or if he is just talking about it casually. No matter what, this beating must be prepared mentally. Chapter 10. You don't blame the child, she is still young and doesn't know anything. Come here. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui, who had panic in her eyes, and was heartbroken and blamed himself. He lay down on the bed, covered the quilt, and waved at Lu Shui. Husband. Lu Shui sat beside Su Yang, put her legs under the quilt, and gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Gently the body was hanging. Hey. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly sigh, and a hand wrapped her in his arms. Air. Lu Shui nervously couldn't help but let out a light cry, and her body tensed up. A few moments later. Su Yang did not hit her with his hands, nor did he toss her. Sister, tell me about Lele, I did care a little less about the child before. Good husband. Lu Shui calmed her nervousness and took a deep breath. It was all ready just now. And he didn't do it. Lele studied quite well when she was a child, and after she reached junior high school, her grades slipped a little. Hubby, the child has her own hardships, so don't blame her, okay? What kind of trouble? Su Yang nodded and gently kneaded Lu Shui a small hand. Hubby, Lu Shui was hesitant to speak, as if she didn't dare to say anything at all. Say it, sis, I said it, I definitely won't beat you today. No matter what you say, I will not hit you. Su Yang wrapped his hands around Lu Shui's slender waist, his voice was faint. Neither too gentle nor too cold. Good. The child is older and slowly understands things, she sees you. You beat me all day long, she is also bitter in her heart. This thing is a big knot in her heart, although she lives in the school, but every day is very worried about me. That is, when the class is in session, she will also keep worrying. Lu Shui said while slightly twisting her head to look at Su Yang's eyes. Air. As Su Yang listened, he couldn't help but slightly narrow his eyes. Is this fucking really me? How did it turn out to be such an animal? There are still 2 months, the child should be the secondary school examination. I am really worried about her in case she fails to get into the first middle school. In the future, want to get into a better university is really too difficult. Even if she gets into a secondary school, it'll be fine. I would rather kneel down and kowtow to you 100 times, I have to get the child's tuition together. Oh. Su Yang listened and nodded slightly. Such a good child, but also let him suffer. Now the child is actually studying quite hard, now he just loves to wander off and always worries about me from time to time. Hubby, look. Lu Shui reached over for her own cell phone and clicked on WeChat. This is the voice message that the child just sent to me with the phone watch when he was eating. Said Lu Shui, clicking on the voice message. Mom, how did you eat at noon? Is that bad guy gone? He didn't beat you today, did he? Listening to his daughter's clear and hateful voice, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a heartbreaking pain. It's very real. Mom, divorce him early. I'll support you to find me a new father. I really don't want to see him for a moment. Several voice messages from the child were played out. Su Yang stayed motionless, did not say a word, and was completely silent. Lu Shui relied on her arms, unable to stop her trepidation. This was the first time she let him hear the message from her daughter. She did not know what would greet her behind. But she still hoped that he, as a father, would listen a little. Hubby, don't be angry, I will never divorce you in this life, unless you beat me to death. You don't blame the child, she is still young and unintelligent. Hey. Su Yang could not help but secretly sigh. In addition to cursing himself as an animal, he really can't think of a more suitable word. Time passes minute by minute. Lu Shui's heart has always been hanging in the air. The two chatted for more than 1 hour about the child. Very quickly. The time came to 2 in the afternoon. The two just sat and chatted, nothing else was accomplished. Originally, Su Yang still had a little idea, but when he saw Lu Shui's terrified look, the childless hatred of his little animal instincts quickly disappeared without a trace. Wife. Su Yang thought about it and corrected his name. Called Lu Shui's sister because at first I thought she was looking for a takeout. You call me wife? Shouldn't I? Should you haven't called me wife for years? What did I call you before? Su Yang couldn't help but be a little curious, so he couldn't help but ask. He knew that there had been a little slut on WeChat notes, and he didn't know if the name was. You called me chick, slut, stinky bitch, dead bitch. Hubby, don't you know it all? It's okay, you call me whatever you want, I won't care. Su Yang couldn't help but marvel again. What a fucking talent. Such a nice woman to call her so viciously? How about if I call you sister? Of course you can, I think that's a good name, but I'm still a year younger than you. Eh? Forget it, I'll call you wife from now on. Ding dong. The two were chatting, when suddenly Su Yang's cell phone rang, as if a WeChat message had come. Su Yang directly clicked on it in front of Lu Shui. It turned out to be from Luo Lin. You see it? Lu Shui said, and directly turned her head. It's okay wife, look together, let me see what the woman who almost killed me sent me a message. Hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Shui was a little hesitant. He had never let her read Lorraine's messages, even taking his cell phone might get him beaten up. Look together. Su Yang reached out and peeled Lu Shui's head over, slightly exerting a little force in his hand. Oh. No way, since the request to look together, then look together. Baby, how come you haven't given me money? People are going to buy that bag in the afternoon. When Lu Shui saw this message, she couldn't help but have a heart attack. Luo Lin this slut, even still seducing the man who cheated on him. Lu Shui. Chapter 11. Give me a hard scolding for her. Come on wife, you come to help me give her a message back. Looking at the hatred in Lu Shui's eyes, I know that the two girlfriends seem to have fallen out a long time ago. I looked at the cell phone handed over by Su Yang. Lu Shui could not help but panic a little. This Luo Lin can always be his scales off. Cannot say scolding, even if it is to mention some opinions, but also have to look at his face. How does he now let me take him to Lorraine back to the message it? What's wrong wife? Nothing, scold her. Su Yang looked at Luo Lin's message and was also full of hate. Directly shoved the cell phone into the hands of Lu Shui. In an instant, Lu Shui was stunned. The phone in her hand also looked extra hot. I let you scold her, you scold, she almost killed your husband, don't you hate her? Hate her? Well, that's right, then scold her properly. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Su Yang pressed against Lu Shui's back, wrapped his hands around his waist, and sniffed the faint scent of her hair. But Lu Shui is sitting on pins and needles. She really do not know how to return, also do not know Su Yang said is not sincere. Turn over the previous records to see. Oh. Lu Shui answered and began to go forward to flip through the chat records. However, she didn't dare to flip forward more, and merely looked at only a few records of Su Yang and Luo Lin this morning. Hubby, does your stomach still hurt? Why didn't you say anything to me? I'm going to buy you some medicine. Lu Shui said and struggled to get out of bed. There's no stomach ache, I'm just fooling her. Hubby, she doesn't even care about you. If she really cares about you, the wife won't say anything. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's expression and said weakly. Given the previous lessons, she still didn't quite dare to discuss Luo Lin. She cares about me? Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but sneer. Damn, thinking about this woman makes me feel sick to my stomach. This damn is simply a rotten thing. Since you know that she doesn't care about you, then you still call her baby. Lu Shui's voice was faintly filled with a hint of sultriness. I just deliberately tested whether she cares about me or not. Su Yang smiled sarcastically. Slightly embraced Lu Shui in his arms. This woman in his arms is the one he should love. She is the one who is my baby. Hubby, she really never cared about you. 15 years ago, after I sent you to the hospital, she didn't go to see you even once. Really hubby, she doesn't deserve to be loved by you even a little bit. Well, honey, you're right, come on, scold her. Lu Shui took the cell phone and twisted her head to look at Su Yang's face again. Then I'll give her a sentence back? Don't dilly-dally, Go back. Oh, well, hubby, if I say something bad, you don't hit me. I've said I won't hit you today, hurry back, I'll take you out to buy clothes later. Su-young sidled up a bit and watched Lu Shui start typing. My husband has a terrible stomachache, just took medicine and has already gone to sleep. Lorraine, I advise you not to be so shameless, okay? Why do you always cheat my husband out of money, ah? After writing a sentence, Lu Shui worriedly looked at Su-yang's eyes. Good, wife, you're awesome. Send it over. Su-young directly gave Lu Shui a thumbs up. Then I'm sending it over, ah. Send. Lu Shui pressed the send button and sent the message she had just edited. A moment later, Luo Lin's message came back. Lu Shui? Oh, you just wait for your husband to get you killed. How dare you say such things to me? When did I lie to your husband? We're in love, okay? What's wrong with him spending money on me? If you're capable of making him spend money on you too, you rotten bastard. Lu Shui looked at Lorraine's message and her face couldn't help but change. Hubby, look at her. It's okay, wife, you scold her too. Good. Lu Shui was afraid of Su-yang, but she wasn't afraid of Luo Lin. Since it was her husband who told her to scold back, what else is polite? Scold her. After all these years, it's finally a chance to let off some steam. You're the one who sucks. You've had at least 18 boyfriends, so many people have been with you, you become a loser. I've only had one in my life, Su-yang. You're the real loser. You're the one who rides with everyone. Soon. Luo Lin's message came back. Lu Shui, you fucking wait for me. I'll turn around and make sure Su-yang sell you. No, I'll make you pick up 20 customers a day. Anyway, if Su-yang listens to me now, you'll have to start picking up customers tomorrow. And don't say I don't take care of you, I can get you 20 migrant workers to take care of your business. Su-yang watched as the two of them went back and forth, almost dumbfounded. It's amazing how crazy women can be when they fight. Lorraine, you fucking wait for me, I'm just going to die, I'll never let my husband give you another penny. My husband's demolition money, I'll let you, this slut cheated away, hurry up and give it back to me. I want to call the police to arrest you. The two of them talked back and forth for a while. Hubby. Lu Shui only then slowed down and turned her head to look at Su-yang. Those beautiful eyes, surprisingly, had turned red. Okay, wife, take a break. Su-yang took the cell phone from Lu Shui's hand and put it aside. Huffing and puffing. Lu Shui froze in place for a long time. Although she had vented, it had also made her on fire. Wife. Su-yang stopped Lu Shui's shoulder and wrapped it in his arms. Then gently patted her small hand. Maybe all these years, she finally sort of vented for a time. Hopefully, her heart will be a little bit easier, right? Boo. Half a bit of vermilion lips shallowly tasted. Lu Shui was then awakened. Hubby, I'm sorry. No sorry, doesn't it hurt a bit more in your heart? I'm sorry, but Lorraine said she wants you to sell me to the migrant workers, I'm so scared. Harm. Honey is so pretty, how could I sell you to someone else? I haven't beaten you enough. Oh. Let's go, get changed, I'll take you to buy new clothes. Su-yang reached out and patted Lu Shui's face, and used some more commanding tone. Chapter 12. I am going to fucking cut it for him. Okay, I'll change my clothes right away. Hearing Su-yang's commanding tone, Lu Shui was relieved. It seemed like he really wasn't angry when she just swore at Luo Lin. Not long after. Both of them changed their clothes and left the house together. Honey, you walk faster, why are you always walking behind me? Su-yang felt strange, when walking with Lu Shui, she would always fall behind. It was as if she didn't quite dare to walk shoulder to shoulder with him. Harm. Su-yang, what's this about taking your wife? Su-yang looked up and ran into the familiar face from before. It's none of your business. Shit, I'm doing this for your own good, you know? The whole neighborhood knows you beat your wife every day. Have you thought about selling her yet? I've got the money ready. This is a creepy guy in his 40s. A pair of eyes constantly looking up and down Lu Shui, eyes through a thick hunger. Prepare you paralyze. Bang. Su-yang couldn't help but be enraged. With one kick, he kicked the other party in the stomach, making him sit on the ground with his butt. Grass, how dare you fucking hit me? A few days ago, you and I talked about the price, saying that if I could offer 100,000, you could consider selling her to me. I've got enough money together. Come on, hand over the money in one hand and hand over your wife in the other. Hearing the other party's words, Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. I really considered selling my wife? That's crazy, right? Hand over your ass. What did I say about selling my wife? Bang! Su Yang went up and kicked the other person's stomach. In an instant, the other party became a bow-waisted shrimp. Hubby, don't fight anymore, it will kill someone. Lu Shui was scared and rushed forward to hold Su Yang's arm, tugging him to death. If you let him kick 2 more times, there is really no chance that he will kick a big thing. When he was angry, he didn't even consider the weight. Previously, he had punched Lu Shui in the head, causing her to go into a coma for 2 days. Lu Shui felt scared just thinking about it. Humph. If it wasn't for my wife stopping me, I would have killed you. If there's a next time, I'll cut you up. Su Yang saw that the other party was too scared to say anything, so he didn't do it again. Let's go, buy clothes. Su Yang pulled Lu Shui to his side and directly wrapped his arm around his shoulder and walked out. Damn. Pissed me off. Even such a shabby dares to hit on my wife's idea. Su Yang cursed under his breath as he walked. The words of that person just now really pissed him off. Nowadays, Lu Shui was in Su Yang's eyes, the person he needed to guard the most, the person who needed his heartache the most. Just you still want to buy my wife? I fucking cannot get you dead? Well, husband, don't be angry. After staying for a while, Lu Shui saw Su Yang's mood easing down, and only then weakly advised. Wife, is this shabby harassed you in the past? Verbally, he said some bad words, but he didn't move his hands. What did he say? Nothing. Lu Shui was wrapped around Su Yang's shoulders and walked a little bit stumbling. Nor did she dare to answer his question at all. That old bachelor has been hitting on her. He often followed her quietly, not knowing what he was doing. And will also say some dirty words. Said. Oh, good. Just heard Su Yang give a command. Lu Shui was shocked and had to give an honest explanation. He said that I was long and beautiful, and often stayed alone, and asked me if I was particularly lonely. He said that he could satisfy me. Grass. When Su Yang heard this, he could not help but instantly burn with anger again. Said turned around and walked to the neighborhood. I'm going to give him a fucking cut. Hubby. Don't you want to really give him a cut? We'll definitely go to jail. Oh, then how can you still protect me? How can you still beat me? Oh, please husband, he has not moved against me, don't be impulsive, okay? Lu Shui was terrified and hugged Su Yang's waist. While dragging back, she kept crying. Harm. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's mournful crying face and his heart instantly softened. Forget it. Let's spare that old boy first. Let's go, wife, let's go buy clothes. Su Yang stopped his steps and his tone eased up. Reaching out, he grabbed Lu Shui's arm and then walked outside. Honey, why don't you drive? Car? Su Yang suddenly remembered, there did seem to be a BYD car key thrown on the nightstand. But he didn't take it seriously. Oh, don't drive, let's take the bus, I want to accompany you to walk more. Su Yang thought for a second and immediately found a crowning reason. Good. Lu Shui then did not ask again, just walked forward with Su Yang's footsteps. By the way, where do you want to go shopping? I will accompany you. Su Yang went out of the neighborhood and was not familiar with the supermarkets and shopping malls outside at all. Definitely need Lu Shui to lead the way. Well, then let's go to Sports Street first, there are many shoe sellers there, first buy shoes for Lele. Lu Shui saw that Su Yang was really going to take her to buy things, so she couldn't help but be happy. Even the old bachelor who said that he was buying and selling her just now, he didn't think much about it anymore. Okay, listen to you. However, you must buy Lele a better pair of shoes, we have money. They don't have to be too good, I've seen them before, they cost more than $260. No, I need to buy better ones. Su Yang shook his head and directly rejected what Lu Shui said. Oh. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's eyes and didn't dare to argue with Su Yang. Since he said to buy it, let's find a better one later. My daughter would have gotten a new pair of shoes a long time ago. The pair on her feet have holes in them. Hubby, let's take a look at Li Ning's first. Okay. No matter which store Lu Shui goes to, she has to ask Su Yang's opinion first. But Su Yang is not at all refused, you said to go where I will go. The two strolled Nike and Ta. A lot of stores, finally selected a pair. It happens to be the daughter's favorite style. The price is 866 yuan. Although Su Yang paid the bill, but Lu Shui still feels some pain. Holding the shoes in her hand, Lu Shui had a dreamlike feeling. How many years has it been? He is finally willing to spend money on his wife and children. Unconsciously, Lu Shui's eyes have already shed clear tears. Chapter 13. A dream come true? What are you crying for? Really no interest. Looking at Lu Shui's appearance, Su Yang could not help but feel a heartache. However, turning his mouth, he said something to criticize her. Right now at this time, it is not possible to say too many tender words or any love words. Otherwise, she will definitely think more. Okay hubby, I won't cry, thank you hubby. Let's go, I'll buy you 2 dresses. Hubby, let's forget about it. I can still wear this dress for 2 more years. As soon as Lu Shui heard that she wanted to buy something for herself, she couldn't help but hesitate. That pair of shoes alone is a small $1,000. In the back, if Lele were to take the exam as a sublist student of the first middle school, he would have to pay more than 30,000. It is better not to buy me any more clothes, right? If he gets upset, the kid's tuition will be out of pocket. If Su Yang does not pay for the child's tuition. Do you really want me to sell my body to get the money? No, this dress is too old, it's a disgrace, I have to buy a new one. Su Yang could not help but pull Lu Shui forward. There are also quite a few girls' clothing stores on this street, which Su Yang has just discovered. Hubby, there is still Lele's tuition fee. Lu Shui had no choice but to boldly explain again. I've already prepared the tuition fee, don't worry. Let's go. If you dare not to buy it, let's see if I'll go back and beat you up. If you don't mind being humiliated, I still mind being humiliated. Su Yan looked at Lu Shui's entangled appearance and only had to deliberately say 2 harsh words. Good, then listen to your husband. Once Lu Shui heard this, she immediately stopped being entangled. Since my husband is willing to buy it for me, then let's buy it. This is how he has changed so much. For many years, he basically didn't spend a penny for his wife and children. How come he has changed his mind now? Is he digging a hole somewhere, waiting for me to jump? But look at him now, if not listen to the words, it is unlikely that he will be beaten again. Forget it, it is better to listen to him all the time. After all these years, it's just a matter of getting beaten up and tossed around by him again. Let him do whatever he wants. As long as he doesn't sell me to someone else. Hubby, I think this suit is okay. No way. It's only $98. Are you trying to humiliate me? I'm telling you, don't show me anything less than $1,000. Lu Shui was instantly confused when she heard Su Yang's words. Since she grew up, she has never worn such expensive clothes. Even the winter down jacket, but also to buy the old special price. The whole body, inside and out, will not add up to more than $300. Now he wants to buy more than $1,000 apiece. This is also too extravagant. Okay wife, don't freeze, hurry to buy it, later Lele should be after school. Oh, okay hubby. Lu Shui didn't dare to hesitate, she had to go and look at the more expensive clothes. Not long after, Lu Shui picked out her own clothes. Not to mention, this woman's taste is still very, very good. In the past, it was all about poverty limiting choices. Well, Su Yang looked at Lu Shui who had changed her clothes, his heart couldn't help but be shocked once again. This beautiful young woman's sister is really too beautiful. In the past, wearing old clothes was still so beautiful and alluring, and now that she had changed into decent new clothes, she immediately appeared to be even more beautiful and elegant. Lu Shui's current beauty could throw off the previous Lorraine by a few blocks. Good, just buy this set, take 2 more sets of different colors and pack them up. These clothes are really suitable. Su Yang looked at this beautiful Lu Shui, heart excited. I really want to pull her home now and have a good exchange. Hubby, just buy 1 set. 3 sets. Under Su Yang's coercion, Lu Shui only had to choose 3 sets of clothes of different colors. Packing up and paying the bill, at once spent more than 10,000 yuan. Lu Shui's heart is aching. But looking at the clothes in her hand, she was inexplicably excited. Go, lingerie store. Su Yang turned back towards Lu Shui and winked. Lu Shui immediately understood what he meant. He loved to let her wear special underwear, all kinds of styles. Anyway, he plays very flowery in this area. If you don't cooperate, you will definitely get beaten up. The inside of the large cardboard box at home was filled with all kinds of lingerie, and even other things that were too shy to export. Lu Shui did not refuse, obediently followed Su Yang into the underwear store. After some communication and selection, Su Yang spent out another 2,000 or so. Behind him, he brought Lu Shui to buy a few pairs of shoes, headdresses, and whatnot. When all of them were bought, Lu Shui and Su Yang's hands were already full of large and small bags. "Hubby, let's go back, the buy all bought." Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's face, still did not have any angry look. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's face, she still didn't look angry. "Wait. There is a bag seller there, go, pick another bag for you and go." Lu Shui no longer dared to refuse. As long as Su Yang said to buy it for her, then it was right for her to hurry over and pick it. Otherwise, she would definitely be lectured and threatened that she would pack her heart at night. There was no other way, Lu Shui only had to choose one by one. Although she was forced by Su Yang's lewdness, her heart was getting happier and happier. After some intense inner tangle selection, Lu Shui finally chose a bag of 8,000 yuan. As she watched Su Yang pay the bill, she felt that her entire body was already almost paralyzed. In this life, she had never thought that she would use such an expensive bag. But the bag had been slung over her shoulder. The whole $8,000 a rough calculation. Today she had spent over $30,000 just on buying things for Lu Shui. This gave birth to an extremely unreal feeling in her. This was a scene she had once had in her dreams. Unexpectedly, it was now playing out in front of her eyes. That's why she felt it was unreal, as if it was a dream. The man who has never cared for the family, but today, painfully pulled to buy her more than 30,000 things. In the dream, husband, in addition to buy her all kinds of gifts, but also special tender love her, let her deeply indulged in. But every time she woke up, only to realize that it was just a beautiful dream. The only thing left behind is the map she drew. Chapter 14. You just need to listen well on the line. This time, finally, is to buy almost. Carrying large and small bags, the two directly hit the car and went home. "Hubby, now the child has just finished class, I will go to give her a call, let her come back to live at night." "Well, go." Looking at Lu Shui's cautious and giddy appearance, Su Yang couldn't help but secretly smile. No matter what, Lu Shui's mood was already different from before. Lu Shui went to the child's room to make a phone call. It was mainly because she was also used to it. All along she didn't dare to call in front of Su Yang. Mainly because she was afraid that the child would hear her being bullied. Otherwise, the child would be even less inclined to study. "Lele, come back to stay at night. Tonight Mom stewed fish for you and bought you new shoes." Su Yang sat in the living room and heard the voice coming from the child's hut. "Mom, you really bought me new shoes, great. Is it the pair of 260s you were looking at before?" "It's not that pair, it's the pair of 860 CXS that Dad accompanied Mom to buy for you, it's the one you like the most." "It's that bad guy again. Mom, why did you drag him along to buy shoes? Be good, listen to Mom tell you." Su Yan listened carefully outside. Lu Shui described the whole process of Su Yang accompanying her to buy things in the afternoon to her daughter briefly. While saying it, she was also smiling happily. "Mom, you're not talking in your sleep, are you? I don't believe it, and I don't believe he would buy you more than $30,000. Silly girl, how could Mom lie to you? Come back from school and see if your shoes fit." "Okay. Hubby, take a rest, I'm going to give the child a fish stew, she still has one more class before she comes back from school." Lu Shui finished her phone call and came back in a hurry. Although she spoke to Su Yang very cautiously, there was clearly uncontrollable happiness in her eyes. "At night, will you wear your newly bought clothes for me to see?" "Aha." Lu Shui heard Su Yang's request and hurriedly nodded. But in the past, every time he looked at her in strange clothes, Su Yang would toss and turn. But it was also the time when he hit people the lightest. If he held back and didn't say anything, his daughter shouldn't be able to hear it even if she was next door. This kind of thing was kind of the easiest for her to accept. No matter what, this time he hadn't hit her once since he came back. After answering the question, Lu Shui hurriedly went to the kitchen to stew fish. Although she knew that Su Yang would toss and turn at night, her mood today was clearly different from before. This time, he took her to buy more than 30,000 without even blinking an eye. Just like a dream. Really quite happy. Su Yang had planned to go and help out in the kitchen with Lu Shui, but after thinking about it, he let it go. Everything has to be done in a gradual manner. Even if you want to make it up to her, you can't do it in one step. Take your time. When it's time to scold, it's a little bit of fun, not just gentle. The time to hit, also want to slightly mean, then grasp the strength, it is best to hit the more comfortable. Just like today to buy clothes, if not yell at her too, she really is not willing to spend money at all. Such a good woman, must have to be a good pain in the ass. Gradually let her gradually feel my change. Ding dong. Just as Su Yang was out of his mind looking at the busy Lu Shui in the kitchen, thinking about how to clean her up, a WeChat message came on his cell phone. Baby, is your stomachache okay? Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a secret sneer. You friggin' Lorraine. Up to now, you are still pretending to sympathize with my husband? My husband is having a hard time tossing and turning, you don't even look at him, how do you still have the face to call him baby? Su Yang mimicked Lu Shui's tone and scolded Luo Lin. Why are you still holding his cell phone? Give him your cell phone quickly, I have something to find him. My husband's asleep. He's not available. Lu Shui, you fucking wait for me, when Su Yang gets better, I'll make sure she sells you. I'll make you take clients every day. We'll see. Go away, you asshole. You bitch. Su Yang cursed with Luo Lin and then started thinking about how to fix Luo Lin. This woman is too bad. We must give her a good taste of her own medicine. Hubby, dinner is ready, are you hungry now? After Lu Shui made the meal, she came to Su Yang's front with a pleasing smile on her face. Although it was pleasing, the mood was indeed different from before. In her memory, it seemed that she hadn't been this happy for years. It really feels so relaxed and comfortable. Come and sit. Su Yang couldn't help but beckon, signaling Lu Shui to sit on his lap. Such a lovely, beautiful young woman. Su Yang really wanted to get close to her. In fact, he knew very well that although he and her were an old married couple who had already tossed around for more than 10 years, Su Yang didn't have any memories of the past. And his current mental age is actually only 21 years old. Lu Shui in his heart is the proper big sister, beautiful young woman. And it is still that brand new feeling. Husband. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang, her eyes flickered a few times, and then obediently sat up. I'm not too hungry yet, let's wait for the kids to eat together. Saying that, Su Yang then took Lu Shui in his arms. Good husband, wait, we'll eat the meal, let the child sleep after I change into new clothes for you to see, okay? Lu Shui meekly snuggled in Su Yang's arms, weakly whispered. She is actually very worried. Worried that Su Yang suddenly cannot help but toss people to let the child see the trouble. Well, no problem, you just need to listen well on the line. Su Yang deliberately said with a stern face. Aha, I must listen to my husband. This is more or less the same, I bought you clothes today, after every day to wear. If you still dare to wear those raggedy clothes, I might even beat you, remember? Okay hubby, I remember. Lu Shui meekly nodded her head and snuggled in Su Yang's arms, not daring to move a muscle. Knock knock knock. The two were talking when the door of the room was knocked. Daughter is here hubby, you must not be the same as the child, okay? Turn around, I will definitely listen well. Lu Shui was startled and hurriedly ambled to Su Yang's ear, quickly begging. Okay, got it, go open the door. Okay. Chapter 15 Anyway, it's all his fault, can't blame his daughter. After Su Lele entered the door, she saw Su Yang sitting at the dining table at a glance. However, she did not greet him. Didn't even look at him for a second glance. Su Yang turned his head and looked at his daughter, not angry in his heart. It was all his fault anyway, so he couldn't blame his daughter. Mom, this new nightgown of yours is good. Seeing Lu Shui, Su Lele's face then revealed a hint of a smile. Well, there is also yours, come good boy, come and try the new shoes. Lu Shui pulled the child towards her bedroom, with a happy smile on her face. Mom, you really bought me such expensive shoes, Su Lele picked up the new shoes with a happy smile on her face. Very quickly. She then changed into the new shoes and walked around the house. These shoes are really good, very comfortable. Lele, this shoe was bought for you by your father. I don't believe it. Su Lele couldn't help but skim her mouth and hummed lightly. Silly girl, this pair of salary is almost 1,000 yuan, how can mom have the money to buy it for you? Then who knows what kind of neurosis he is committing, I know anyway that it was mom who bought it for me. Su Lele shook her head, not admitting at all that her dad bought the shoes for her. Come and see the clothes your dad bought for mom. Lu Shui smiled and pulled the child, went back to the master bedroom and opened the cabinet where the new clothes were put. This. Su Lele looked at the brand, the price tag. Each piece is so expensive. Mom, did that man really buy them for you? Silly child, he's your father. Indeed, he bought them all for me today. Lu Shui said with a happy smile on her face. He's not having a nervous breakdown, is he? Silly child, what are you saying? Your dad actually still cares about me, it's just that he doesn't have a good temper. I don't believe it. If he cares about you, why does he still beat you every day? Su Lele shook her head, still not believing her mom's words. She knew that her mom would always say good things about her dad, no matter how hard she beat her, she would always say good things for him. Harm. You're still young. Sometimes when a man beats you, it's not necessarily because he doesn't love you, you'll understand when you grow up. And today also dad gave money to buy the fish, let me shout you back to eat. In fact, dad also love you very much. I don't recognize him anyway. Alas, you silly child. Lu Shui shook her head a little helplessly, then took the child and left the bedroom, ready to go to eat. Hubby, come and eat fish. The family of 3 sat around the table, and Lu Shui came up and first gave Su Yang a big piece of fish. Today I don't really want to eat fish, you and Lele eat it. Su Yang glanced at Lu Shui and quietly winked. Oh, dad doesn't want to eat, then this piece is still given to Lele, you see our daughter is thin it. Mom, that piece you eat it, I will clip myself. Su Lele glanced at her mom and pushed her chopsticks over. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to do it. Lu Shui said, then pushed all the plates to Su Lele's front. Su Lele twisted her head to look at her mom, didn't say anything, then smothered her head and started eating the fish. Hubby, hurry up and eat, we've been shopping for so long this afternoon, my legs are sore, let's all rest early today, okay? Lu Shui was also thinking of letting the child rest early, only then she could properly accompany Su Yang tossing. In the past, often a toss in the middle of the night. Well. Su Yang faintly nodded and gently answered. Then looked up at his daughter again. Su Lele ate quickly. Not long after, a plate of fish was all for her to eat alone. Perhaps she rarely ate in general, that's why her appetite seemed especially good. Mom, I still have a math paper to do, I'm going to study. Saying that, Su Lele left the dining table without lifting her head and walked towards her house. Well, go ahead, Lele. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang a little awkwardly, the child still did not greet Su Yang. She had originally thought of easing the relationship between their father and daughter, but now it seems that it did not have the desired effect. It's okay. Su Yang reached out and held Lu Shui's small hand and squeezed it, slightly shaking his head. Feeling his movements. Lu Shui thought that he wanted to toss it now and couldn't help but worry. Hubby, today Lele has to study, can you see that the matter of me wearing new clothes can be postponed a little? I am afraid that it will affect the child. Feeling that Su Yang has not been angry, Lu Shui's boldness has slightly increased. Well, just wait. Su Yang felt Lu Shui's meekness and was in a good mood. And it was also getting more and more excited. Thank you, husband. Not much time. The two of them also finished eating. Lu Shui hurriedly went to brush the pots and wash the dishes. Su Yang went to clean up and wash up. He knew that with Lu Shui, he would not be able to resist tossing and turning. As a 21-year-old young man, how could he possibly resist the temptation of such a big sister? Lu Shui's various conditions and performance had all reached his favorite standards nowadays. And there was still an apology for her in his heart. After Lu Shui cleaned up the kitchen, she also went to wash up, and did so very carefully. This was a habit she had always developed. This habit was also developed by Su Yang for her. As long as there is a little bit of odor or something on her body, she will definitely get beaten up. So she would definitely make herself smell good. She'll spray perfume all over her body. Hubby, just now I saw that Lele is still doing her homework, we still have to be late for a while, okay? It's okay. Su Yang wrapped Lu Shui in his arms and slowly chatted with her. The main thing is to talk about the child's study and so on, but also chat some paragraphs and so on. Unconsciously. The time came to 10:30 at night. Hubby, I'm going to look at the child. Said, Lu Shui went out of the bedroom and went to look at the child. Lu Shui was actually a bit anxious, she was worried that Su Yang would be anxious and angry. A few moments later, Lu Shui came back. Hubby, the child still has the last question that she doesn't know, she has been thinking about it and doesn't have much of a clue. This way, you take a picture of her paper and bring it over, I will take a look. Su Yang is still 21 years old nowadays with the memory of what he learned before, and he still has a good grasp of what he learned before. Not to mention Su Leilei's middle school knowledge. Oh, okay hubby, I will go and take a shot. Chapter 16. Even if I hit a little harder, I am willing to do it. Soon. Lu Shui went to her daughter's room again, took a picture of the last question, and then sent it to Su Yang through WeChat. Well, this question is not difficult. Su Yang took a look and immediately knew the solution. Hubby is so powerful, I can't even tutor Leilei now. I have forgotten almost everything I learned before. Lu Shui sat beside Su Yang and looked at his eyes pleasingly. Her voice was gentle and sweet. Perhaps it was Su Yang's good attitude towards her today that had kept her a little indescribably excited. Although she was still afraid of him, she couldn't help but be a little happy and excited. That's for sure. Could it be that all I'm good at is solving puzzles? Su Yang twisted his head to look at Lu Shui and winked. No. Hubby is good at a lot of things. Lu Shui's eyes flickered and lowered her head, her hands somewhat uneasily folded together. Right hubby, why don't you explain it to Leilei? Actually. In fact, Leilei's heart is still very fond of her father. Okay, I will go over and see. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Originally, I wanted to write out the solution to the problem and then let Lu Shui take it to the child. But if you explain it directly, it is definitely a good opportunity to communicate with the child. Okay hubby, I will go over and talk to the child first. Lu Shui couldn't help but see a light in her eyes and hurriedly jumped out of bed and headed for her daughter's small room. Su Yang, on the other hand, took his cell phone and followed behind. The door to his daughter's room was closed. Leilei, this question just now your father read it, he said he wanted to explain it to you. No need, tomorrow I will just find a teacher and ask. Good girl, now dad is really different from before, he really loves mom now. You also saw that he bought over 30,000 clothes for mom. Moreover, he also apologized to mom properly. He said that he would take good care of the family and would never hit mom again. Lu Shui was at her daughter's side, gently persuading. For Su Yang's behavior today, it made her really happy. She also hoped that her daughter could slightly forgive some of her father some. If the family loved each other together, then this was really no regret in death. And, really? Mom, ever since I can remember I've known he always beat you. Now you really know to turn back? Why don't I believe it? Su Leilei still can't believe what mom said. Good girl, let's say mom begs you to let dad tell you about this. Dad just said he's always loved you as his daughter. Isn't it a little too late? Row bar. Su Leilei lightly hummed, but in the end, she still nodded her head and agreed. After all, mom had said to beg her. No matter how much she hated her dad, she still listened to her mom. Good boy, you wait a moment. Lu Shui saw that her daughter agreed, and happily rushed to open the door of the child's house. Hubby, come and tell our daughter the questions. Good. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then walked into the house. Su Leilei pulled back and pushed the test paper forward. Nothing was said. But her meaning was clear, you speak, I'm listening. But Su Yang didn't care about his daughter's attitude. In fact, this was already a big step forward. Leilei, let's take a closer look at the requirements of this topic. Su Yang stood by his daughter's side, reading the question while talking to her. Lu Shui, on the other hand, stood meekly by Su Yang's side with a strong happiness in her eyes. How many years? This was the first time I saw the scene. Dad was finally patiently tutoring his daughter's homework. And the tone of speech was so gentle. Not long after. Leilei, is it right for Dad to analyze it this way? Well, yes. Su Leilei answered softly and then nodded her head. Good, come Leilei, Dad will give you another solution. Seeing that his daughter finally spoke to him, Su Yang's face couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Then, Su Yang had started to patiently explain another solution idea to his daughter. Lu Shui watched from the side and became more and more excited. It seems that her husband has really changed a bit. Later on, when I let him see myself wearing new clothes, I must work harder. Thinking about this, Lu Shui's face gradually warmed up. Leilei, isn't the solution a bit easier? Think about it. Su Yang finished talking about the solution idea and asked gently. Well, yes. Okay, then does Leilei have any more questions? No. Su Leilei's response was very simple and didn't even contain a trace of emotion. Well, good, then hurry up and finish writing this question and take an early rest. Su Yang looked at his daughter with indescribable relief in his eyes. The child finally spoke to him. The mood was really inexplicably pleasant. This rebirth, to have such a beautiful eldest daughter, is really a pleasant surprise. Leilei, why don't you thank Daddy? Lu Shui gently patted her daughter's shoulder and reminded her. But Su Leilei didn't answer back, she just smothered her head and wrote questions. It's fine, let Leilei write the questions. Su Yang pulled Lu Shui's arm and said softly, then pulled her to leave. Leilei, Mom went to rest. You finish writing and hurry to sleep. Well, I know Mom, another 5 minutes and I will rest. Su Leilei's answer to her mom's question was as dry as it was well behaved. Only to Su Yang, his father, his heart was still full of hostility. Even though she said that she had taught a question today, it only slightly alleviated some of her hatred. This hatred, the main, is from his mother scolding. After so many years, it had never stopped. Su Leilei had seen her mom's back and directly cried from the pain. For such a ruthless dad, how could she like it? Hubby, thank you. Lu Shui was tightly embraced by Su Yang, and even had the feeling of being a little out of breath. But she was really happy. Today was really different. Hubby seems to be really starting to change. Tonight. Must work harder, must make his heart happy. Even if it's just a little harder, I'm willing to do it. Just tomorrow. Will he still be at home? Chapter 17. Watching a dance like this, don't want to sleep tonight. Hubby, I'm going to see my daughter. As Su Yang embraced him tighter and tighter, Lu Shui looked in the direction of the next door with some concern. It looks like he is a lot more excited than usual today, and I don't know how he will toss it later. Oh, go. Su Yang only had to release the tightly embraced Lu Shui and slightly nodded. Harm. Lu Shui, over the years, it seems that the care of the child is really good. Even after beating her so much in the past, she still tried to do everything she could to protect her daughter. What a rare and good woman. Not too long after. Hubby, the daughter has fallen asleep. Lu Shui's voice was a little trembling. I don't know if it was because of excitement or fear. Good. Su Yan looked at Lu Shui's appearance, and his heart couldn't stop pounding. Finally, I'm going to get my own woman. Harm. I don't know how to say this, but I'm not sure how to say it. In fact, we've been married for more than 10 years. It's just that being born again has made Lu Shui a brand new existence in Su Yang's heart. And this existence is more mature, more beautiful, and more flavorful than it was 10 years ago. Hubby, I'll wear this pink one for you today. Lu Shui's voice was as gentle as honey. The flavor of pleasing was very strong. Moreover, with every word, she would stare carefully into Su Yang's eyes. At this time, her biggest worry was that he would suddenly storm out and either bite or hit. It was terrifying. She had experienced this countless times in the past. Every time, she tried her best to hold back, lest the child should hear it. Good, change it. Su Yan leaned back and sat on the bed, looking at Lu Shui with excitement and interest. This dress was only bought during the day, and the hang tag on it hasn't been cut off yet. Hubby, this pink one is more than 500, so don't mess it up later, okay? I am a little reluctant. Well, I know. Su Yang forced the excitement in his heart and nodded lightly. Thank you, husband, you are so good. Lu Shui smiled gently at Su Yang, and then began to change clothes. Not long after. In Su Yang's slightly reddened eyes, Lu Shui changed into a pink suit. Silky and beautiful. Hubby, let's proceed to the first step below, shall we? Lu Shui sat on her knees on the bed and said with deep emotion. It seems like she is going to perform some kind of program. Air. Su Yang could not help but be stunned. How? There are still steps? I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. I used to play with such a sense of ceremony? Okay, let's start. Su Yang stared unblinkingly at Lu Shui, constantly scanning up and down. Other than the vertical and horizontal scars on her back and the thin scars on her legs, the rest could be said to be perfect. Although she was already 35, her figure hadn't deformed at all. Although she had given birth to a child, the stretch marks from before had long since disappeared without a trace. Good husband. Lu Shui's voice was extremely sweet and gentle, but very low. There was a strong flavor of pleasing on her face. For more than 10 years. As long as Su Yang came back, this was a must for her. He usually came back sometimes every other day, sometimes once every 10 days and half a month. The longest is a month, for sure. As long as he came back, Lu Shui had to serve him strictly according to his requirements. Eat, drink, play and watch. Whether happy or not, that will certainly do it. It's just a matter of whether it's a lighter or heavier hand. After Lu Shui responded, she began her performance. Dance? Su Yang couldn't help but be a little confused. Lu Shui had actually started dancing. Wearing that pink-colored silk, she danced in a somewhat puzzling manner. Su Yang rubbed his eyes straight as he watched. This movement. If it was replaced by an ugly bitch to dance, it would definitely be super hot. But here in Lu Shui's place, it could make one's body sweat hot blood boiling. When did she learn to dance? No, right? In school, Su Yang knew very well that Lu Shui was just an introverted girl, weak and thin. She studied finance and accounting, and did not learn to dance in her spare time. How is it that she is still dancing decently now? It's just that there's not much space on the bed. So the amplitude of the dance movements is also relatively small. Su Yang watched with interest, looking up and down. This figure. This skin. Harmful. Just that back. But Su Yang ordered the best scar removal cream on Jingdong during the day. When it arrives tomorrow, it's going to be applied to her every day to try to recover sooner. Such a perfect back with so many scars, it's really a pity. As time went on, the dance moves were getting weirder and weirder. Su Yang really couldn't understand it. Anyway, it was never seen on TV. Such movements would only increase the heart's beating speed. Even every movement seemed to be permeated with a charming flavor. Unconsciously. Time passed 5 minutes. Lu Shui's dance was over. Fine beads of sweat were already seeping out from her body. She seems to be very tired. Hubby, are you satisfied with your wife's dance? If you are not satisfied, I can dance better. It's okay, it's okay. Looking at Lu Shui's tired and panting appearance, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a heartache. Especially her movements that completely let herself go, made Su Yang's brain go blank for a long time. How did the once introverted and gentle little girl become so passionate and bold? So many actions. Even in the small days of emotional action movies, have not seen This is simply too satisfied. It's more than I expected. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Honey, did you make up all these dance moves? It really looks too good. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui with a bit of curiosity, and reached out to help her wipe a handful of sweat from her forehead. Air. Salty and fragrant. Doesn't my husband remember? This is all my husband letting me watch the video to learn. Lu Shui sat on her knees next to her, with a pleasing smile on her face. Video? Su Yang could not help but be stunned. What the hell is this video? Can Ran, a gentle and virtuous young woman, dancing out this kind of dance that makes people's heartbeat faster? How many videos did my husband let you watch? Su Yang has no memory of the past. As for how she was instructed, conditioned and taught, she had no memory at all. Hubby, the videos you let me watch must probably add up to a few hundred. You used to make copies of them on your cell phone every time you came back, so that I could learn from them. How's it going, honey? I'm doing much better today, aren't I? Aha! It's fucking great. I was such an animal before. How could you let her learn to dance like that? It's over. I'm not going to sleep tonight after this dance. Chapter 18, Today's beating, I can't believe I got away with it. Honey, are you really satisfied? Lu Shui's eyes showed a touch of surprise. Yeah, really satisfied. Su Yang nodded his head with a bit of doubt. With just this kind of dance moves, he didn't believe that there would be any man who wouldn't be satisfied. Hey. Then hubby, let's proceed to the next step, right? In Lu Shui's pleasing smile, a look of fear and worry clearly came through. It seemed as if the next step was the most frightening step. Good, then let's go to the next step. Su Yang had no idea what the next step was, so he could only go along with what Lu Shui wanted. Whatever you say is what you say. It's just that he didn't expect that there were all these strange steps for two people to be together. Harm. People in this era are so damn good at playing. Good. Lu Shui's voice was filled with obvious worry and fear, and she warily got out of bed and came to pull open the big closet. From the previous large cardboard box, took out a few things. Air. Su Yang could not help but be stunned. Could it be that Lu Shui liked to play like this? These things, he had often seen in the small days of emotional action movies. It was just that he didn't expect that at the bottom of the big cardboard box, there were actually these interesting things hidden. Hubby hit gently, okay? Lu Shui's voice trembled, but still with a pleasing smile. This smile, however, looked a bit like crying. She picked up a thin cane and handed it to Su Yang with both hands. Then silently turned around and turned her back, which carried longitudinal scars, towards Su Yang. This. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned once again. I'm not a pervert. I'm not a pervert. Why would I hit my wife with a cane? No. I'm a pervert. It seems I used to beat her with the cane so hard. Most of the scars on her back look like they've been beaten with a cane. Okay, wife, get up. Saying that, Su Yang put all those strange things that Lu Shui took out back into the big cardboard box. The cane thing definitely won't be used in the future. As for the rest, take your time. Lu Shui suspiciously turned around and carefully looked at Su Yang's eyes. There was no anger. He really wasn't angry. Great. Is he not going to hit me today? Hubby, won't you hit me today? Lu Shui looked at Su Yang and asked weakly. Well, this step is cancelled today, let's talk about it tomorrow. Su Yang put away his things and leaned back to sit on the bed again. Then hubby, let's proceed to the next step then? Seeing that Su Yang directly cancelled the step of beating, Lu Shui's eyes couldn't help but reveal a touch of thick surprise. This beating today, surprisingly escaped. After so many years. This was surprisingly the first time. Too lucky. Lu Shui couldn't help but shed excited and happy tears. Okay. Su Yang didn't know what the next step was, so he could only look and see. Good. Lu Shui answered in a low voice, directly close to Su Yang, next to him into the quilt. Then. Lay down. Hubby, I am ready. The joyful and pleasing voice is full of shyness. Air. Su Yang now understood. The following should be his. So. What are you waiting for? The dance just now has long since made Su Yang feel a little faint. Snapped. Su Yang reached out and turned off the headlight. He turned on the small bedside lamp. At once. The light inside the house turned hazy. Early the next morning. Su Yang had just woken up when he heard the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen outside. It turned out to be Lu Shui who was preparing breakfast. While cooking, she seemed to be humming a little song. The sound was not loud, but Su Yang still heard it. Lele, hurry up and wash up, go to school in a while, don't be late. Because it is the third year, the school time is still relatively early. Okay mom, I'll clean up now. In the daughter's voice, there seems to be a little bit of joy. Not long after. Su Yang then heard the footsteps of Lu Shui, as if he was carrying a bowl to the table. Lele, mom put the noodles on the table. Got it mom. Lu Shui's voice was full of happiness, relaxed and cozy. The daughter seemed to have noticed her mom's happiness as well, and a smile appeared on her face as well. She fell asleep very late last night. Listened with her ears for a long time, and did not hear the sound of her father hitting. Nor did she hear mom crying. It seems that dad really didn't hit mom yesterday. Otherwise, mom wouldn't be so happy early in the morning. This is the first time I've seen mom so happy. She even hummed a little song. Su Yang looked at the messy bed, and couldn't help but have an uncontrollable smile on his face. Last night was really fucking awesome. It was the first time in my life. It's not right. It should be the first time in my life that I have memories. And also with a beautiful and gentle big sister. Simply. I can't describe it. Click. Just as Su Yang was foolishly recalling the wonderfulness of last night, the door to the room opened. Lu Shui walked in wearing the new pajamas she bought yesterday. Hubby, you're awake? Have you rested yet? Why don't you sleep some more? Lu Shui's voice still had a pleasing flavor, but it clearly had a feeling of concern. When Lele goes to school, let's rest for a while. Su Yang held Lu Shui's hand, couldn't help but feel some heartache again. if not last night. He did not know that the woman in front of him, the original, has always been so whipped and tossed over. Harm. Really let her suffer. Think about Lu Shue's introverted and weak appearance before, and then look at her meek and frightened eyes now. It's really heartbreaking. For so many years, she had been mercilessly beaten and scolded, but she had always held fast to her initial promise. Without this treasure of a woman, he, Su Yang, might have died long ago. Now reborn again. Maybe it's so that I can make up for this lovely good woman properly? Okay, hubby, I'll listen to you all. It was obvious that Lu Shue's voice was really much lighter. She didn't know if it was luck that she didn't get beaten up yesterday. But she deeply expected her husband to stop hitting her in the future. As long as she could cancel out the second step, she could definitely do the best dance in the world. Chapter 19. Take another day off, I want to stay with you. Click. With the sound of the door closing, Su Lele went to school. Only Su Yang and Lu Shui were left at home. Hubby, I have to go to work later, don't leave today, okay? I am so happy. Lu Shui was embraced tightly by Su Yang in his arms, the first time her mood became so good. So boldly hoped that he would stay. Because from yesterday to now, he really changed a lot. It even seemed like he had turned into a different person. In the past, every time he came back, he stayed for 2 days at most, and would leave when he was tired of fighting and playing. Once he went out, it would be as short as 3 to 5 days, or as long as 10 days and half a month, or a month, before he would come back again. Well, okay, then I won't leave today. Su Yang nodded and agreed. He also didn't know how he had fooled around before. Where he went and what he did, he doesn't even know now. If the expectation is good, then it is estimated that it is a drinking place, a card place, and a mahjong place. I don't know if it was fooling around at Lorraine's place. Looking at the old chat logs, there's only ambiguity, but nothing about dating or sleeping together. I don't know why. He used to throw away so much money for Lorraine. The New Year's holidays, all kinds of gifts. Just cell phone WeChat chat records of transfers and red envelopes. Su Yang probably counted, surprisingly, to her transferred more than 900,000 yuan. Damn! This is more than 900,000 ah! Just think of it and you'll be cold in your heart. Harm! This stupid woman in her arms has never given her any money. All that's left for her are scars and heartache. Hearing Su Yang say that he would not leave, Lu Shui could not help but get excited again. He is so gentle. He should have really changed, right? It shouldn't be a new way to play, right? If it is, then just keep playing like this. I, Lu Shui, am willing. Honey, why don't you take another day off? I'd like to take another day off. I'd like to stay with you. Lu Shui really wants this beauty to last forever. Or this time stops forever. Let him just be gentle forever and stay with her all the time and be happy. Listen, go to work, I am not leaving today, and I am not leaving tomorrow. Wife, your dance is really good, I want to see it every day. Hey. Lu Shui couldn't help but smile shyly. There was a time when she seemed to have lost her sense of shame in front of him. No matter what move she was asked to do, she didn't hesitate to do them. Because she was afraid of his fists. Afraid of the scary cane. Don't look at the cane is very thin, but if it is drawn to the body, it is a heartbreaking pain. But her husband has become so gentle today, making her suddenly feel shy again. Okay hubby, then I will dance for you a little longer tonight. I feel that there are still some movements that I am able to do. When I have time, I have to work out my body and enhance its flexibility. I know hubby likes to watch me dance. The look in your eyes yesterday, hey, I'm so happy. After the two of them ate breakfast together, Lu Shui happily hummed her way to work. Only Su Yang was left at home. So, he transformed into a carpenter, electrician, and sewer unclogger. Su Yang bought a variety of tools and prepared to spend some time to repair the home properly. The uneven legs of the table, the bed that rattles when it moves. One by one. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Su Yang opened the door and saw that it was the Jingdong courier. It turned out that the scar removal cream he bought had arrived. This is what he bought especially for Lu Shui, hopefully it will make her happy again. Ding dong. While Su Yang was busy repairing the bed, a message came from his cell phone. It turned out to be from Lu Shui. Hubby, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll buy it back for you after work. He. Su Yan looked at Lu Shue's message, and another warm current suddenly surged in his heart. This lovely woman, really good at caring. Gentle, meek, and simply obedient. Just that kind of jaw-dropping dance last night really made Su Yang still feel a little unbelievable even now. Let's buy some shrimp, let's both have some, and then we'll make some for our daughter at night. After Su Yang thought about it, he sent a message back to Lu Shue. I remembered that when I was in school before, once when Lu Shue followed him and Luo Lin as a light bulb to dilly-dally, she quietly ate a lot of shrimp. Thinking that Lu Shue would like to eat shrimp, right? Hey, I like shrimp so much, but hubby, I remember you never liked shrimp, right? Listen to me, buy more. After returning a message, immediately transferred another 2,000 yuan to Lu Shue. Moments later, Lu Shue's message came back. Hubby, I still have money, I won't take it shy? You don't take it try? Su Yang knew that no words were as simple and effective as saying this. Most importantly, Lu Shue was the most receptive to this way and would be a little happier in her heart. If it was too gentle, she would still think about it more. Good. He. Sure enough, it was not what Su Yang expected. After the message was sent over, Lu Shue quickly took the 2,000 yuan transfer. Buy more shrimp, let the child eat more, soon the midterm, nutrition must keep up. Nah, no husband shy. Su Yang realized that Lu Shue actually knew to send him love. In the previous chat records, never sent an emoticon. Nowadays, her mood was really changing. Hubby, I'm leaving. Well, don't rub it in. Su Yang could feel Lu Shue's happiness from between the lines of her words. It's just that the original caution is still always evident. Dang. Su Yang spent the morning repairing the big bed. This bed was really about to die of overwork. If it wasn't repaired, it could collapse at any time. Click. While Su Yang was repairing the bed, Lu Shue came back. Hubby. Just as soon as he entered the house, he heard a knocking sound coming from the bedroom. How did you fix things? For a split second, Lu Shue felt that her vision became blurred for a moment. Well, wife, the things on the dining table is for you to buy, wait for the night, I will give you to wipe. Woo. Lu Shue saw the scar removal cream on the dining table at a glance, and the tears gushed out at once. Chapter 20. It is not impossible to sell her for money. Hubby, hey. Lu Shue picked up the scar removal cream and ran to the bedroom, looking into Su Yang's eyes with a face full of pleasing colors. There was a smile in her eyes and a blush on her handsome face. Happy? Hubby, when I went to work today, my co-workers were envious of my new clothes, and the bag you bought me he. Okay, wear that purple color at night for me to see. Good husband, if you want to hit, then hit a few times, I can endure. Line, hurry to cook it. Su Yang's heart couldn't help but be touched again. This wife would rather suffer herself, but also wants to find ways to please herself. Good husband. Lu Shue said, happily putting away the scar removal cream into the cabinet, then hurriedly went to the kitchen. When Su Yang finally fixed the big bed, Lu Shue also made the meal. Hubby, let's eat. Lu Shue called Su Yang to eat while peeling shrimp for him. Got it. Su Yang cleaned up the bed and went to wash his hands. Why are you peeling so many shrimps for me? I will peel them myself if I eat. Su Yang faintly shook his head and directly pushed the bowl with shrimp to Lu Shue. Husband. Lu Shue couldn't help but be shocked in her heart and couldn't help but shiver. When I hugged you, I felt that you were too thin and choked. You must eat more for me, I like women with a lot of meat. Su Yang said, almost laughing in his heart. Actually, Lu Shue wasn't really skinny. The front is convex and the back is curvy, and the places that should be fat are actually not bad at all. It was just that in order for her to eat more shrimp, she could only say so. Oh. Well then husband, I will definitely eat more in the future, he. Lu Shue seems to suddenly realize that this is what Su Yang said on purpose, and cannot help but look at his eyes and giggle. I'm not kidding you, I'm telling the truth. Okay hubby, I'll eat. Said Lu Shue hurriedly put half a bowl of shrimp, all eaten. Hubby, you like Lorraine, is it because she has more meat? Lu Shue looked at Su Yang's eyes and asked carefully. If she compared to Lorraine, it was true that she was a bit thinner than Lorraine. Who said that I like Luo Lin? No shadow. Su Yang faintly shook his head. It was too late to hate her now, how could he possibly like her? If I could transfer all the pain that was inflicted on Lu Shue for so many years to Luo Lin, it would be awesome. Oh. Lu Shui did not dare to ask more questions and hurriedly lowered her head to eat. Although he was fine until now, Luo Lin had always been his scales, it was better to say less. Although she very, very much hated Luo Lin. By the way, husband, let us go back together to see dad on the weekend, okay? He's getting older now, you can't always not go back, right? Lu Shui carefully persuaded while eating. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Right, oh, it has been 15 years since then, I don't know how that dad is doing. Just 15 years ago, at that time Su Yang did not drink 2 potatoes to sleeping pills. Su Yang's dad and mom do not know because of what, a big fight, and then his mom jumped from the stairs. Since then, he has never returned home. Shortly after that time, he saw Lorraine getting into someone else's car and being kissed and fondled. So he was reborn 15 years later. He hadn't seen the dad again for at least 15 years. And I don't know how he's doing nowadays. Honey, go see him, will you? What father wouldn't want his child to be close to him? Su Yang put down his chopsticks and didn't say anything. Yes. Actually, what Lu Shui said is quite right. Didn't he, Su Yang, also want Lei to be close to him? Seeing his daughter ignoring him, he was also very unhappy in his heart. In fact, the reason why the mom and dad quarrel, until now he does not know. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, mom is finally gone. Su Yang and mom's feelings are very deep, so they have been hating dad, so they never went back. Honey, have you been to see him? No. I haven't. Lu Shui actually can't lie at all, especially in front of Su Yang. As soon as she lies, her eyes are flustered. It's okay, I won't hit you. Su Yang shook his head and picked up his chopsticks again. Thank you, wife. Su Yang said, reached out and pinched a shrimp, then carefully peeled it. After peeling it, he pinched it and handed it to Lu Shui. Husband. Lu Shui couldn't help but freeze, and her eyes were clearly shocked. He actually peeled shrimp for me to eat. Open your mouth. Oh. Su Yang's mood now turned a little low because he thought about his parents before. Seeing Lu Shui open her mouth, Su Yang directly stuffed the shrimp in. Thank you, husband. Line, let us go home on the weekend. Su Yang wiped his hands with a paper towel and gently said. Good husband. Lu Shui sniffed, a touch of surprise was evident in her eyes. Shrimp are for you, finish them for me. Su Yang really didn't love shrimp much, he didn't want to eat after eating only 2. Then pushed the plate to Lu Shui's front. Lu Shui nodded her head like a chicken eating rice. She felt that Su Yang's mood was a bit bad and didn't dare to speak much. Hubby, you rest for a little while longer, I'm going to work, and I'll let our daughter come back at night. Lu Shui sat up from Su Yang's arms and prepared to go to work. The nap time was very short, the two of them just embraced and chatted for a while. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I can. There are still a lot of things to fix, how can I sleep? After Lu Shui left, Su Yang started to busy himself again. For so many years before. Although he was the man of this house, it was actually no different from not having a man. He just used this place as a hotel. As for Lu Shui, in his eyes she was nothing more than a lady who didn't need to spend any money. As for that day in the neighborhood, that old colorful batch said about selling Lu Shui for 100,000 price, Su Yang actually thought that was probably true. Since he was able to beat Lu Shui like that, it means that he doesn't have her in his heart at all. It's not impossible to sell her for money. Damn. Luckily, I was reborn a little earlier. If Lu Shui really want to be that old colorful batch to spoil, that simply cannot dare to imagine. Chapter 21, Putting up a long line, preparing to fish. Ding dong. Just as Su Yang was busy, Luo Lin sent him another message. Is it Su Yang? Oh. Su Yang could not help but smile secretly, it seems that she was scolded by Lu Shui a little afraid. She didn't dare to call her baby even when she came up. Well, it's Lin baby these 2 days want me yet? Baby, is your stomach ache better? People miss you so much. Vomit. Su Yang endured the discomfort and continued to circle with her. Well, it's almost good, I'm at home in the afternoon, do you want to come over and play together Shibuya? Nasty, I'm not going to your house, said I'd buy me a bag, and you didn't give me any money, humph. Damn, 3 words without leaving money. I still do not know what flavor you slut, how can you mention money to me? When you haven't even kissed your little mouth yet, you're pissed off and hiccuped. Now that you've been reborn, you mustn't take revenge. Harm. Baby, don't mention money, okay? It's so tacky. We've been together for so many years, don't you know how I treat you? Humph. I saw a bottle of perfume yesterday, it costs over $10,000. Damn, it's still money. By the way, baby, these 2 days I know a person, is Lu Shue's relatives. This person is really too rich, open the car as may bucket. Su Yang planned, must have to dig a hole for this little slut. Think of ways to get her a little bit. Make her lose both her money and her family. What? Lu Shue's relatives? Don't mention this yellow-faced bitch in your family to me, it's pissing me off. What's wrong, baby? What's wrong, baby? You won't look at the WeChat records. She cursed me so hard. No, you have to kill her for me. I've looked, I don't see any records. I don't see any record. She deleted them all. I'll send you a screenshot. A few moments later, Lorraine sent over the screenshot of her and Lu Shue cursing at each other. Did you see that? It's all that slut scolding me, it pisses me off. Su Yang, didn't you say last time that you wanted $100,000 to sell her to Wang Lulu in your neighborhood? Cough cough cough. I'm so sorry. So that old sex maniac is called Wang Lulu. It turns out that he really discussed with him about selling Lu Shue to him. Harm. When I was sick this time, a relative of Lu Shue's family came over and introduced me to a money-making opportunity. How could I dare sell her? It would be self-destructive. This relative of hers is really rich? Driving a Maybach? Yes, baby, this relative is not even 40 years old. People are also handsome, but also particularly rich. It is said that he is not married yet. Su Yang started to set up the fishing line and hook. Anyway, no matter what, tell her a story first. Really? Lorraine couldn't help but thump her heart when she saw Su Yang's message. After so many years, wasn't this the kind of opportunity she was waiting for? From college to now, talking and talking, she had talked about 20-30 boyfriends. She had never met anyone who satisfied her. Now that she had such a great opportunity, she had to fight for it. Well, of course, baby. He's a close relative of Lu Shue's. She's never told me about him before. That's great. Why don't you introduce me to him? Let him introduce me to some money-making opportunities. It looks like Lorraine is a bit impressed. For Luo Lin, Su Yang has always been her most loyal dog licker. From college until now. So, she didn't think Su Yang would cheat her. If he said so, then it must be true. It's not good, baby, I don't want to give up. You look so pretty and cute. In case if he looks at you, then what should I do? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. For a woman like her, she would definitely take the bait. Look at what you're saying, don't you know how I feel about you? Don't worry, baby, my heart belongs to you no matter what. This I think it's better to wait and talk about it. He is a close relative of Lu Shue. Since you and Lu Shue are so stiff, I think it's better to forget about it. Su Yang took a step back and started to reject Luo Lin. 2 reasons were thrown out, all of which made sense. Baby, you don't know, Lu Shue is so godly now, I don't even dare to touch a finger of her now. She even said she won't let me contact you anymore, or she won't let her relatives introduce me to opportunities to make big money. Well, Lu Shue will be here soon, let's not talk about it. Okay. That's the end of the chat. Must give Lorraine a special difference signal. For the rest, let him guess. With her character, she would definitely think of ways to continue looking for Su Yang to learn more. Good baby, I know you must be angry with me these 2 days, right? I've been having problems with my body for the past 2 days, and I'm quite uncomfortable too. Otherwise, I'm sure I'd be over there with you right now, shy. Su Yang read Lorraine's message and didn't respond, continuing to hang on. Baby, I know that you must have missed me quite a bit in the past 2 days, so let me send you a selfie in your pajamas. It will definitely look better than the yellow face in your house. This is actually Lorraine's usual tactic. She always uses private photos, touching hands and feet and other small favors to fool people. Moreover, one has to give her favors to be able to touch them. Soon, Lorraine sent her 3 pajama private selfies. Grass. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Lorraine's photos. When this woman went to school, she still looked quite pure. How come it felt so flirtatious now? There was nothing wrong with her face and figure. But her whole person was permeated with a strong flirtatious flavor. Looking straight at Su Yang, she gave a jolt. Lu Shue was also flirtatious when she danced, But her kind of flirtatiousness only blossomed towards Su Yang alone. Her love and sincerity was also only on Su Yang alone. These were two completely different styles. Lorraine's was disgusting and made people feel dirty. It's like having your gum chewed by many people. Could you even put it in your own mouth again to taste the flavor? Eat? It's so damn disgusting. Lu Shui's, on the other hand, feels like the purest in the world. One can't help but pamper her. And this unique flavor of hers is full of bravery and risk. It's an expression of true love. See, baby, isn't that so much better looking than your yellow-faced shy? Lorraine sent 2 more selfies from other angles later. But Su Yang didn't even reply to her messages anymore. It's too disgusting, seeing too much affects the appetite. Chapter 22 Su Leilei's Change. It wasn't until Lu Shui returned home from work that Su Yang finished the repairs that needed to be done. Tossed a whole day's time. Hubby, it's really hard for you. You didn't bother to drink water all afternoon, right? When Lu Shui returned home and saw Su Yang cleaning up the debris left after the repairs, she couldn't help but see a sharp light in her eyes. He is so patient today, said. She hurriedly poured a cup of warm water and sent it to Su Yang's mouth. Hubby, drink water quickly. Whether it is the voice or that pleasing smile, it makes people feel extremely sweet and extremely flattered. Gulp gulp. Su Yang drank a few mouthfuls of water, then continued to clean up. Lu Shui went to the kitchen and called Su Leilei. Leilei, still come home at night. Dad bought you prawns again. Mom is making it. Lu Shui's voice was filled with relaxation and happiness. Lu Shui's voice was filled with relief and happiness. This time, the daughter agreed without much hesitation. Naturally, she could also hear that her mom was indeed quite happy. After all, it was hard to fake this kind of thing, being happy. After Su Yang finished cleaning up, he sat at the dining table and surveyed Lu Shui, who was busy in the kitchen. That body, that long legs, that face. The more you look at it, the more people get on fire. Looking at it, Su Yang was reminded of her beautiful and unrestrained dance. It really is. Too tantalizing. Too touching. Her beauty and flavor blossomed only for me. Her affection lives on only for me. Hubby, what are you looking at? Lu Shui seemed to sense Su Yang's constantly scanning gaze and turned her head to look at him. Look at you, I'm thinking about which dress I'll let you wear at night. Hey, whatever, hubby, let me wear whatever. Lu Shui knew that if her husband still didn't beat her like yesterday, then every night things, she still won't be repulsed. Even if it's to give him that kind of dance every day, it's still willing. Especially the third. As long as he is so gentle like yesterday, it can still be very happy and joyful. After the meal was ready, the two people sat together and chatted. Lu Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms and was hugged so tightly that she seemed to be a bit suffocated. She loved being hugged by Su Yang like this. Because only this way, she felt that this man really cared about her. As long as he didn't beat her hard, no matter what he asked her to do, she felt that she would be willing to do it. Not for anything else, she just wanted to make him happy. As long as his man was happy, then she would be happy too. Ringing. Lu Shui's phone rang. It was her daughter Leilei calling. Hello? Leilei, why aren't you home yet? Mom, when I rode my bike, I rolled into a brick and fell down. I might have broken my foot, it hurt so much. What's your position? Where are you? Mom immediately went to pick you up. The phone came from the daughter's miserable voice. Lu Shui a moment anxious. Just out of the school gate, to the south about 200 meters I'm on the roadside Well, you wait a moment, Mom will be right there. I'll be there in a minute, Mom will be right there. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. Although Lu Shui was anxious, her face still had a pleasing flavor. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Su Yang didn't stop at all and dabbed up. Running to the bedroom and grabbing the car keys, he pulled Lu Shui and ran downstairs. Husband. Looking at Su Yang's movements and look, it seems that he is more anxious about his daughter than her. Lu Shui suddenly felt that her heart was even warmer. Thump thump. Su Yang walked quickly, Lu Shui followed all the way at a trot. Not long. With a roar of a car, Su Yang with Lu Shui rushed out of the neighborhood and sped in the direction of his daughter's school. From home to school is still quite close, daughter riding a bicycle is also 10 minutes away. A few minutes later, Lu Shui saw her daughter on the side of the road. Is tiptoeing on one foot, holding the roadside poles. Soon. Su Yang drove around from the intersection in front of him and soon arrived at his daughter's side. Su Lele glanced at the car parked beside her suspiciously. Isn't this Dad's car? Was he the one who came to pick it up? Lele, are you alright? Lu Shui hurriedly pushed open the car door and came to Su Lele's side. Su Yang also got out of the car and walked over quickly. It still hurts. Come Lele, get in the car first, Dad will take you to the hospital to see. Su Yang reached out and opened the back door, greeting his daughter to get on the car. Lu Shui hurriedly helped her daughter and got into the car together, sitting in the back seat. Su Yang then loaded his daughter's bike into the trunk. Doctor, is my daughter's foot okay? Well, it's fine, just put on 2 plasters and rest for a day or 2, don't worry. Hearing the doctor's words, Su Yang then put his heart down. He was shocked when he heard that his daughter had fallen just now. After taking the plaster from the hospital, the family drove home. Because of the drive, there was not much delay. After arriving at the neighborhood and parking the car. Mom, my feet still hurt. Walk slowly, come on, Mom helps you walk slowly. Come on Lele, Dad carry you. Seeing his daughters walking and hurting, Su Yang really can't bear it. I'm sure it will hurt more if I have to walk up the stairs later. No need. The daughter shook her head and refused. In her heart, she didn't like this father at all. Although the impression is now slightly better, but do not want to let him touch, or feel a little awkward. Silly child, he is your father. He was more anxious than Mom just now, Dad has always loved you. Su Lele did not say anything, still stubbornly limping forward step by step. Harm. Su Yang sighed slightly and then came to his daughter's side and picked her up with a bend. Without being told. Walked directly towards home. Su Lele instantly froze. Even the brain became a blank. Foolishly looking at her dad, step by step, he carried her back home and placed her on the bed in the hut and sat down. Silly child, see, Daddy loves you so much. Lu Shui said gently as she helped her daughter change her slippers. Su Lele didn't say anything, just looked at Su Yang who had already walked out of the house. But in her stubborn eyes, there seemed to suddenly be a trace of indescribable warmth. Chapter 23 This silly wife, why are you so nice to me? Lele, Dad fixed something at home all day today, he is so nice to me now. Dad has really changed. You now weigh almost as much as Mom, how heavy? Dad carried you so far just now, I saw his forehead was sweaty. Isn't it Lele, does Daddy love you very much? Lu Shui chatted with Su Lele in the house in a low voice. Her face was full of smiles. I'm afraid that he has a 3-minute fever, if he doesn't hit Mom anymore in the future, I'm sure. Don't worry Lele, your father has apologized to me, he now talks to me gently and doesn't hit me at night. The two of them chatted for a while, and then came out to eat. Su Yang has been patiently waiting for the two of them. It was another happy night. Lu Shui was still not beaten. But her dance yesterday was a bit long and she changed 2 sets of clothes to dance. Although Lu Shui was a bit tired, when she saw Su Yang's dumbfounded and drooling look, she felt that it was worth it even if she died of exhaustion. To be able to make her man so happy is her greatest joy. In this way, 2 more days passed. The weekend arrived. Because of the graduation class, Su Lele didn't rest on weekends. Today, Su Yang and Lu Shui planned to go see their dad. After so many years, Su Yang had even forgotten what he looked like. And he didn't even know how he was doing now. Where he lives now, whether he's found another partner, and whether his health is good. It can be said that he doesn't know anything about his current situation. Buy so many things for what? Inside the supermarket, Lu Shui kept moving things into the shopping cart, and Su Yang just pushed the cart behind. Hubby, after all, we haven't gone back to see him since we got married. I thought that I could make Dad happier. Su Yang was silent and did not speak again. Forget it, let Lu Shui do what she wants. Anyway, this wife is genuinely thinking about him in every way. Hey hubby, why don't you hit me these days? Seeing that Su Yang seemed a bit unhappy, Lu Shui hurriedly came forward and changed the topic in a whisper. Want me to hit you so badly? Hey, if you hit it lightly, your wife can still accept it. Just, can we change something to hit? Oh? What do you want me to hit you with? What do you want me to hit you with? Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's pleasing smile, his heart instantly surged with a burst of warmth. He. Such a good wife, why couldn't I treat her well before? Hubby, how about you take a look at this? Air. Su Yang took Lu Shui's cell phone and couldn't help but stare. Isn't it that what little whip that is used exclusively between couples? You like this kind? Su Yang held back his laughter and glanced at Lu Shui. Well. Lu Shui nodded her head without hesitation, and her eyes seemed to be permeated with a kind of fascination. Hey, husband, I specifically checked. People say that this kind of does not hurt. Okay, place your order. Su Yang reached out and pinched Lu Shui's face. His heart couldn't help but get excited again. The duo came out of the supermarket and loaded everything into the car. Where does he live now? Su Yang didn't even know where his dad lives now. The place where he lived before has also been demolished a long time ago. Hubby, let me be your navigator. Oh, I knew that you must have gone to see him often. Su Yang nodded lightly, reaching out to stroke down Lu Shui's face. Hey. After all, he is our father, and my wife also hopes that you can get back together one day. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang pleasingly, her eyes full of apologies. Harm. This wife is quite thoughtful. Su Yang started the car, and under Lu Shui's navigation, he rushed towards the place where his dad lived. Silly and I, when did you get in touch with him? Su Yang couldn't help but change his name to Lu Shui. Hearing Su Yang's new name for herself, Lu Shui couldn't help but smile happily. She liked this new title very much. Because she heard Su Yang's love for her in it. Since we first got married, because of how you didn't go back then and beat me up, so I secretly went to visit. All these years you have been going? Hey, yeah husband, you won't be mad at me, right? Lu Shui looked at Su Yang with a twinkle in her eyes, still a little worried in her heart. Lazy to be angry. Su Yang faintly shook his head, reached out and twisted Lu Shui's ear. Of course, it was a very light kind. How is he living now? Did he find a new old lady? No, Dad, he hasn't been looking again, and he's in a bad mood every time I see him. He has several pictures of his mother-in-law in his house. Hubby, she's so pretty. Well, that's. Su Yang nodded and answered softly. He now lives in that neighborhood of Riverside Garden, and by the way hubby, his hair was all white long ago. Oh. Listening to Lu Shui's introduction, Su Yang felt that his mind had also become heavy. He knew that Dad must have been thinking about Mom all these years, or has been blaming himself. Mom and Dad's relationship before was still very good. Only later did not know what happened between them. To this day Su Yang also do not know. Silly and I, did he tell you about that year? No, all these years, he has never said anything. Seeing that he is not in a good mood, I do not dare to ask. Well, no. Su Yang reached out and shook Lu Shui's small hand, warm and soft. You knew back then that I liked Llewellyn. Why were you so stupid to marry me? I even beat you for so many years, stupid or not? Do you know husband, in fact, I have always quite liked you. As long as I see you and Lorraine together, I am very sad. When I found out that you had an accident that day, I went crazy looking for you. I don't know what happened, but I just couldn't let go of you. Harm. You're such a fool. When that thing arrives tomorrow, I'll beat you up every day. Su Yang quietly turned his head, reached out and rubbed his eyes, moist. Hey. This stupid wife, why are you so good to me? Chapter 24. Dad has 99 properties? Well, as long as you don't kill me, then feel free to. Lu Shui leaned back in the driver's seat and carefully watched Su Yang's every move. Just now. He was wiping his eyes, and it seemed that his eyes were a little moist. You know what, husband, I don't know if I have been beaten by you too much over the years. Maybe there are some problems in my mind. I feel weird these 2 days. How strange, wife. Su Yang couldn't help but glance curiously at Lu Shui. This big sister's face was fluttering with redness. It seemed like she was doing her third task. Hubby, I seem to be like a dream these days. Hey, it seems like I feel like I have changed my husband. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang, the smile in her eyes became even more intense, and the flavor of currying favor also became even more intense. Even her long legs, also unconsciously made a strong lean towards Su Yang's direction. A look of being at the mercy of the king. Then is it not good for my husband to look like this? Hey, of course it's good, and your daughter's attitude towards you has obviously changed. Is it that you have been beaten by your husband for so long this suddenly does not beat you, and then the heart is a little uncomfortable? Su Yang twisted his head to look at Lu Shui, a little heartbreakingly grabbed her hand. In fact, he knows. It is said that after someone is beaten more, they will gradually and slowly like this kind of violence. Anyway, it's what he heard, and I don't know if it's true. These days, my wife has been feeling carefully. You are really gentle with me. I can really be sure that my husband really cares about me and loves me. Lu Shui said. Her eyes were moist again, and even seeped out clear tears. In fact, my husband, as long as he really loves me, even if it is how to beat me, I am happy. I don't know how. Hey, I seem to want my husband to beat me twice again. Lu Shui said. Her face was like a layer of red cloth. Even her movements were a bit squirmy. In her eyes, there seemed to be a trace of longing. Air. In an instant, Su Yang understood that this wife seems to have some masochistic tendencies. Hey. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a burst of sadness. Such a good and gentle woman has been beaten to the point that her mind has become deformed. The damage. But fortunately, in the future, love her well is. I can no longer let her suffer a little bit of aggravation. There is also a daughter, must also have to take good care of, so that she earlier like others, happy. Riverside Garden is a bit remote. Su Yang drove for more than an hour before arriving. Although this place is remote, but the environment is very good, can be away from the hustle and bustle of the city. People who live here mainly want to have a clean environment. Hubby, turn right in front, Building 37, Unit 1. Under Lu Shui's guidance, Su Yang quickly parked the car in the parking space downstairs. The two of them carried down the big bags of gifts from the trunk. Phew. Su Yang's mood was complicated and his heart was pounding. I haven't seen my dad for years. I really don't know what will happen after I see him. Should I call him Dad? Will he still recognize me as his son? Will he still recognize me? Hubby, don't be nervous. In fact, I have already told Dad that you are coming. Oh. Su Yang calmed down a bit, then walked towards the door of the flat with Lu Shui. Dad's house is on the 9th floor, East Side household. When Su Yang stepped out of the elevator, he saw at a glance that the door to room 901 was open. Su Yang secretly took a deep breath and glanced at Lu Shui beside him. Hubby, don't be nervous. Well. No matter how long we have been separated, since we decided to meet, we always have to break through the awkwardness of the first meeting. As soon as he entered the door, Su Yang froze. In the living room stood an old man with a head full of white hair and a stick in his hand. His body was trembling slightly. The eyes were red and staring tightly at the person who came in at the door. Su Yang wanted to shout out a father, but when the words reached his throat, he felt like his voice was mute. His throat suddenly became particularly painful. As if he had not drunk a drop of water for 3 days in the desert. Dad, Su Yang, and I came to see you. Lu Shui walked 2 steps closely and placed the gift in her hand on the coffee table. Then she turned around to pick up the things in Su Yang's hand. Good. Good. Dad couldn't seem to get a complete sentence out of his mouth. Although the one he answered was Lu Shui, the one whose eyes had been staring intently at was Su Yang. Hubby. Lu Shui gently reminded Su Yang, hoping that he would take the initiative to call out to his dad. But Su Yang opened his mouth several times and froze without shouting out. My throat hurts. As if it were cut by a knife. Come Dad, you sit down first. Su Yang, he actually has always wanted to come to see you, just that he has been busy lately and hasn't been able to find the time. Seeing this, Lu Shui hurriedly went up to help Su Yang's dad. Trembling, he sat down on the sofa. Afterwards, he reached out and wiped his eyes. In fact, he didn't blame his son for not coming to see him at all. It was just that in his heart he wanted very much for his son to come to see him. After so many years. Looking forward to the stars and the moon. However, he didn't dare to ask his son to visit him. The past is still fresh in his mind. Su Yang's mom's face and smile seemed like yesterday. Goo 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 goo. Su Yang picked up a cup of warm water that had been poured on the coffee table and directly poured it down. His throat was finally a little better. Dad, I came to see you. Su Yang also turned around and sat on the sofa, twisting his head and saying softly. He knew that this sentence had to be said. In order to understand the situation back then, he had to still have his dad tell him. Good. Dad kept rubbing his eyes and gently answered. The son came to see him, really happy. Knock knock knock. The door was still open, and a man in a suit who seemed to be an agent was knocking on the door. Mr. Su, the rent for your 99 apartments this month has all been collected. I came to give you a brief explanation. Do you want to look at the bill? No need to look. Su Yang's dad didn't even look up, just waved his hand at the door. Chapter 25, really fucking like a pro master and mistress. Air. Su Yang sniffed and couldn't help but be stunned. What, 99 sets of real estate? Dad has 99 sets of real estate? I grew up so many years, how the hell do I not know? The first time I saw this, I was so happy to see you. She pulled Su Yang by her side and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Su Yang shook his head, do not know. Xiao Shui, you go to close the door. Good Lu Dad. Hearing her dad's words, Lu Shui hurriedly got up and closed the door. It seems that he may be about to say something. Click. The door is closed. Yang, I'm sorry for your mom. Woo. Su Yang dad twisted his head toward his son, and suddenly couldn't he hold back. He covered his face with his hands and burst into tears. Su Yang was instantly confused by his dad crying. Lu Shui returned to his side and sat down, not daring to say a word. For a long time, Su Yang did not say a word, and did not know how to persuade him, just staring blankly. Lu Shui is also quietly close to Su Yang, accompanied by tears. After so many years of repression, it is good to cry in front of your son and daughter-in-law. Anyway, there are no outsiders. It's not a crime for a man to cry. Yang, I know you hate Dad, 15 years I spent every day in regret. If your mom does not go, we are together as a family, how good oh. How are you sorry for my mom? As soon as he mentioned his mom, Su Yang couldn't stop hating his dad. Back then, Mom so loved him to take care of him, but suddenly because Dad jumped off the building. Until now, he did not know the reason. Hey, just now you can see, it is because of the dozens of houses. Su Yang's dad wiped his tears, his voice whimpering. I'm not a human being. For the sake of another woman who does not love me at all, let your mother discouraged and disappointed. Slowly, Su Yang's father began to recount his past. It turns out that Su Yang's dad was also once a woman's loyal licking dog. He spent tons of money on that woman. But then she dumped him. Su Yang's mom was his childhood friend and had a crush on him. She married her when he was at his lowest ebb. Originally, they had a happy family and a cute son Su Yang. But then, the woman was dumped and came back to Su Yang's dad, hoping to renew their relationship. So, Su Yang's dad relapsed into his old feelings and quietly got in touch with the woman. He continued to spend a lot of money on her. In fact, Su Yang's dad is very good at speculating in real estate, relying on his own efforts. He earned more than 300 houses. But the matter of owning so many houses, he never told his family, including Su Yang. Then one day, when Su Yang's mom came home, she saw the wonderful scene in the bedroom. It turned out that Su Yang's dad and that woman were having sex. They were talking about giving the woman the property. So, Su Yang's mom completely broke down. So, she decided to commit suicide. I'm confused. That woman only came to me for my money. Once I ran out of money, she was faster than anyone else. I regret that I can't live again after death. Woohoo! Su Yang's dad was crying in pain. It was as if he had lost his most precious thing. Su Yang listened quietly, and his face couldn't help but turn a shade of red and white. He didn't even dare to look at Lu Shui beside him at all. For the past 15 years, it seems like he has just been walking on his dad's old path. Fortunately, Lu Shui had been strong and stoic, and finally waited for his rebirth. Fortunately, everything was not too late. Lu Shui tightly embraced Su Yang's arm, tears falling down. Sympathizing with her mother-in-law, sympathizing with her father-in-law, and even somewhat sympathizing with herself. But she also felt that she was incredibly lucky. After all, her husband suddenly came around. These days, it could be said that he had never been so gentle to her. So much so that it made Lu Shui feel that she so wanted to let him beat herself properly for a while longer. For a man who truly loved himself, even if he was beaten hard, he must be smiling and crying. Harm. It's so damn much like the two of them. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly let out a long sigh. He was indeed a lot luckier than his dad. At least Lu Shui is still in his arms. No matter how much he scolded and beat her, she still endured and loved deeply as always. Even if her love has become deformed, she still holds on to it without any hesitation. Okay, Dad, don't cry. I don't hate you anymore. Su Yang hesitated for a while and finally said the words to persuade his dad. Harm. You are more pitiful than me, at least Lu Shui is still by my side. With that, Su Yang took Lu Shui in his arms and embraced her very tightly and tightly. Even let her breathless. Husband. Lu Shui looked up at Su Yang, her eyes red, her eyes full of happiness and expectation. Yang Yang, treat Xiao Shui well, remember not to follow my old path. I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Although Su Yang does not hate his father, but he did not speak gently. Favorite mom is gone, how can be gentle down? Well, all these years, if it wasn't for Xiao Shui coming to see me often and saying nice things about you, maybe I wouldn't have anything to look forward to at all. I actually have long wanted to go to you to find your mom. Find what to find? Live well for me. Snap. Su Yang couldn't help but get angry and reached out to slam the coffee table. You now have a big granddaughter, beautiful and cute. Don't you want to meet her? Okay. Give me a good life, turn around and I will come back to see you. Su Yang now only felt upset, pulling up Lu Shui turned around and left. Hubby. Shut up. Lu Shui was shocked and didn't dare to speak anymore. Thumping, she followed Su Yang and left. Although Su Yang knew his dad's pain, he still couldn't completely let go of the hatred in his heart so quickly. Need time this catalyst. To slowly forget the previous pain. Chapter 26 finally still can't help hitting her. Boom. Su Yang waited for Lu Shui to get into the car, and with one foot, he pushed the gas pedal into the gas tank. He was annoyed and didn't want to stay for a moment. The car quickly left the neighborhood, rushed onto the main road, and sped directly to the suburbs. Lu Shui nervously looked at Su Yang, trembling in fear. She knew that he was really irritable. It was better to stay honest now and be mentally prepared to be beaten up or tossed around by him at any time. In the past, he was often this state, temperamental feeling. Not long after, the car drove into a sparsely populated open park. The park was full of trees and the environment was very nice. The car stopped. Su Yang directly plopped down on the steering wheel without saying a word. The matter of his mom and dad had messed up his mind. If this world his closest and most loved person, it must be mom. But mom chose to lighten her life because she was betrayed. Hey! It's really not worth it. For a long time, Su Yang sat upright and turned his head to look at Lu Shui, who was too scared to move. Go to the back. Well. Lu Shui hurriedly nodded and got down from the passenger side and hurriedly went to sit in the back seat. She did not know what her husband was also doing. The heart was always on edge. Su Yang also got out of the car and then also came to the back seat. As soon as she reached out, Lu Shui was embraced in Su Yang's arms. It was very tight. Su Yang knew that Lu Shui liked to be held tightly by him like this, the tighter the better. And he also wanted to release his inner depression through this way. Hubby. Lu Shui seemed to be suffocating a bit. However, her face was permeated with a thick blush. She liked to be hugged by Su Yang in such a safe and secure manner. She felt. Although Su Yang was depressed, he did not love her any less. For a long time. Hubby, I love you no matter what you do to me, I will be with you for the rest of my life. Lu Shui curled her red lips pleasingly, and her breathing was very rapid. No matter how I hit you? No matter how you beat me. I know that my husband loves me very much, and I feel very happy to be beaten by someone who loves me. Lu Shui's voice murmured, and her eyes were a little bit lost. For the first time, she felt Su Yang's love for her when he was annoyed. Slap. Su Yang didn't hesitate and slapped him. In an instant, Lu Shui went limp in Su Yang's arms. Her eyes flashed, full of anticipation and excitement. This open park was extremely quiet. Until Su Yang and Lu Shui finished, they didn't pass by a single person. Hubby, thank you, I'm so happy. Although the place that was beaten was a little red and swollen. But Lu Shui's mood turned extremely good. She felt as if she had deeply enjoyed this way. Hubby, are you hungry? Why don't I go home and cook you dinner? Well, let's go. Su Yang shook his head, feeling that the way he treated Lu Shui just now was indeed a bit excessive. This time, not only tossed her, but also beat her. Just unexpectedly, Lu Shui was even happier. The speech was also more gentle and her eyes had a more pleasing feeling. Ding dong. The two had just sat in the front and started the car when Lu Shui's cell phone rang. Hubby, Lorraine added me on WeChat, should I give her a pass? Give her a pass, huh? This son of a bitch. Su Yang nodded and then cursed again. Okay, hubby. Although Lu Shui didn't know why Su Yang let him through, she knew that he definitely wouldn't like that woman anymore. Hubby, she's getting close to me and saying nice things, and she even apologized to me. Lu Shui took her phone and read the message sent by Luo Lin to Su Yang. Well, I told her a story. After Su Yang vented, he also felt much more comfortable in his heart. So he told Lu Shui about his plans to get back at Luo Lin. No matter what, there was no way to make her feel better. This woman has at least fooled herself for nearly 2 million, and there are 800,000 on the WeChat record alone. Okay hubby, I'll listen to everything you say. Lu Shui, of course, also hates Luo Lin. These 10 years or so, Su Yang has been held in the hands of Luo Lin. So much so that it keeps their little family in hot water all day long. Just don't scold her and don't talk to her much, just look like you're in love with her. If she wants to find that close relative through you, you just refuse. Anyway, don't give her any chance at all, it's up to hubby later. Aha, good hubby. Lu Shui happily looked at Su Yang's look and kept nodding her head. She knew that Su Yang had indeed changed his mind now and really no longer liked Luo Lin. As long as there was no instigation from that woman, Su Yang would definitely be the most best man in this world. Awesome in every aspect. Hubby, she's really asking me about that close relative, huh? This slut, all she thinks about is other people's money. She's had no less than 20 boyfriends. What a disgusting woman. Well, it is indeed too disgusting. Su Yang could not help but be secretly embarrassed for a moment. For so many years, Su Yang was so disgusting woman at will. Luckily, he has less money, otherwise he would have been snubbed for so many houses like his dad. In a big city like Zhangcheng, houses are very expensive. Just say you don't know, and don't tell her if you do, so he won't hit on your husband either. Well, that's how it went back to her. Harm, this woman's skin is so thick. As long as there is money to be gained, she will find ways to get closer to you. Anyway, there is no hurry to go home. Su Yang drove very slowly. Lu Shui reclined in the passenger seat, happily looking at Su Yang's. The heart is getting more and more pleasant. Hubby, the one I bought on Jingdong has been shipped. It can arrive early tomorrow morning. He. Good. Hit you every day in the future. Su Yang shook Lu Shui's hand. His heart couldn't help but feel another burst of excitement. A rebirth over, met such a superb wife. Even the process of grinding guidance is not needed. Chapter 27. Today will be our new marriage. Still buying me wine? Aren't you afraid I'll drink too much and go crazy? The two of them bought some dishes at the supermarket. Lu Shui also deliberately went to the wine rack to get a bottle of red wine. On a good weekend day, couples and red wine are still more compatible. Lu Shui was also a person who knew how to be romantic. In the past few days, she felt that her married life with Su Yang was getting better. He loved himself and his daughter. All of these days were really perfect. It was exactly like in Lu Shui's dream. Although he beat her today, but it was her initiative. And it made her feel a different kind of joy. Hey, let's drink a bottle, won't get drunk. I know that my husband has changed and is no longer the same as he used to be. The stigma of more than 10 years of beating and scolding is certainly not something that can be gotten rid of overnight. But as long as Su Yang is not angry, Lu Shui feels especially relaxed. Especially in the last few days, she was so relaxed that it felt a little unreal. Until Su Yang hit her in the car today. She felt that the original happiness belonging to her Lu Shui really came. Well, then listen to you. Looking at Lu Shui's shyness in her smile, Su Yang couldn't help but nod his head. Being taken care of by such a woman was really too happy. To think that when I just woke up reborn, I thought that she was a lady picking up customers. That pitiful and helpless look, meek and persistent emotions, really deeply shocked Su Yang. Hubby, you're tired today, go rest for a while, I'll call you when I'm done. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Su Yang nodded and went directly to the bedroom. Changing into his pajamas, he directly got under the covers. Harm. It's still a bit tired. Although Su Yang's sole memory was from when he was 21 years old, his body was 36. Moreover, he used to play cards and drink and fool around a lot, and his life was not regular at all, so his physical condition was not very good. After working in the car for a while in the morning, he was indeed a bit tired. On the contrary, it was Lu Shui, full of spirit, completely without the appearance of fatigue. Previously, she had often dance training. Physically speaking, she was indeed much better than Su Yang. Ding dong. Su Yang rolled over and picked up his cell phone from the nightstand. It turned out to be Luo Lin. That slut sent a message. Baby, people miss you so much. Miss me where Shibuya? Anyway, think Lousy's money is definitely not there. Want a color also do not give mainly too disgusting. When will that relative of Lu Shui's come to see you next time? Why don't you call me for dinner? I'll pay for it. I don't know. I think it's coming soon. I'm sure Lu Shui will be there whenever we eat together. If Lu Shui agrees, I'll agree. I'm just afraid that that guy will look at you. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in this world. Baby, you think too much. After all these years, can I not understand your heart? I know Lu Shui listens to you the most. Why don't you tell her more? Why don't you talk to her more? I know you've been on bad terms with her all these years, and she probably won't listen to me. This is a simple matter. I will go to buy a bag to give her this afternoon, the woman which does not like the baguette. Lorraine contacted Lu Shui in the morning, but was rejected dryly. But if you buy a gift, plus Su Yang mediates from it, it will definitely be better. This then wouldn't that break your bank? I bought her a 10,000 plus bag 2 days ago. But she did tell me she wanted to buy a necklace. But the money I have on me right now is all invested in the project, and I can't buy it for her for the time being. Su Yang couldn't help but smile secretly, treating others the way they want to be treated. As long as she is thinking about pursuing that big boss, she will definitely be willing to shed some blood. Over the years, Lorraine has snubbed so many men and still has quite some savings. $30,000 to $50,000 would be a piece of cake. But if she buys a gift, she may not spend the money herself and will probably snub other men to buy it for her. Harm. It's not a big deal. I'll buy her one this afternoon. Don't worry, with my knowledge of her, she'll be satisfied. Lorraine is indeed much richer than Su Yang now, and really doesn't care about this investment in order to get to know the big boss. Although she couldn't see Su Yang, she believed in Su Yang's loyalty to her. After so many years, holding it to death. It is to let the baby broke the cost. I now give Lu Shui talk is also polite, simply do not dare to hit her, hey. In the future, we are all polite to her, not on the line, we are not just thinking about making a lot of money. Well, what the baby said is, damn, this afternoon to see if this slut will take the bait, right? If you've got the first one, you need the second one. Let's see how much we can squeeze out of her. Hubby. Su Yang was asleep when he suddenly heard a delicate voice that woke him up. Opened his eyes and could not help but be shocked. In the middle of the day. Lu Shui even changed into the clothes that she only wears for dancing at night. A pleasing smile spread across her face. It seemed that she was still immersed in the atmosphere of the morning in the car. Does your ass still hurt? There is still a little bit of red, it's okay, it doesn't hurt at all, hee. Get up, husband, the meal is ready, the red wine is also poured. This is the first time in our lives that we've had such a romantic dinner. Good wife. Su Yang smiled and nodded, and quickly sat up. After 10 years of marriage, I really haven't had such a romantic meal with her. Since she attached so much importance to it and even changed into that kind of trance-inducing clothes, it would be a good idea to accompany her. For Lu Shui, this happiness was really hard to come by. What was most taken for granted in other people's eyes, in her case was perhaps a happiness that she hadn't experienced in many years. A simple meal, a bottle of cheap red wine, can make her happy beyond her control. After a bit of washing up, the two of them sat face to face at the dining table. There was a red candle on the table. The red and flickering candle flame was just like the mood of the two of them at this time, warm and affectionate. Hubby, to us today as our newlyweds. Good. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui's jade-like body, blushing pretty face, and nodded heavily. Chapter 28 Brother, we are so lucky. In Su Yang's memory, this is actually his new marriage. It is just that this newlywed ceremony is also a little too simple. Without the memory of the past 10 years or so, it is naturally equivalent to not having been newlywed before. At that time, Lu Shui was still a skinny little girl, introverted and easily shy. Now, has been refined by life and Su Yang into a flavorful and mature young woman. In front of Su Yang, she can let go of the special open. As long as you want her to do, basically can do whatever you want. The past few days of getting along with her maid Su Yang truly feel this. Ding! The wine cups collided. The two of them exchanged cups and drank. This was the newlywed. Lu Shui of the two of them took it seriously. In Su Yang's consciousness, this was supposed to be true. One had love, the other had love. The two of them ate and drank, and a bottle of red wine quickly went down. Lu Shui's pretty face was red, her eyes were red, and tears of happiness fell from time to time. Hubby, I still want to drink. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang and started to be pampered. The 21-year-old soul looked at the 35-year-old big sister and pampered her. It was really interesting. There is no more red wine. Su Yang knew that Lu Shui wanted to get drunk and did not want to stop her. Hey, there is still a bottle of white there. Lu Shui pointed to the shelf in front of the kitchen. That is the white wine that Su Yang used to drink. This bottle is still unopened. Honey, you will get drunk. Hubby, today is our first day of marriage. I want to get drunk. Lu Shui is actually already a little drunk, but I don't know if I am really drunk. Maybe it is the wine that doesn't make you drunk. Well, okay. Su Yang nodded his head and agreed. Since you want to get drunk, let us get drunk. After so many years of pain, I hope this alcohol can help her wash it away. He. Lu Shui hemmed and hawed and ran over to bring the wine over. The silky strands of her body, covering Lu Shui's pride, appeared at times. Su Yang felt as if it was a little hard. This mature big sister, really good. Hubby, pour you a cup, pour me a cup. Lu Shui did not know whether it was intentional or she really drank too much, and with a smile, she filled both of their red wine glasses. Red wine with white wine, one glass is better than two. Hubby, you eat vegetables. Hubby, cheers. Silly and I, drink slowly, drink so hard for what? Hey, hubby, it feels so good to be dizzy. Lu Shui's drunkenness is getting heavier and heavier, and her speech is starting to be upside down. Perhaps this is the first time in her life she cried and drank at the same time. It didn't take long for the two of them to drink another bottle of white wine. Su Yang also felt dizzy, really cannot drink again. The two people are half drink. Lu Shui did not drink less than him. Hey big brother, today I accompany you. Do not want money to go, big brother, with me. Lu Shui smiled and squinted his drunken eyes, grabbed Su Yang's collar, and walked towards the door. I leaned. The direction is not right. If she opened the door and went out, if she was seen, it would immediately set off the neighborhood. The whole body was covered in silky clothes that weighed at most 2 taels. Wearing even more than not wearing do. Su Yang could not help but hit a jolt, a pull Lu Shui. What is wrong big brother, I really don't want money, oh the wrong direction, he. Lu Shui pulled Su Yang's collar crookedly toward the master bedroom. On the way, she also stopped and identified the direction twice. Big brother, you out looking for flowers, not afraid of your wife, no? By the way big brother, what's your name? You are my first guest, I want to remember you. Lu Shui hugged Su Yang, laughing and talking crazy, and I don't know if she is really drunk. Little sister, my name is Su Yang. Since she is happy, I will accompany her to go crazy. Although Su Yang was dizzy, he was still relatively conscious. Su Yang? Su Yang. Why do I feel this name is so familiar? Hey, I remember, my first love's name was Su Yang. Brother, we're destined to be together. Not long after. Lu Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms. Big brother. No big brother, you should still call me auntie, he remember a few days ago, there was a person who shouted at me just like that. From that time onwards my life has changed drastically, oh. Lu Shui said to herself, a moment later cried again. Straight cry a twitch. Aunt. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and directly obeyed Lu Shui's request. With his 21-year-old soul memory, there was nothing wrong with calling Lu Shui auntie. He. Hubby. Is it really you? I am not dreaming, right? I feel like this is real. Lu Shui curled up in Su Yang's arms in a daze, crying for a while and laughing for a while. Oh. Silly girl. Su Yang embraced Lu Shui tightly at once, in her favorite way. And the more he embraced, the tighter. In a moment, Lu Shui was a little out of breath. Hubby, I know it's you, I remember you, this hug, so happy. Lu Shui kept shedding tears, but her face took away a smile like a flower. This is really laughing and crying. Unconsciously. A burst of sleepiness came, and both of them fell asleep in a daze. Because they both drank a lot, nothing was accomplished. Ding bell. Ding bell. Su Yang's cell phone stubbornly rang over and over again. Finally, Su Yang was woken up. Hello? Su Yang picked up his cell phone and answered the call without looking at who was calling. Su Yang, what are you doing? Why don't you answer my call? Lorraine, what's up? I just bought a necklace for Lu Shui. Should I send it to the neighborhood for you, or should you come over to pick it up? Shit. This slut is actually willing to bleed. When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his spirit. Drunkenness dissipated for the most part. Chapter 29. Auntie, still dizzy? You go to the door of my neighborhood, I'll go get it. Lu Shui is sleeping at this moment, I guess I'll wake up in a while. Su Yan looked at the sleepy Lu Shui, couldn't help but pinch her little nose. This body is so beautiful. Well, okay, 20 minutes later, see you at the door of your neighborhood. You must make Lu Shui happy. Must make her accept this necklace. Okay, I'll do my best. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Boo! While Lu Shui was asleep, Su Yang scanned it properly a few times. Only then did he start dressing slowly. It was now 4:30 p.m., there was still some time before his daughter got out of school, so let Lu Shui sleep a little longer. Hopefully when she wakes up, it will be a brand new her. What's going on? Su Yang, always not answering my calls, nasty. Opposite is the flirtatious Lorraine, wearing a big red dress and crystal shoes. She is wearing a big red dress and crystal shoes, and her hair is in big wavy curls. I don't know, if you take away the flirtatiousness, she's still quite good looking. I'm sorry. This is not to accompany Lu Shui, well, you know, ha. And, in broad daylight, cannot hold back. She's really a slut. Here, this necklace cost me more than 30,000 yuan. I'll tell you first, this necklace must be sent to Lu Shui's hands. In Lorraine's haughty eyes, there is a touch of disdain. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'll be able to. Xu Yang smiled and said, reached out and took the handbag containing the necklace. Baby, let's play in this place at night. Baby, don't be ridiculous, didn't I send you several pictures? You have to keep Lu Shui company now, okay? The photos don't matter, you wear so much. Nasty line, I'll send you better photos tonight. I will send you a better picture tonight. Lorraine's eyebrows seemed to be permeated with a trace of impatience, and she also looked at the time from time to time. Okay baby, then I am leaving. Su Yang pretended to be reluctant to leave and turned to leave. Grass. It was really a necklace that he spent more than $30,000 to buy. Su Yang walked on his way back and opened it to take a look. It seems that in order to be able to flatter Lu Shui, it really is a bit of blood. After returning home, Su Yang put the necklace in the most conspicuous place above the bed. As long as Lu Shui woke up, she would definitely be able to see it. Time passed by a minute and a second. Lu Shui suddenly woke up. Phew, zip. Outside, the kitchen was ringing with the sound of cooking. Who is cooking? Lu Shui twisted her head to look for her cell phone to check the time. Zhou Fufu? What is this? Lu Shui couldn't help but stare, and then couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. This can't be the husband to buy it, right? Lu Shui happily took the small carry bag by the bedside in one hand and couldn't wait to open it. Necklace. What? 33,000? This husband. For a moment, Lu Shui couldn't help but choke. He's spending money on me again. Just a few days ago, he spent more than 30,000 on clothes, and this time he spent more than 30,000 on a necklace. This won't do. We still have to live in the future, how can we spend money so recklessly? Although Lu Shui was moved to tears, she didn't want Su Yang to spend more money for herself. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to let Su Yang spend more money for me. Lu Shui looked at the silk on her body and her little face instantly reddened again. Lu Shui quickly changed into her pajamas and put on the newly bought necklace as well. Hubby. Lorraine came out of the bedroom and ran into the kitchen with a shy smile. Come, let me do it. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang, who was busy in the kitchen, and her mind could not help but be in a trance. Since we got married, we had never seen him cook a meal in all these years. He has really changed a lot. Auntie, still dizzy? Put. Listening to Su Yang's flirting, Lu Shui burst out laughing at once. She still had some memories of being drunk. Big brother, I'm not dizzy anymore, it's still okay for me to give you 2 dances at night. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang with a shy smile, feeling that her guts were getting bigger and bigger. In the afternoon, she did drink too much and said a lot of crazy things. Even deliberately took Su Yang as a John. Followed the role play of that day and interpreted it again. Good little sister, the night depends on you. Splat. Saying that, Lu Shui received another slap. Hey, don't hit me like that tonight, okay? My daughter will come back. Please, good brother. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. Su Yang said, lifting up the necklace on Lu Shui's neck, and couldn't help but smile. Hubby, don't buy any more gifts in the future, okay, we still have to live. Lu Shui looked at Su Yan pleasingly, her tone was extremely gentle. Ha ha. Looked at Su Yang and laughed, his heart was a little puzzled. This is what Lorraine bought for you, she is pleasing you, don't worry about wearing it. Wear it well, Pop. Hey, well. There is no need to reason about anything, a slap will do. Not only do you wear it obediently, but you're also happy and red in the face. Remember, in the future, if she comes to you for a chat, just be a little bit nicer. As for the meeting with relatives, keep finding excuses to shirk. Just starting out, this just where to wear Good la husband, I know. Hubby, when did you learn to fry You've never done it before. Harm, never done does not mean will not well. Su Yang said, reaching out to turn off the stove fire. It's done. Stay a little longer, Lele will be back. Su Yang, did you give the necklace to Lu Shui? Did she take it? Su Yang took Lu Shui's shoulder and just sat down. He received a WeChat message from Luo Lin. No at harm, she is angry with me, do not want to accept your things. Also said on this a small necklace, shoddy who? After writing the message, Su Yang sent it out. No way Su Yang, that slut in your house, all her clothes add up to 30,000? How can she still have the nerve to say it's a tiny necklace? Humph. Pissed me off. Humph, she's the big slut. After reading Luo Lin's message, Lu Shui was also a bit angry. Now my family Lu Shui is not the same, that close relatives can be hundreds of millions of assets, turn back to just give her a little, that is not a small amount of money Harm. You then talk to her well, really line, I know. I'm pissed off. Although Lu Shui is depressed, there is nothing she can do. She knows Su Yang will not cheat her. Chapter 30 The Little Pussy are for you. Su Lele came back. The family ate together and the atmosphere was a little more cordial. Nowadays, father and daughter could already communicate 2 simple sentences. Although she hadn't called out to her father yet, her attitude was already significantly better. Su Lele looked at her mom getting happier day by day, and knew that dad's attitude towards her mom had indeed changed a lot. So every night, she also thought about coming back to stay. And the questions that can't be answered, dad explained especially well. Time quickly came to Monday. Su Lele went to school early in the morning, and then Lu Shui also went to work happily. What should I do in the future? You can't just sit around. Su Yang's memories basically stayed 15 years ago, and he doesn't know much about a lot of things nowadays. Moreover, the things he learned in the past have long been outdated by now. It's not easy to find a suitable job. Damn. To the street to go around. For example, delivering a courier or something, it's also possible. As long as the willingness to suffer, a month to earn a few thousand tens of thousands of may not be a problem. Su Yang went out of the house, ready to go outside and take a look around. Su Yang, there is a card game and a drinking game at Lu San's place today, do you want to go? It is rumored that there are 2 little bitches there too, it's very exciting. Su Yang just went out and met an old poker buddy. But now he only feels familiar and can't remember who it is. I will not go, you go. Su Yang shook his head indifferently, his footsteps didn't even stop. Grass. There are little pussy you do not go, there is no mistake? You used to have a great time. The old poker friend stared at a pair of bull's eyes, full of incredulity. I won go, the little pussy is for you, play go. Su Yang waved his hand and left straight away. This person is really strange. Before then anyone play happily, now how to change the nature of it? Jingling. Just out of the neighborhood, Su Yang's phone rang. It's an unfamiliar phone number. Hello? Who is it? Are you Mr. Su Yang? I'm the lawyer your father entrusted me with, I need to talk to you about something. Oh, I'm Su Yang, what did my dad entrust you with? Su Yang couldn't help but look confused, what is dad up to? It's like this Mr. Su, your father wants to transfer all the properties in his name to you, he wants to have an easy old age. Su Yang couldn't help but freeze. But it was just a trip to see him, and this is to give me the house? This is not urgent, wait for me to ask him first. Su Yang asked for his dad's phone number from Lu Shui and then directly called the past. Hello? Dad's low and old voice came on the phone. Why did you give me the house? I can live quite well now. Su Yang's heart is actually still a bit unpleasant. Originally more than 300 sets of houses, now there are 99 sets left, most of them let others to fool away. And it also pissed off Mom. Yang, Dad is old, my biggest wish is to be with you guys and live a few more good days. Listening to his dad's words, Su Yang was speechless for a while. Which father doesn't want to be with his children? At least to walk around closely, right? Just like Su Yang also thought of chatting more with Su Lele. He is also happy to see his daughter happy, and he is also anxious to see her crooked feet. Later, I will change a big house, and you will move over. Lele has not seen her grandfather yet, and she is a 15-year-old girl. The matter has come to this point, there is no need to get entangled with Dad, and the integrity of the family is the most important thing. If he hadn't been born again, he might have ended up no different from his dad, or even worse. Well. Dad heard Su Yang's words, his heart was excited and couldn't help himself. After so many years, he could finally be reunited with his son. With the help of a lawyer, Su Yang was just there to sign the papers and all the fees were paid by his father. 99 houses soon transferred to Su Yang's name. This day at noon, Lu Shui and Su Yang are happily eating a meal. Su Yang took a stack of printed materials and handed it to Lu Shui. Wife, Dad's house are given to us. Oh. Lu Shui actually thought of this problem a long time ago. After all, his dad's house will be given to Su Yang sooner or later. Luckily, my husband has cleaned up his act. Otherwise, these properties would have been snubbed by Lorraine's slut sooner or later. Look, there are 10 houses here that I think are not bad. You and Lele will choose one and we'll live in it. If you like it, we'll move in early and Dad will live with us. The 10 houses that Su Yang picked out were all big houses that Su Yang thought were more suitable. For example, there are houses near middle schools and high schools. For Su Lele to consider more. Hey, good. Immediately have a big house to live. Lu Shui of course is very happy. By the way hubby, these 2 days Lorraine always sends me some messages, mainly talking about how good we two are in school. But I didn't pay much attention to her, and it took me half a day to reply to her. Right, just leave her hanging. Lorraine originally thought that spending more than 30,000 yuan and taking Lu Shui must be no problem, but the ending was not what she wished for. And the necklace was no good to ask for back. If you want to go back, it will definitely offend Lu Shui even more. By the way, wife, later we first picked the house, afternoon I went to slip around to see more photos back. After all, the material is only the area and floor plan and so on, or not as good as actually going to see, but also can understand the living environment and so on. Good lo husband. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang, face through the indescribable smile. The aftermath of fear in the heart, but also recovered more and more quickly. These 2 nights, although they were beaten every day, they were using something that she had specially purchased on Jingdong. This kind of thing beat on the body, sweet in the heart. Not only are there no scars, but it also helps heal the wounds of the heart. That's right wife, I'm going to pass on an order to you. Hey, if you say so, husband, the little lady will definitely obey the order. During the lunch break, Lu Shui wore her dancing clothes and snuggled into Su Yang's arms. My daughter-in-law is so beautiful and lovely, if I go out and don't drive a car, I will feel very disgraceful, and even feel sad in my heart. Really want to buy a car for my wife? You are so good to me, how can I repay you? That's not simple. When we move to a new home, you give me a few more babies is. Chapter 31. Both afraid of thieves to steal, but also afraid of thieves miss. Su Yang baby, what are you busy with now? Su Yang was checking out the house that Lu Shui had picked out when Luo Lin sent him a message. Looking at the new house, packing and preparing to move. What? You bought a new house? Which neighborhood? Luo Lin knows Su Yang and Lu Shui has been living in that old broken neighborhood, on his current that 2 million, in Jiangqing simply cannot buy any good house. Yeah baby, the new house is in Phoenix New Town, the location is okay. It is also very close to where Lu Shui works, and it is quite convenient for the children to go to school. Su Yang did not lie to Luo Lin. Lu Shui chose this set, all aspects of the consideration is quite thoughtful. No kidding, right? Don't you just have $2 million? How can you afford a house in Phoenix New Town? As far as I know, for the location here, it should start at 3 million, right? Shit. You know exactly how much money I have. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a secret sigh. It's true that it was too much bullshit before, and Lorraine was able to take it to this point. I'm not evening the big money well, the project people casually leak point, I'm not the money of the house as well. Continue to put line. I don't believe you Lorraine can still hold it. With Su Yang's understanding of Luo Lin, she must continue to find ways to please Lu Shui. It's only been a few days. Su Yang even bought a multi-million-dollar house. It would be strange if Luo Lin wasn't jealous. Good baby, you just persuade Lu Shui more, she now simply how to ignore me. Hey Lu Shui, now family status is different, now do something, I have to look at her face. Now the family's money are her, control it, I want to give baby you buy some things her way. Su Yang's meaning is very obvious. Lu Shui is now in control of the financial power, a few $1 million of the house said to buy on the purchase of the buy. Your 30,000 plus necklace, what does that count for? Humph. You're such a stupid man. I love you so much. Okay, I'll think of something. By the way, baby, why didn't you send me a picture of you when you said you would? Okay. Got it. By the way, Su Yang, is your daughter Lu Shui having an affair? How can that be? Absolutely not. Su Yang couldn't help but stare. Lorraine, this slut is not going to come up with any bad ideas, right? And, you don't know it, nowadays in this society, not only do men become bad if they have money, but women will become even worse if they have money. I tell you Su Yang, you used to beat her so much, and now there is no money. You don't believe to watch, on her such a slut, surely will be wrapped up in the white boy. Grass. Looking at Luo Lin's message, Su Yan was really a little angry. Left a slut, right a slut. No matter how slutty Lu Shui is, that is only slutty to me alone. It's called true love, isn't it? This is called true love, okay? And you, Lorraine? You can be a big slut. Okay Su Yang, I won't talk to you anymore, you can't do anything to help now, really. Obviously, Su Yang sensed Lorraine's impatience, even naked coldness. Even the tone of her voice started to change. The house in Phoenix New Town was good. After Su Yang and Lu Shui communicated, they decided to go with this one. Then Su Yang told the agent to notify the tenants and vacate the house as soon as possible. Now that Su Yang was the landlord, he had the final say. Moreover, he was planning to set up his own small team to manage the rental of these houses in the future. He would have to make a lot less money if he let the agents rent on his behalf. This can also find something to do for himself. After all, nearly 100 houses can support a small team. After Su Yang returned home after looking at the houses, Lu Shui had already returned from work. Hubby, did you say something to Lorraine again? She said that she wanted to ask me to look at bracelets with her during the weekend. Also said that I don't need to spend money, someone else spends money or something. As soon as Su Yang came back, Lu Shui greeted him. As always, she helped take off her coat, took off her shoes, and brought slippers. And also patiently squatted and waited for Su Yang to get up only after he was dressed. This is the result of more than 10 years. Su Yang cane plus tossing cultivated. The sense of ceremony is full. In the past, when Su Yang came home, it was like he was an earth emperor, towering over him. Ask you out and someone else pays the bill? Su Yang suddenly felt something bad after hearing Lu Shui's words. This slut is shifting the focus of her breakthrough to Lu Shui. Someone else pays the bill? What person? Could it be some other man that Lorraine had snubbed? Letting other men behave in front of Lu Shui? Yes, hubby. She was so secretive. She said I'd be satisfied. What did you say to her? I'm not going out with her, this person is a big liar and a big slut. I said that I have to go to see the car on the weekend, I'm not free, and I rejected her directly. Oh, good. Su Yang couldn't help but nod his head and let out a slight sigh of relief. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Shui, it was mainly because he didn't want her to be harassed by another man. Lu Shui's current age. It was the most tantalizing time. In case she was targeted by someone with a heart, it would be quite troublesome. Both afraid of thieves stealing and afraid of thieves thinking about her. If you go out with someone like Lorraine, the consequences of being drugged or drunk would be unimaginable. Hey. Hubby, I suddenly feel that you are a bit nervous. are you worried about your wife? Lu Shui pleasingly snuggled into Su Yang's embrace, tilting her little face up to look into his eyes. Sap. Right, wife, my wife is so beautiful, what if she gets cheated away? Su Yang said, reaching out for a slap. Okay, wife, hurry to cook, and want to see you dance. Good lo husband. I go to cook first, let's eat quickly. Lu Shui rubbed the ass that was slapped, a face of shy smile, and ran into the kitchen. Ding. Su Yang sat in front of the dining table and watched with interest as Lu Shui in her pajamas was busy in the kitchen. A classmate that he hadn't contacted for years sent him a message. Su Yang, what have you been busy with lately? This classmate was called Sunja, and in college he and Su Yang were bunk bed roommates. In the first few years after graduation, they still had some contact. But since Su Yang is addicted to drinking and playing cards, there has been very little contact. In recent years, there has been no contact at all. Sunja, what can I busy, just fooling around. After many years of no contact, the feelings between classmates will naturally fade. Su Yang of course do not want to talk to him more about their own situation, so just casually deal with it. Chapter 32 Wife, I suddenly a little regret to take you. We are the brothers of the bunk beds, what are you polite with me? Ha ha. For more than 10 years, either drinking or playing cards, picking up little bit of pussy, and then beating up his wife. Now that he was reborn over not long ago, he has only just stabilized Lu Shui and the child's wounded heart. What the hell can I say? You can't say that you drink and play cards all day long and beat your wife, I'm too ashamed of myself. Okay brother, I saved a classmate reunion, Friday night at 6 o'clock, then bring your wife together over ah. Nowadays, there are not many classmates in Jiangcheng, just 10 or so of us, all with their families, just 2 tables. Well, okay. Su Yang since graduation, is a classmate called her, he rarely participate in class reunions. His life is mainly to mix with a group of friends. Playing cards, drinking, and picking up pussy. Anyway, there are not many good people in this circle. But Su Yang used to be willing to do it. Once out of the house is a few days, long as 1 month. Nowadays, the days are finally a bit human, and it is not bad to take Lu Shui out to a party or something. It will definitely help Lu Shui's years of trauma. Okay brother, let's make a deal, see you on Friday. Okay, see you Friday. See you Friday. Honey, I have a classmate party on Friday night. Su Yang walked into the kitchen and wrapped his arms around Lu Shui's waist from behind. Good husband, you go. Lu Shui felt the warmth of Su Yang's embrace, and her heartbeat accelerated a little. It's just a class reunion, it's not like we're looking for Luo Lin's big slut, or his original gang of friends. I'll take you with me and dress up nicely. What? It is better not to go. Lu Shui could not help but feel a shock in her heart. From the marriage to now more than 10 years, this is the first time he said to take her to participate in the party. Obedient, good boy. Snap. He, well, I'll listen to my husband, I will dress up beautifully and will never disgrace my husband. Lu Shui twisted her body, her eyes were filled with undisguised delight. Listening is so simple, just a slap full of love. Ever since Su Yang was reborn over, all the invitations from his fox friends that he wasn't familiar with and didn't know made him reject them. Either those who invited to play cards, those who went to play with little pussy, or those who drank a lot of alcohol. He was new to the country and didn't know them anyway, so he refused them very dryly. But the reunion invited by his roommate Sunju is still different after all. The duo's relationship was quite good when they were in school in the past. And the participants in the party were all classmates, so Su Yang naturally agreed very quickly. In the next few days, Su Yang went around looking at the furniture, and like for like, discussed the choices with Lu Shui. The agent transferred another house to the tenant, and the person was able to move out on Saturday. The original furniture in the house was all owned by the agent, and they would also move out in time. So Su Yang thought to order all the furniture as soon as possible, and agreed on the time of delivery. Busy work came to Friday. All kinds of large pieces of furniture are ordered almost. All agreed to Sunday delivery. 5:30 p.m. Su Yan drove a car and waited in the downstairs of Lu Shui's unit. Because the time of the party is 6 p.m., so you have to get off work a little early. Hubby. Lu Shui pulled open the passenger door and entered the car. Wearing the new clothes, shoes, and bags that Su Yang bought before. And, also put on a light makeup. Wife, I suddenly kind of regret taking you. Su Yan looked Lu Shui up and down, and his heart could not help but be excited. Since the life of the two of them became harmonious, Lu Shui's beauty was simply increasing with each passing day. Especially that kind of temperament from the inside out, making her more and more radiant. Hey, what's wrong, hubby? Is the wife too old and ugly? Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's eyes and said with a shy smile. She felt very clearly that there was a hint of amazement in his eyes. Silly girl, put it on. Su Yang didn't answer Lu Shui's words, just turned around and took out a carry bag and handed it to her. Looking at the carry bag that Su Yang's took out, Lu Shui's eyes widened at once. Boom! Su Yang couldn't help but smile secretly, and the car quickly rushed out. Hubby, you have given me again spent more than 20,000. Lu Shui while quietly complaining, while wearing it on her ears and fingers. It turned out to be Su Yang who bought her earrings and rings. Don't talk nonsense, dance for me more at night and you'll have it. By the way, I also bought you a few dancing clothes. Husband. Lu Shui nodded vigorously and reached out to rub her eyes that were about to overflow with tears. The necklace that Luo Lin had bought for her earlier, Lu Shui did not wear it. She was really annoyed with Luo Lin, and even the gifts she gave her felt annoyed. Su Yan, where are we? It's just you and Lu Shui. Sunja sent a voice message. Be there soon, another 10 minutes. At this time of the day, there are a lot of cars on the road, so it's going a little slower. 15 minutes later. Su Yang and Lu Shui came to the private room of the class reunion together. There is only one table in the private room, and there are not as many people as Sunja said. Harm, Su Yang, Lu Shui, this side. As soon as the two of them entered, Sunja stood up to greet them. When he saw Lu Shui, his eyes instantly revealed a touch of amazement. This woman. How did she become so flavorful now? Come on, there are only so many people today, everyone eat up and drink up, I'm buying, everyone don't be polite with me Sunja raised his cup and greeted his classmates. Luo Lin also came today and sat next to Sunja. By the looks of it, there seemed to be a bit of an ambiguous relationship. And both of them came single. Wife, let's eat. Su Yang quietly pinched her small hand and reminded her not to be polite, she should eat. Well. For the people who arrived today, Lu Shui knew Luo Lin and Sunja, the others were not familiar at all. Moreover, she didn't want to bother with Luo Lin. Anyway, just eat quietly. Sister, your temperament is really getting better and better, it's so beautiful. Lorraine took the initiative and walked over with a red wine glass, with a very obvious complimentary smile on her face. Thank you. Lu Shui just nodded lightly, not taking Lorraine too seriously. Harm, sister, we haven't seen each other for a long time as well, let's have a toast? Ding. Before Lu Shui could serve her glass, Luo Lin took her own glass and clinked it, then drank herself. Lu Shui hesitated for a moment and also raised her glass. In fact, she was annoyed with Luo Lin, so she thought, just mean it and let her hurry up. It was annoying for her to stand next to her like a fly following her. Chapter 33. The favorite person in my life is Lu Shui. Come Su Yang, let's brother and sister drink a toast. Sunja and Su Yang sit next to each other, so it's easy to talk. Drink slowly. Why are you drinking so fast? Seeing Sunja dry down one or two in one gulp, Su Yang can't help but hesitate a bit. If you drink this much, you'll be drunk in a while. We haven't seen each other for so many years, let's get drunk today. Right, Lu Shui, is it alright to let your husband drink more? Sunja patted Su Yang's shoulder while glancing at Lu Shui. It's fine, drink if you want to. Lu Shui smiled faintly, her voice was crisp. Drink it brother, anyway, your family leader has given the word, come on. One more. Su Yang followed and drank another cup. Sunja, drink one with me as well. Lorraine on Sunja's left hand rubbed his arm and said daintily. While saying this, she quietly looked at Su Yang. Good, come Luo Lin big beautiful girl, a few years have not seen, I did not expect you to be even more beautiful. Which is not, or my sister Lu Shui has changed a lot, I envy her temperament. You are all beautiful, all beautiful. Come on, let's drink. Sunja and Luo Lin chatted with each other, and even complimented Lu Shui as well. But Lu Shui just pretended not to hear and just quietly ate her meal. Right Sunja, I heard that you are now a big boss? In the future, you have to help me out. Lorraine and Sunja continued to chat. No, I'm just a CEO in a company, I'm a professional manager, not a boss at all. Sunja smiled modestly and turned his head to glance at Lu Shui who was eating quietly. Wow, Sunji you good now a year to earn a few million, right? No 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 no. Wow Sunja, you have to mention me Inside the students, most of them are ordinary working class, like Sunja such as definitely also considered the existence of the top. For Luo Lin's compliments, Sunja was very flattered. Moreover, he also glanced at Lu Shui from time to time. Right Sunja, after so many years, why haven't you gotten married yet? You couldn't have been waiting for me all this time, right? Ha ha ha. Harm, Sister Luo Lin is the recognized #1 school flower in our school, I wouldn't dare to think about it. Besides, Sunja said, glancing towards Su Yang. Besides, you and Su Yang were so close at that time, Harm. Don't say it. Since you can't look at your sister, could it be that you like someone else? Cough Luo Lin's sister, don't say no more, come on, drink. Su Yang twisted his head to look at Sunja and Luo Lin who were chatting like no one else. You guys chat about yourselves, what are you doing involving me? And it even dragged me in front of Lu Shui. By the way, Sister Luo Lin, how come you're not married either? You're such a beautiful woman, you'd have a line of guys chasing you for 10 miles. Hey forget about it, the person I like is already married. Lorraine said and quietly winked at Su Yang. I'm so sorry. What a stinky slut. In front of Lu Shui, she dared to deliberately eyeball me. Everyone ate and drank, the more they drank, the more they chatted, the higher they got. At the end of the day, it was mainly about drinking. In the end, the main thing is to drink. Especially around Sunja chatting classmates, each with a look of bashful eyes. If I say, let's not just drink, that's no fun, let's play games together. Luo Lin patted Sunja beside her and said with a smile. Good Lorraine sister, I listen to you, play what? Let's play truth or dare, okay? No problem. Come on, raise your hand if you're participating Su Yang, you and Lu Shui, you two must participate. Sunja smiled and patted Su Yang's shoulder, then clinked a glass with him, dry. Okay, it is not just for fun. Su Yang smiled and did not refuse his roommate's invitation. 2 other students raised their hands, a total of 6 people participated. Let's use this spoon, whoever the spoon handle is aimed at, who will have to choose truth or dare, come on, ha. Sunja stood up and cleared the desktop. From Lorraine started spinning the spoon. Oh. Spinning ha, it's Lu Shui. The first spin of the spoon, surprisingly, was aimed at Lu Shui. Sister, do you want truth or dare? Truth or dare. Since I'm involved in the game, it's natural that I can't cheat. Good, quite good. May I ask, who is the man you really like in your life? When Su Yang sniffed, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. In front of Lao Zi, you asked Lu Shui about her true love? The man I really like in my life is Su Yang, he loves me a lot, I am really lucky. Lu Shui said, unconsciously holding Su Yang's hand tightly. In her eyes, there also seemed to be a hint of pride. Harm. I really envy you, brother, come on, it's my turn to spin the spoon. Sunja couldn't help but wail and started spinning the spoon. Spinning. It's not Lu Shui again, is it? Spinning it's Su Yang. Su Yang, what do you choose? Truth or dare? Truth or dare. It's easier to tell the truth than to put on a show. Come on, since you two are so in love, I won't embarrass Su Yang, I'll just ask the same question, right? May I ask, who is the woman you really like in your life? Su Yang couldn't help but stare, how the hell did you ask such a fucked up question? Do you fucking want me to say that what I like is Luo Lin? Su Yang twisted his head and glanced towards Luo Lin. Only to see that she was quietly hooking her finger towards herself, her eyes still permeated with longing and ecstasy. Vomit. What a big fucking slut. The person I really like in my life. Su Yang said, directly stood up and looked at Luo Lin. In an instant, what seemed to be a scheming triumph of complacency bubbled up in Luo Lin's eyes. The other students were also watching with interest, all knowing that there was a big melon to eat. Most of them still knew Su Yang. Knowing that he had been in an affair with Luo Lin all these years. Su Yang looked at Luo Lin and didn't continue on. He only saw him pull his right hand, and Lu Shui immediately stood up in a good manner. The person I really like in my life is my wife, Lu Shui. As Su Yang said, he took Lu Shui in his arms and directly kissed her in front of all the people present. The kiss was very attentive. Kissed very hard. It squeaked. Lu Shui just squinted her eyes, meekly cooperating and catering. Seemingly forgetting everyone present. In an instant, Lu Shui felt like she had become the happiest woman in this world. Chapter 34 Su Yang, do you follow the rules? Humph. Luo Lin's face directly pulled down as she watched Su Yang and Lu Shui kissing so passionately. She thought that Su Yang would definitely say, all I like in my life is Luo Lin. Then Su Yang did not follow the script she had set. In an instant, Sunja's face also turned very unhappy. Ha, Su Yang, just mean it, I'm still a fucking bachelor. Hurry, it's your turn to spin the spoon. Boo. Su Yang released Lu Shui with a little bit more intention and quietly whispered in her ear. Tonight, wait for a beating. Well. Lu Shui also quietly answered. Only to see her handsome face, which had already reddened. Soon. It was time for Luo Lin to turn the spoon again, and coincidentally, the spoon handle pointed towards Sunja. Sunja, come, let sister ask you, huh? Okay, Lorraine, you ask. Sunja was a little embarrassed and scratched his head, and inadvertently looked at Su Yang and Lu Shui beside him. You just said that the person you like is already married, so may I ask, who exactly is the person you like? Ahem. Sunja snapped and scratched his head, his eyes flickering a bit. Which Lorraine sister, can you change the question, it's not good. No, I have to answer. Which one? Lorraine, you're really killing me. Sister Lorraine, you're really killing me. Sunja pointed at Lorraine with some difficulty and slowly turned his body over. Su Yang. Brother, I'm sorry. Roll calf, you damn not like me, right? Su Yang laughed and smacked away Sunja's hand as he leaned his body towards Lu Shui. No, I want to say, if I say it, you cannot be angry Grass, who you like is your freedom, I cannot fucking control you Su Yang said, aside of Lu Shui in the arms. Tilted his head and kissed again. Completely did not care what the other people at the table thought. Lu Shui naturally also slightly panting to cooperate. Su Yang had actually long felt that there was something wrong with today's Truth or Dare. Luo Lin and Sunja seemed to be playing a game, deliberately letting her and Lu Shui get into it. He knew. Well, that Sunja would definitely say that he liked Lu Shui. In Luo Lin's and his perception, Su Yang beats Lu Shui all day long. Lu Shui has long wanted to escape from this house, has long wanted to divorce him. So he sets up a scheme to get Sunja to chase him and break up Su Yang and Lu Shui. When Sunja met Lu Shui, but was completely amazed by her. Say ah Sunja, say ah. The others seemed to see the clues and kept egging them on. Anyway, watching the fun is not a big deal. Cough. Don't say it. Looking at Su Yang and Lu Shui kissing passionately as if no one else was there, Sunja felt that his heart was cold. He looked at Lu Shui at a glance today. However, she was pleasuring in Su Yang's arms and was extremely cooperative. He knew that he and Luo Lin had failed in today's game. Humph. No more games, no more Su Yang, do you follow the rules? What's wrong, Lorraine? My daughter-in-law and I are in love. It didn't affect anyone else, did it? Besides, everyone is an adult. Su Yang smiled and let go of Lu Shui, turning his head to look at Luo Lin and Sunja. Afterwards, everyone casually chatted for a while. Lu Shui and Su Yang then left early. This drinking game today was clearly a hongmen banquet. It was Luo Lin and Sunja who set it up, wanting to break up Su Yang and Lu Shui. Hubby, I just saw Lorraine's face was wonderful. In the car, Lu Shui snuggled in Su Yang's arms and sat together in the back seat. Ha. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Lao Zi is no longer the same Su Yang as before. Hubby, Lorraine must still think that it's her that you've always liked. At first I saw that she was so proud of it. Humph. A big slut. By the way, hubby, there is one thing I said you don't get angry Lu Shui raised her head and carefully looked at Su Yang's face. Say it, if I get angry, surely I will beat you. Hey. Hubby, that classmate of yours, Sunja, he is always looking at me for a while to see. And, I have long found out. Sunja and Lorraine are singing together, obviously they don't have good intentions. What's the matter, wife? Are you in love? Su Yang said, picked up Lu Shui's chin. Looking at her eyes, also took on the naked aggression. No way, I am not a big slut like Lorraine. I'm just your little s-goods. Lu Shui said, shyly closing her eyes. Humph. That's more like it. Snap. Today, Lu Shui called her daughter in advance and didn't let her come back at night. So the duo didn't rush home. In the parking lot, the duo lingered for a long time before. Only then called a chauffeur and drove the duo back home. Su Yang drank a lot today, but Lu Shui did not drink much. Daughter is not at home. Lu Shui's danced then danced a little more. And Su Yang also fixed the big bed, and it wouldn't gibber gibber gibber. The dance was only halfway through before Su Yang joined in. The next day was Saturday. Su Lele still had to continue her lessons. After all, it was the graduating class. Well, the midterm exams would soon be coming up. Lu Shui and Su Yang tossed and turned in the middle of the night until 10 a.m. before they left the door. Su Yang intends to go to the Ford store to choose a car for Lu Shui, and then go shopping for some kitchen bits and pieces and so on. When the furniture arrives on Sunday to clean up, it is expected that on Monday and Tuesday, you can live in. Hubby, Lorraine is asking me again, asking me if I am free this afternoon, saying that Sunju is treating the three of us to go to the bar. The two were driving to the Ford store when Lu Shui received another WeChat message from Luo Lin. Grass. This slut. Su Yang couldn't help but curse. You've been fucking pestering my wife, you won't stop until you get what you want, right? I gave her a direct rejection, but I told her, I mentioned her to my relatives. Ooh. And? Put. Hubby, pull over, I'll show you her photo, so flirty ah. She said to let people look at the photo first, hoping to leave a good impression. If people are willing to meet with her, make sure to notify her in a timely manner. Chapter 35. Dad, in the future, you can be sure to love Mom. Hubby, I feel that her body is actually really good, and her skin is also smooth like. And, it's not as good as the wife's at all. Hubby, she is so round here. And, not as round as the wife's, can't compare with the wife at all. Lu Shui and Su Yang roughly appreciated the art photos sent by Luo Lin. The photos were basically the ones Su Yang had never seen before. Especially the kind of silk tulle photos. Shadows and shadows are quite seductive. Hubby, have you tried her? Hey. Lu Shui leaned against the passenger side and asked with a shy smile. I didn't even kiss her on the mouth. Su Yang didn't have the memories of these 15 years, so he didn't know if he had rolled in bed with Lorraine or not. Anyway, only held her hand before, it was suffocating and miserable. He. So husband, do you still want to try? Actually, I have a way. Cough cough. Is it that you want to be beaten again? Su Yang laughed and twisted Lu Shui's ear, and with a kick of the gas, he continued driving. I just don't like her, I want my husband to clean her up, in fact, I can give her that cane. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's eyes and said with a shy smile. Well, don't worry, sooner or later we'll clean up her, step by step. As for trying her, forget it, it's too disgusting to top. Su Yang faintly shook his head and reached out to flick Lu Shui a melon crash. Hey. After the two of them shopped at a few Ford stores, they ended up ordering a BYD Corsair Pure Electric Edition. Anyway, Lu Shui was driving to and from work in the city, so buying a tram was quite suitable. Afterwards, the two of them went shopping in the furniture city, supermarket, and so on. They did a lot of shopping. At 3 p.m., the agent called, saying that the house had been vacated and cleaned. All of Su Yang's houses are represented by this agent, so the agent's work is also relatively sharp. After all, Su Yang is their god of wealth. Let's go, wife, take you to see our new house. The master bedroom environment is very good, the space is also particularly large. Does hubby mean it's easy to dance? Well, of course. Two people all the way God chat soon arrived at the Phoenix Newtown neighborhood. After arriving at the place, one of the agent's guys was still waiting, and handed the key to Su Yang's hand. Hubby, let Lele live in this house in the southeast corner, I see that the light is very good, very suitable for her. Pop. Isn't it also quite far from our master bedroom? He. Lu Shui laughed shyly and was almost hit and paralyzed in Su Yang's arms. Well, the northeast corner of this room, let our father live, anyway, is the east side of the household, lighting is also good. Su Yang looked at the room and discussed with Lu Shui. The southwest corner was the master bedroom, the lighting was also good, and the area was large. The house had a floor area of more than 230 square feet. Whether it was the living room, dining room, or the rooms, they were all quite reasonably designed. Harm. Now it is that there is not a queen-size bed. Su-Yang looked at the empty room and could not help but slightly regret it. Such a big place, only the two of them. If there was a big bed, how nice it would be to rest together. Hubby, wait for tomorrow. I will definitely. Okay. Anyway, tomorrow morning, the furniture will all be delivered. Sofa, queen-size bed, TV, washing machine. Everything. Ding dong. A WeChat message came from Lu Shue's cell phone. Honey, Lorraine asked when we're moving and wants to come over to celebrate. Let us talk about it later, after we finish packing tomorrow. It is our happy time. Su-Yang does not want to see Lorraine at all now, and when it is packed up well, then he will free up his hands to clean up properly. Good, all listen to hubby. Lu Shue was naturally obedient to Su-Yang's decision. Although she was also thinking of letting her husband clean her up once, she was a bit reluctant to let Su-Yang go. For her, he almost even lost his life. What a big loss. After all these years of spending so much money for her, he didn't even get a kiss. Thinking about it made her feel suffocated. She really wanted the violence that Su-Yang had once inflicted on her, all of it to Lorraine. Let her experience it as well. The two of them stayed in the new room for a while and hurried back. Today was Saturday, and her daughter Su Lele got out of school relatively early. When Su Lele returned home from school, it was Su-Yang who opened the door for her. Dad, here. Su Lele fished out a sticky note from her pocket and handed it to Su-Yang. Lele, this is the score of this mock exam? After Su Lele finished, she hurriedly walked into the kitchen. Mom, hey. Su Lele smiled and wrapped her arms around her mom's waist at once. Did you do well this time? Yes, Mom, 5th place in the class. 5th place? Yes. Lu Shui excitedly turned around and wrapped her arms around her daughter. If she could maintain this grade, she would definitely have no problem getting into the first high school. In the past, her class ranked between 15th and 20th, and it was indeed a bit of a struggle to get into the first middle school with this grade. Maybe it's just a sub-list material. But if she could maintain 5th place, then getting into the first middle school would basically be a nail in the coffin. Progressing that fast? Hey, yeah. Su Lele glanced out at her dad, her eyes revealing a touch of indescribable happiness. Seeing Mom so happy every day, I don't have to worry about it. In fact, I would have been able to do it all, but I was always distracted. Aha, my daughter is great. Lu Shui excitedly hugged her daughter and couldn't stop cheering. Lele is great. Su-Yang walked into the kitchen and handed the note to Lu Shui. Dad, in the future, you can be sure to love Mom. Harm. Don't worry, baby, in the future, Dad will love you both properly. Su-Yang happily rubbed his hands and scratched his head. Tomorrow, baby, you can study at home first, and when Mom and Dad pack up the new home, we will go there together, and then we will have a big dinner in the evening. Good Dad. Although Su Lele and her dad had iced out some of their former enmity, emotionally, it was still far less deep than with her mom. So the speech was still all light, but it was much stronger than before. Chapter 36, Moving, Happy Escalation. The next day was Sunday. After having breakfast, Su-Yang and Lu Shui rushed to the new house. After arriving at the place, they found that there were already deliveries waiting. There were those responsible for delivery and those responsible for installation. Su-Yang and Lu Shui were only responsible for acceptance and signing. Less than 11 o'clock, all the furniture and electrical appliances were delivered and installed, and by the way, also took away the bags and other garbage. As long as the money is in place, the service is naturally in place. Hubby, let's pull the clothes and covers and stuff in the afternoon, and then we can live. Lu Shui washed and shuffled the newly bought dishes while shyly feeling Su-Yang's harassment. Either patting or scratching or pinching. Hurry up and wash it, we'll try the big bed in a while. Honey, that mat you chose is really good, not only is it flexible, but it doesn't rattle at all. Of course, I have a colleague who used to be a furniture maker, and she recommended it to me, so it's definitely not bad. Boo! Su-Yang kissed a mouthful without saying a word, and then carried away Lu Shui whose hands were still wet. You can wash things later, anyway, the family will go out for a big dinner tonight. Hey, it's so comfortable. Lu Shui took off her shoes and jumped directly on it, happily jumping up. There are just too many clothes, and it is still not up to that extreme feeling. However, it also makes up for it. Just this is also much more beautiful and sensational than the movements on the emotional action movies of the small days. Hubby, look, here we can put a desk, put a computer, can also copy some more good movies over, look at it together, hee hee hee. Recently did not let you see the movie, is not very want to see it? Su Yang looked at Lu Shue's look and couldn't help but secretly smile. Yes, quite want to see. However, most of the movies rehash the same stuff over and over again, and there are rarely any that are too good. Yeah, it's basically a small budget production, so how can it be made with new ideas? Su Yang couldn't help but nod his head. In the past, when he was in the school dormitory, he did secretly watch a lot of them. Anyway, it's all the same thing. Okay, then let's buy a computer desk, get a big screen monitor, and buy a laptop. Since the wife proposed, it must be done in place. The main thing is that this is for the happy life of two people. Love is the need to operate, life is the need for passion. After a short while, the two of them went back, ate a simple meal of noodles in the old house, and began to pack and clean up. Wife, these old clothes are thrown away, certainly will not let you wear in the future. Hubby, it's just a bit of a pity. The clothes accumulated over the years are indeed quite a lot. But a lot of them are already too old, and quite a few of them simply can't be worn anymore. It's just that Lu Shui has never been willing to throw them away. Listen. Pack up the old clothes you don't wear later, and I'll throw them in the clothing donation box for you. Okay. Since her husband said so, Lu Shui naturally did not say anything. In fact, even if they were to pull these clothes to the new house, they would basically take up space for nothing. Including Su Leilei's clothes, there were also a lot of old ones that should be thrown away. Pack everything in this cardboard box, don't let Leilei see it, remember. Don't worry, hubby. By the way, throw the cane away, see this thing, my heart hurts so much. Looking at Lu Shui packing up the things inside, reached out and took out the cane inside. This is the thing that made Lu Shui suffer. Click. It needed to be snapped straight off, then snapped into several sections. And then flung it hard on the ground. Hubby. With a reach, Lu Shui was tightly embraced by Su Yang again. Very tight. Lu Shui's tears flowed down. This thing that had made her scared for so many years, most of the scars on her body were from this cane. Finally, Su Yang personally broke it. In an instant, Lu Shui suddenly had a feeling of relief. It was as if the mountain that had been weighing on her shoulders had suddenly disappeared. Let's use this to clean you up from now on, right? If it doesn't feel good, you can buy some more online. Okay, hubby, this one is just a little underpowered and feels a little out of place. Lu Shui felt Su Yang's strong embrace, and her breath was a little short. Okay, I'll leave this kind of thing to you. Well, continue to clean up. There are a lot of scattered things in the house, it will take a lot of time to clean up. Lu Shui and Su Yang packed together. Su Leilei, on the other hand, continued to study in her own hut. Finally, I went to Su Leilei's hut and packed up all the things inside. What should be thrown away, what should be packed? Don't look at the home as not big, after packing, there are quite a lot of things. Su Yang called a minivan and pulled it away at once. Su Yang's family of 3 drove in front and the minivan followed behind. Leilei, doesn't it feel like Dad is getting better and better? Lu Shui and Su Leilei sat in the back seat and chatted in a small voice. Well, as long as he does not hit Mom on the line. Don't worry, Dad will never hit me again, he is now very good to me, not even a heavy word. And your dad is thinking about you every day, you will talk to your dad more often, okay? Yes, okay. In a day or two, your grandpa will come to live with us, so be polite, okay? You haven't met your grandpa yet, and grandpa is also very nice. Well, okay, Mom. Su Yan listened to the conversation between the two, his eyes could not help but moisten. Lu Shui, this wife, is not only stoic, but also particularly good at educating children. If it wasn't for her constant communication to the child, I believe the child wouldn't have accepted him so quickly. Tomorrow go to pick up Dad over. This family is also considered a reunion. Hey. Just Mom left too quickly. Otherwise, maybe this family will be more complete. Lu Shui took her daughter to her room. Joy, this is your room. Isn't it beautiful? Hey, I like it. New king-size bed, new desk, new lamp. Everything is new. The light is especially good. The environment here is really so much better than the old house. Pack up, we will go eat a big meal later. Lu Shui smiled and patted the child's shoulder, then turned around and left Laylay's room to go to the master bedroom. Hubby, what are you smiling about? Look, the express delivery came just now. Hubby, what's this? Lu Shui saw the paper box that Su Yang opened, which was filled with strange things, and shyly covered her mouth at once. Her eyes were wide open, full of excitement and anticipation. Chapter 37, continuing to snub Lorraine. New home and new environment, new ideas. Su Yang and Lu Shui were both very satisfied with the large master bedroom of the new house. There was more space for dancing, and Lu Shui even tried some difficult moves that she hadn't even done before. This gave Su Yang another brand new experience. The next day, Su Yang directly drove his daughter to school. It was slightly far from the middle school. It would take nearly 20 minutes to ride the bike. Afterwards, he had breakfast again and sent Lu Shui to work. It was fine for Lu Shui to take the bus, but Su Yang was uneasy and insisted on sending her. Lu Shui's current state of radiance, it is not likely to encounter a busman or something, so it will not be a loss for nothing. Su Yang didn't want to give himself a hat of this color. Here is a little far from the unit, riding a tram is probably not going to work. Anyway, wait a few more days, the ordered car will arrive, then Lu Shui can drive to work. Su Yang then went to his father's place, his clothes and coverings and so on. As for other things, you can get them when you are free. Yang, this card is for you. Su Yang's dad took a bank card and reached out to hand it to Su Yang. I don't want it, the rent of those houses is several $100,000 a month, it can't be spent. Su Yang shook his head and didn't take his dad's money. Fine, then keep it for my granddaughter's schooling. Su Yang's dad nodded and put the card back again. There was nearly $100 million in this card, that was really enough for Su Lele to go to school with. All of this money was accumulated over the years for rent and whatnot. If it wasn't for being snubbed away so much by an old woman, the money in the card would have at least doubled. Okay Dad, you look around, I'm going to go to an agent, the contract of a house is about to expire, I'm not going to agent to them. By the way, the evening Lu Shui and Lele will come back, mainly because the distance is a little far, temporarily I transport them. Su Yang and his dad nagged for a few sentences before heading out the door. Since he is going to manage the house himself, Su Yang plans to start a real estate agency, recruit a few more people, and then he can do it. The agency contracts with the agents were all signed once a year. Some of these houses will soon expire. Just take over step by step and do it step by step. Ding ding. It's Lorraine on the phone. Hello? What's up, baby? What's up, baby? Aha! I'm not your baby. You go over there with that slut of yours in your arms. You know, I wouldn't dare mess with her now, I'd have to defend her in front of all those people, wouldn't I? You see, I've bought several more houses thanks to her. What? You bought a couple more houses? Yes, baby, look, I'll send you some pictures. Su Yang had the real estate license picture stored in his cell phone, so he casually sent a few to Luo Lin. And all of them are big and nice houses. I didn't expect that my baby is so powerful and the real estate license is all in your name. Lorraine saw the key information on it at a glance. Surprisingly, there is no Lu Shui's name on the real estate license. Harm, isn't it because I served her well, so she wrote my name, but she still manages the money. Hee, okay baby, I'll forgive you then. By the way, the relative that Lu Shui said last time, did you send him my picture? Aha, sent, he did not clearly state it, but I look at his eyes are a stringent feeling. Hey baby, do you not want me? Why not? I used to be like that with you. At any time, I am your person. I'm not going to be able to do that. Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. It seems that he had slept with Lorraine before. No way. Where is it? Why don't I remember? Su Yang didn't seem too convinced, so he directly denied it. Nasty baby, did you drink too much that day? You tossed and turned all night, it finished, you fell asleep. Grip the grass. Su Yang immediately understood. It turned out to be this slut to fooled. What the hell are you doing in bed? Fuck off is more like it. Okay, I'll ask that relative for you to see if he wants to meet with you, but I may not be able to make it happen. It depends on Lu Shui's attitude. I've seen Lu Shui wearing the necklace you gave her. I'm going to buy her a bracelet in a couple days, but I don't have any money. I just don't have any money. I'll do it, it's just a bracelet. Luo Lin was still very convinced by Su Yang's explanation. The most critical part of the moment is still here in Lu Shui. Not to mention, the real estate license that Su Yang sent her is the best proof. I'm so sorry for making my baby spend money. It's okay. Isn't that why we're trying to make more money? I'm telling you, Su Yang, you have to think of me when you earn a house. I'm your woman. Look at what you're saying, baby. I'll come to your house tonight, let's talk together. It's been a long time since I've been there. I live with friends, not very convenient. Then we can go to the hotel to open a room I have been looking forward to for a long time. Before that time, the memory loss, the fart feeling did not. This time I don't drink. We must have a good communication. How is it? It's inconvenient because I've had sex recently. Then I give you a set of house, okay? Su Yang cannot help but secretly smile. I fucking do not believe you do not take the bait. You're really going to give it to me? Yes, I'm sure. That's fine, come over now. Hey, good baby, you're so nice. Should I call one of my good buddies to come over with me now? What are you calling your buddy for? You're hurting people. That's what makes it fun. I don't mind if you give me the house, but I'll consider it. You men, you really know how to play. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. Su Yang could not help but be shocked. This is just a casual chat, she really agreed. This kind of gameplay doesn't seem to be unfamiliar to her at all. I don't want to talk about it. Lu Shui is coming over. If she finds out, I'll be finished. Well, it's over. Su Yang couldn't help but smile secretly. Damn it, just teasing you. Turn back, either really find a buddy to go over together, preferably practicing sports. Play is to play, the house think, don't even think. Chapter 38. Brother advised you again, this girl you'd better stay away from. Evening, when off work, Su Yang went to the downstairs of Lu Shui's flat and picked her up. Hubby, there's a big brother from my hometown who's coming over to Jiangqing to look for a job. Can you go to the train station tomorrow to pick him up? Like this situation of instructing Su Yang to do something, Lu Shui said, is still a little wary. The main thing is that the stigma of more than 10 years is really too deep. What's wrong, little baby? Worried about me hitting you again? Hey. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's eyes and smiled shyly. Don't worry, online shopping, so many good things at husband, is certainly not letting you off the hook. Su Yang winked at Lu Shui with a you-know-what look. What time tomorrow? My current agency is not dry yet, it is not busy anyway. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to the station, let him call you at that time, okay husband? See, Su Yang is not a little angry. Lu Shui heard of another layer of invisible shackles and they unknowingly disappeared again. Okay, no problem, this little thing. Su Yang smiled and nodded, reached out and pinched Lu Shui, handed up the small hand. On the way to buy vegetables together, after arriving home, Lu Shui went to busy cooking. Su Yang accompanied his father to watch TV and chat casually. When his daughter was about to leave school, Su Yang hurriedly drove to the school. Dad, it's okay for me to ride my bike back. Su Lele is actually quite understanding, he knows that his dad is quite busy for this family. It's okay baby, the exam is coming soon, safety first. When you get into the first high school, you can live at home or at school, Dad will support you. Hey Dad, I'll try my best. By the way Dad, did my grandpa come to the house? Su Lele smiled more and more as she chatted with Su Yang. Well, he came, just now. Grandpa was still talking about you, looking at your picture, he said you especially look like Grandma when she was young. Didn't my mom say that my grandma was a big beauty? Yeah, my baby is also a big beauty. Hadabat, you are a little beauty now, when you grow up you will be a big beauty. Su Yang looked at his daughter and laughed happily. In fact, Su Yang's daughter looks really quite beautiful, then her mother Lu Shui looked much more watery when she was young. He. Listening to Su Yang's compliments, Su Lele couldn't help but smile. The pretty little face was like a colorful flower blooming. Quickly, call Grandpa. After arriving home, Su Yang patted the child's shoulder and pointed to Grandpa sitting on the sofa. Grandpa is good, he. Su Lele is not shy, smiling and all rushed to greet his grandfather, and then walked to his grandfather's side. Good child, really grown into a big girl. Grandpa excitedly stood up and shook his hands, with a look of nowhere to rest. The family was finally reunited. The smile on Grandpa's face grew more and more. Looking at his son and daughter-in-law, his little granddaughter, so harmonious together, his heart finally slowly put down some. The next morning, after Su Yang sent his daughter and Lu Shui, he drove to the train station. As for what Lu Shui, the big brother of this family, looks like, he has not seen, when the time comes to wait for the phone at the exit is 9:10. Su Yang's phone rang, is an unfamiliar cell phone number. Hello? I am Su Yang. Su Yang, hello, I am Lu Shue's big brother Lu Qing. I have already left the station, where are you? Su Yang scanned around the entrance of the station, and saw at a glance a man in his 40s who was making a phone call out of the station. There was no one around on the phone, so it should be him. Brother Lu? Su Yang? The two of them sort of confirmed it now. Let's go, Brother Lu, I rented a hotel for you. Harm. Thank you, when I came and Lu Shui specifically said, do not need to pick me up. Look at what Brother Lu said, the first time, life is not familiar with it, go brother. Su Yang chatted with Lu Cheng while taking him towards the parking lot. Brother Lu, you used to be a salesman? Yes, am I acting that obvious? Ha ha. Well, it's rather like a big money. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and nod his head. There it is. This big brother is Lu Shue's close relative. Whether this person is talking or appearance, it is true that there is a bit of witch feeling. Ha, what big money I'm a sales harm, something happened at home, this is not to Jiangcheng mixed well. Then your wife and child? What wife and child away from Hey? Two people said, Su Yang will bring him to the hotel booked in advance. It was not far from Su Yang's new home. This man is very talkative and knows a lot of things, and has traveled to many places. Su Yang accompanied him for a long time because he had an idea in mind. The two are also considered to chat quite familiar. Chatting about women. Men, together either talk about the international situation, or talk about women, too normal. Although Lu Qing is Lu Shue's big brother of the family, he will not think much because of this relationship. It's a normal thing for people to do. In the back, Su Yang let Lu Qing look at Luo Lin's picture, saying that this was a single friend of his. After Lu Qing saw it, his eyes immediately lit up. This kind of woman, for him simply too good to get. Bro, I can tell you, you'd better not touch a chick like this. To be honest, if she lets you play, then playing around is fine. But this cannot be on the heart will be sad, this girl and slut and shrewd and good money, a glance can see. There's no comparison between such a chick and my sister Lu Shui, really. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but freeze. This big brother was bullish. A single glance could tell so many things out. Harm. But think about it, this big brother has traveled all over the world and seen a lot of women. And still specializing in sales, the grasp of the human heart, it is estimated that it is still very bullish. Grass. Big brother, you powerful Harm is because often in the riverside walk my those broken things by your sister-in-law found out, and then I netted out of the house. Really, brother, I advise you to stay away from this girl. But this girl to me is more or less, ha. Lu Qing said, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brothers, to say a word that may cause you to be unhappy, my Lu Shui sister is absolutely a superb good woman. This little girl, since she was a child, has been different from others. Once she identifies with a man, even if it means beating her to death, she will treat you well. Think about it, isn't that so? Big brother definitely won't lie to you. Su Yang was indeed a bit shocked. This is really a damn listen to the words of a gentleman is better than reading 10 years of books. Chapter 39, Prepare to take revenge. Brother Lu, I will go back first, if something happens, call me anytime. The two have been chatting until half an afternoon, in the middle of the meal together. This big brother spoke a lot of his life experience, many times to persuade Su Yang must cherish Lu Shui. Time is not early, Su Yang then got up to say goodbye. When he was leaving, he also sent a few photos of Luo Lin to Lu Qing. These photos, let's say it's to thank Lu Qing for her life experience. As for the subsequent matter of wanting to borrow Lu Qing, we'll see what happens later. One step at a time. Hubby, I just heard Brother Qing say that you had a very happy chat with him. Su Yang picked up Lu Shui, who was going to and from work, and rushed towards home. Yeah, this big brother talked about a lot of life experience, quite good. Su Yang smiled and nodded, he still recognizes a lot of Lu Qing's concepts. Hubby, this brother Qing of mine, in fact, is quite good in all aspects, but he is too philandering. My sister-in-law divorced him because she found out that he was fooling around with someone else. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Lu Shui's words, Su Yang couldn't help but feel embarrassed for a while. Based on what he now knew, in these 10 years or so, he, Su Yang, was also enough of a womanizer. In addition to drinking and playing cards, he also looked for small pussy, which is not philandering. According to that original Neighborhood's Poker Friends, the previous play was quite energetic. These things, Lu Shui must know. Hey! Lu Shui instantly discovered Su Yang's embarrassment, and could not help but laugh shyly. The prodigal son returns, I know my husband must be the best in the world. Su Yang silently didn't say anything, reaching out, he then caressed the long legs handed up by Lu Shui. Hubby, the past is all over, don't think about it anymore no matter what, I am your most obedient little silly girl. Lu Shui said while slightly closing her eyes and leaning on the passenger seat. Her lips were slightly pursed, and her breathing was a little short. The next day afternoon, Su Yang had won a storefront house not far from the neighborhood. When he was signing the contract, he received a WeChat message from Luo Lin. Baby, I bought a jade bracelet for Lu Shui, it cost more than $60,000, how is it? Am I sincere enough? Harm, it really broke baby's bank. Necklace plus bracelet, also $100,000, it is a little back to the capital. Come to the Mingtai neighborhood and pick it up. I'm playing cards with my sister. I'm playing cards with my sister. I'm telling you, Su Yang, she's very pretty. Okay, I'll come and get it later. Since I bought it, I'll take it. It's not worth it. Besides, that close relative did come, the family, it's kind of close, right? Soon. Su Yang signed the contract and rented the front room. After finishing, he rushed directly to the Mingtai neighborhood. Baby, come downstairs, I'm at the entrance of the neighborhood. Dota Su Yang, hurry up, I'll introduce a sister to you to know, this little sister is only in her early 20s, can be tender. I don't know what's wrong with Lorraine. I don't know what Lorraine means by this. Finding a young girl to replace her? Continue to gouge money out of me? She went to find Lu Shui's close relative? Su Yang thought for a while, but did not think too much. Harm. What a coincidence, Lu Shui's relative came to Jiangcheng again, I have to go to him later, ask him about his impression of you, do you want to meet with you for a chat? Su Yang was too lazy to communicate with any little sister in depth, so he casually found a reason to refuse. Really? Great, you wait a bit, I'll go down with this little sister. 10 minutes later. Lorraine and a pretty young girl walked over towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Su Yang, your big money relatives are really here? Here you go. Lorraine came to Su Yang's front, her face full of excitement. Yeah, I even had dinner with him yesterday, today he asked me to go over again. Su Yang smiled and nodded, reaching out to receive the carrying bag containing the bracelet. Good, Su Yang, you can be sure to say a few more beautiful words, alright Su Yang, this is my little sister Lan Lan, this year is only 23 years old. Big brother hello, my name is Lan Lan. Su Yang listened to this girl's voice and could not help but hit a jolt. Whiny voice, so disgusting. Damn. The looks are okay, but the insides are a bit disgusting. Hello, Lorraine, I'm leaving first I'll let you know later if I have any news. Su Yang completely pretended not to see Lan Lan's outstretched little hand, just waved his hand with Luo Lin and left. For a woman of this quality, not even a hair of Lu Shui can compare. Damn it, you still want to take over from Lorraine and continue fooling your brother? You're overthinking it, aren't you? At night, Lu Shui changed into the most exquisite dance costume and snuggled in Su Yang's arms. Hubby, Lorraine the big slut is now out $100,000 of blood. It's unbelievable. She's such a smart person, how come she bought me such gifts? Su Yang couldn't help but smile sarcastically. This was mainly because he was too stupid in the past. Being held so easily by Lorraine all the time that she was particularly trusting of him, a former licking dog. Hubby, does this bracelet look good on me? Well, it's indeed not bad. Looking at Lu Shui's raised wrist, Su Yang nodded with a smile. But what about the future? I also do not have rich close relatives. Harm, close relatives on the line, what rich or not all rely on a mouth. Which of the real big money back to hope that she like big slut? Su Yang carefully observed the wear or not wear useless dance costumes, greedily sniffing Lu Shui emitted a burst of fragrance. Your husband, are you trying to get Qing to pretend to be a big spender? He is originally your close relative, If Lorraine, the big slut, gets into Qing's hands, I think she'll definitely suffer. Qing is a womanizer. I heard he can get a strange woman into bed in 10 minutes. What? Are you worried that Lorraine will suffer, or are you worried that brother Qing will take advantage? Harm. He. Lu Shui thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. These two getting together, then I really don't know what kind of interesting stories will come out of it. It would be best to screw Lorraine out of her money. After being fooled out of so much money for over 10 years, this revenge had to be avenged. Chapter 40 Bubbles for underwear, water currents for cloaks. Su Yang's agency front room was sort of rented. The following is to run the formalities, find a decoration team, to decorate the front room. It will probably be 10 days and half a month, and it will be almost done. The next morning. Su Yang just talked about a decoration team. Lorraine's phone call came again. Damn, it's like a ghost. Su Yang baby, did you ask that big money relative if he is willing to take me to get rich together? It's all about money, money, money. Su Yang is really sick to death of such a slut. If he didn't want to get back at her, he really wouldn't take her call anymore. Oh, asked a question. Is it, then how to say? Hate, you're quick to say it. He said, listening to Lu Shui said you two are former classmates, the relationship in general, he reconsidered. He now wants to help our close people. He said you an outsider, and we all do not touch the family not to wait for the old. Continue to let her anxious again. Then you. Didn't you say I'm your girlfriend? Bummer. Shit. Do you think I'd dare say that? If Lu Shui finds out, she'll cut me up. I'm not that stupid. The rich guy is her relative. So what do you say? Lorraine is getting anxious. Now that the $100,000 gift has been sent out, it's still no sign of it. And Lu Shui is still indifferent to her. Don't be anxious, I asked him yesterday, do you think this little sister looks like? Guess what he said? Come on, what did he say? He said she's a good-looking girl, and he said we could have a good conversation. But I think he said something weird, I didn't quite get it. Su Yang intentionally aggravated the tone of the deep exchange. I think this big slut must understand seconds. Hey, hate well Su Yang, you give me his phone number, I myself directly contact him on the line. Sure enough, after hearing Su Yang's words, Luo Lin laughed happily on the spot. Recently, he has been quite busy with his project, and said that he would find time for us to meet and talk together. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Right, honey, what did he mean by in-depth communication? Does he mean he wants to talk to you alone? Su Yang held back the laughter in his heart and continued to play dumb. Well, pretty much it's okay Su Yang, thank you. With Su Yang's sentence of in-depth communication, Luo Lin's heart instantly had a bottom. She was still very confident in her beauty. Regardless of any man, down to 18, up to 80, as long as she exerted a little bit of her charm, she could definitely take them all. What's wrong with big money? Men are all the same. As long as she is bold enough, flirty enough, crazy enough, and cooperative enough. Any man will fall under her pomegranate skirt. Finally. Also sent Su Yang a photo, which is considered to be a dog food reward for him. A photo of her taking a shower in the bathroom. The bubbles were clothes and the water flow was a cape. Clear and unclear, making people want to flip through the back of the phone. Just this? It's not at all the same level as the one Lu Shui showed herself. Wait, damn it. Sooner or later, I'll have to study her with a magnifying glass. After negotiating with the renovation company, Su Yang handed over the key of the front room to the person in charge of them. Anyway, it's a package deal, so save yourself the trouble. About half a month, how to get it done. Near noon. Su Yang bought a few dishes outside and brought them back home. Dad is alone at home, basically he cooks and eats by himself. Su Yang is not busy to come back to eat together, but when he is busy, he eats by himself. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Hey. Just entered the door of the house, found Lu Shui surprisingly came back. Hubby, see the new car parked downstairs? Hey, the new car we bought has arrived. The store called me in the morning, so I took a half day off and went to drive the car over. Lu Shui went up and hugged Su Yang's arm, her eyes were full of excitement. Does it drive well? Especially good to drive, husband, thank you, boo. Better than you? Pop. Hey, later hubby can compare well, but it is certainly not as good as me. Looking at Lu Shui that happy and pleasing look, Su Yang cannot help but be another burst of excitement. Then he remembered Lorraine's snobbish slutty face. There's really no comparison. It's really like what brother Lu Qing said, Lu Shui is really a superb woman. Hubby, I'll just drive myself to and from work from now on. Hey, hubby loves me so much, I feel a bit ashamed lately. Silly girl, what are you ashamed of? My work is actually quite easy, but my husband is very hard on the one hand, entrepreneurship, on the other hand, still have to pick me up and drop me off, and after returning home, still so painful to me. And, also have to pick up and drop off our Lele, my husband is so hard. Lu Shui tightly hugged Su Yang's waist and looked at his eyes pleasingly. It's okay, baby, it'll be better if you let go a little more when you dance. I'll set up the new computer desk and computer in the afternoon. Aha, sure. With Dad at home, the two of them didn't dare to let loose too much. They just kissed a little in the master bedroom and came out. Dad, it's time to eat. Lu Shui went to the kitchen to cook another soup, and then greeted everyone to get ready for dinner. Dad happily put down the books in his hands and walked out from the study. Since coming to this little home, Dad's mood was getting better and better every day. Either he goes down to skate, or reads books and makes tea in the study. It's getting more and more clean and cozy. Dad, would you like some? Su Yang took out a bottle of wine and looked up and asked. Okay, have a drink. Dad couldn't help but smile slightly and nodded. It had been years since he had drunk wine. Since the day Su Yang's mom left, he hadn't drank anymore. Nowadays, the son also knows how to live his life. His daughter-in-law knew how to be polite and understanding, and was very accommodating to his son. The little granddaughter is especially well-behaved and understanding, and her studies are also good. A family that is happy together is enough for the rest of their lives. Then let's drink. Hubby, you can drink more if you want to, I'll just go pick up Lele at night. Lu Shui knows that Su Yang doesn't usually drink at all now, so I'm sure he must be quite eager to drink as well. Since he was really reformed now, it didn't matter if he drank more occasionally. Chapter 41 Hubby, don't cry, good. Well, since my wife told me to drink more, then I will drink more, in case I get drunk and hit you, you can't cry. Looking at Lu Shui's meek and good behavior, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Bastard, I'll see if you dare to hit Xiao Shui a little bit. Don't think that I don't know what you did in the past, now since you are like a human being, then live your life with Xiao Shui properly. Upon hearing that Su Yang was going to hit Lu Shui, Dad immediately got a little upset. For so many years, thanks to this daughter-in-law often see him. Even after how much she was wronged, she still spoke up for Su Yang all the same. Don't worry, Dad, this is the joy between our young people, you don't understand. Hubby. Su Yang smiled and reached out to put his arm around Lu Shui's shoulder. Lu Shui also smiled shyly and leaned her head on Su Yang's body. This level of harmony is obviously not like a real fight. Oh. As long as it's not a real fight. Dad twisted his head towards one side, with a feeling that he couldn't strain to laugh. It looked like he understood what Su Yang meant. Come on, Dad, drink some more, I see you seem to have black hair on your head. Su Yang downed 3 cups in a row, the more he drank, the happier he got. But Dad is old after all, 1 cup is almost enough. Well, yes, I also found out. Dad smiled and nodded, picking up the wine glass and sipping a little more. Hubby, a bottle of wine or almost let you drink all the hard? Under the assistance of Lu Shui, Su Yang staggered into the bedroom, and then directly paralyzed on the big bed. Auntie, I do have some difficulties. Su Yang squinted his eyes, looked at Lu Shui beside him, and couldn't help but put her in his arms. Hubby, is it hard on your stomach? Let me pour you some water to drink? No, it's not hard on my stomach, I have a hard time in my heart. Su Yang tightly hugged Lu Shui, and his strength grew bigger and bigger. So much so that Lu Shui started to feel a bit suffocated. Hubby, what's hard in your heart? Hubby, what's so hard about it? Hey, every time I see and touch the scars on your back, I am so sad. Su Yang felt that the tears came out and flowed directly from the corners of the eyes on both sides to the ears. Hubby, you help me put on the scar removing cream every day, and now it has become much lighter, I believe that it won't take long for it to disappear. By the way, the thin scar on my thigh is basically invisible now. Hey, I dare to wear more transparent stockings from now on. Don't wear too transparent, I am afraid that my wife will be slimed by others. Okay, I'll only wear them for you to see at home from now on. Saying that, the power of Su Yang's hands suddenly unloaded. Phew. Surprisingly, he snored and fell asleep. Lu Shui climbed up from Su Yang's arms, then helped him straighten up the bed and covered the quilt. It was getting late, she had to hurry up and go to work. Walking out of the bedroom, Lu Shui realized that her dad had also gone to rest. So she hurriedly left the house to go to work. Su Yang this time drank too much again. Although he drank 9 taels of highly alcoholic liquor, he didn't mix it with sleeping pills. It is nothing more than a matter of sleeping a little more. Hubby, please, don't me it hurts, hubby. You little slut, come here and give it to me. Give the shoes. Please good brother, don't use me okay, it hurts too much. Give me a good jump, yes, move a little more, here. A little bit more, a little bit higher. Woohoo hubby, this movement is too tiring, spare me. You stinky, rotten slut. I'll fucking sell you tomorrow. Come here. At this moment, Su Yang's mind was popping up one image after another. The main thing was that Lu Shui was trembling under his lustful authority, and was cooperating with him in every way without any limits. That bloodied back, bleeding all over the place. From time to time, there were also scenes of him hanging out with his fox friends. Scenes of fooling around with little bitches. Scenes of drinking with Lorraine and others. Scenes of big money transfers. Ah! With a startled cry, Su Yang suddenly woke up. I'd been drinking too much again. He quickly picked up his cell phone and saw that his wife should be home soon. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it. Suddenly, Su Yang feels like there are a lot more things in his head. More than 10 years of memories, it seems that after a sleep, surprisingly all came out. The scene of how he bullied Lu Shui before, scene by scene, instantly surfaced in his mind. Ruthlessly tossing her. Torture her. Regardless of whether it was convenient for her or not, as long as she wanted to toss her around, then it had to be convenient. That piercing blood, that miserable call, that crazy scene. Vivid in my mind. Su Yang was stunned. Completely stunned. I fucking turned out to be such an animal. Before the execution has been as much as possible to imagine how much of a brute I am. But, only at this time to realize that his imagination is actually so lacking. Such a good woman was almost tortured to death several times. Su Yang couldn't help but hit his head with both hands, really wanting to vent out on himself. No way. I must find a cane, a fishing rod or something. I want my wife to give me a good beating. If not one, then two. Ka chow. Su Yang was just thinking. The door of his house opened. A light footsteps came over. The sound came straight over in the direction of the master bedroom. Hubby, hey, you're awake, ah? Lu Shui saw Su Yang, who had already sat up and tenderly sat on the edge of the bed. I'm sorry, wife harm. Su Yang reached out to hold Lu Shui tightly in his arms. Tears instantly broke the dike in general. It was full of crazy and painful memories. Lu Shui was completely a plaything in his eyes. Play as much as you want. Later on, he even thought of playing with his friends. Luckily, it hadn't waited to take this step. The rebirth happened. Otherwise, Lu Shui's days would have been even more miserable. Honey, don't cry, good boy. The unknown Lu Shui snuggled into Su Yang's arms and gently persuaded. Chapter 42 Miserable Memories of Almost Losing Her Forever. Wife, come, let me take a good look at you. Su Yang sat upright, and Lu Shui turned around to look at him a little puzzled. What is wrong with hubby today? Why are you crying so sadly? Hubby, don't cry, okay. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's tearful eyes and couldn't help but reach out her own little hand to busy him with careful wiping. And Lu Shui couldn't help but shed tears as well. She suddenly felt so heartbroken. Wife, it was my fault for letting you suffer in the past. Su Yang also reached out to help Lu Shui wipe her tears, and her eyes were filled with strong regret and love. Such a gentle and understanding, wonderful and infinite good woman, how could she be so cruel to toss her in the past? Even thinking of letting others come along to toss her. This was simply a fucking beast. With Lu Shui's character, if she were to be played by another man, then she would really be in danger of killing herself. Damn it. It's horrible. This can simply let a person after the fear of pulling a pants. Hubby, that's all in the past. It's all over now. My husband pampers me. Every day, no matter what I do, I feel so happy. Especially when I'm in your arms. The feeling of being held tightly by you makes me feel so relieved, so happy, so touched, so eager to cry. Lu Shui shed tears while speaking tenderly and emotionally. Luckily, my wife didn't leave me, otherwise, I wouldn't have a place to cry. Su Yang gently lifted up Lu Shue's back. The scars were still shocking. Although it had been smeared with scar removal cream for some time, it still made people feel shocked. The last fear is still almost taking that step share, otherwise it is likely that she will really never see her again. Wife. Su Yang once again embraced Lu Shue tightly in his arms, even using his maximum strength. Soon she was moved to love and lost her eyes. Cards, drinking buddies, flirtatious little bitches. One by one, that tone of voice and smile constantly crossed in front of Su Yang's eyes. Or lewd, or slutty, or shameless. I can't imagine why Su Yang will be stinky with them, but the woman who loves him the most is hurt so deeply. After being reborn for such a period of time, finally recovered the memory of these more than 10 years. But in this memory, Lu Shue's happiest days should be when she just got married. At that time, although Su Yang was moping all day long because of Lorraine's matter, he was more or less grateful for Lu Shue's saving grace. Although he had very few smiles for her, he didn't use any punches or kicks. At that time, the two of them were oppositely attracted to each other, and Lu Shue also felt some joy. But soon, a house in Su Yang's name was demolished and he got a large sum of money for demolition. I don't know what happened, but soon Lorraine found her and wanted to renew their relationship. So the two of them quietly fell in love. Su Yang from that time onwards began to dislike Lu Shue. The slightest inferiority began to beat and scold, and then step by step tossed, step by step intensified. Until the day before he was reborn. Even 2 days before he was reborn, he had already made a deal with someone to sell Lu Shue. It can be transferred at once, costing $200,000. It can also be rented, $200 a day, $5,000 a month. If not reborn over, Lu Shue may be fragrant, or it will be all people. Into the night. Su Yang took a shower, changed into pajamas, and thought about having a deep conversation with Lu Shue. Communicate and see how to change the bad way of getting along. For example, should we cancel her daily extreme dance? Because this kind of dance was completely learned by watching emotional action movies from the small days. And for so many years, Su Yang has terrorized and whipped her in all kinds of ways to keep this special going for so many years. And it has been watched and learned and improved all the time. For this reason, Lu Shue has shed an unknown number of tears of blood. For this reason, Lu Shue seemed to have no shame in front of Su Yang. For this reason, Lu Shue seemed to have formed a habit long ago. Then again, should we cancel that beating program as well? Although the tools were changed now, it was a bloody testimony of Lu Shue for so many years. A cane goes down, that is wailing in blood. Hubby. A turnaround, Lu Shue surprisingly has long changed into that dizzying dance-specific clothes. The face is full of shyness and coquettishness. Even the voice was gentle and whooshing electric numbness. In the back was the time that completely belonged to their two-person world. Lu Shue was like a completely changed person. Glowing. Sassy. The watery eyes were infinite in flavor. Her jade-like body was crystal clear. Between her knitted brows and smile, she exuded a charming flavor of passion. Su Yang was very clear. Before she was reborn, she had never been this happy. She had never been interested in this kind of thing. But before, she had been forced to do so by Su Yang. But now, she has become willing to be happy. And she has become extremely active, even playing to new heights. Wife, come. Su Yang smiled and waved at Lu Shue, intending to communicate with her. At least it was necessary to properly tell her what was in his heart. As for what to do subsequently, the two of them will just discuss it. Maybe continue, maybe change, maybe innovate. Hey. Lu Shue sweetly answered, then mischievously jumped over. Then snuggled into Su Yang's arms. Hubby, you say, what are the instructions? Please feel free to say, the little girl will definitely complete. Silly girl. Su Yang could not help but secretly sigh. Such a good and extremely good woman, how did he cultivate her like this? Could it be that this is developing her potential? Harm. Alleluia, amen, Amitba. If you don't feel like this kind of dance, let's not dance anymore in the future. Hubby doesn't want you to suffer any little bit of aggravation. As long as you are not happy in your heart, hubby will not be happy either. No, hubby, I like it very much, especially like it he. Before Su Yang finished his words, Lu Shue directly rejected him without bringing any hint of hesitation. Chapter 43. People like you even want to open a company? This Su Yang could not help but be speechless for a moment. Since his wife was willing and joyful, there was no need to cancel it. The most important is not to make his woman happy. Okay, let's leave it at that. Continue. Wife, I beat you for so many years, let you eat all the pain now although the tool has been changed, but I still worry that you will not be happy in your heart, even if it is a hint of unhappiness. I do not want to let this matter continue. Su Yang caressed Lu Shue's face, his tone was extremely gentle. Such a good woman, really can't let her suffer any more hint of harm. She is the most extremely good woman in this world, there is no one. Hubby, if I'm not satisfied with this thing, then please agree that I'll change it to something that hits a little harder. Hubby, I actually know that maybe my mind has really changed a little bit in particular. Hey. But I have long felt my husband's love, really serious and deep love. You know what, hubby? I feel happier when I'm beaten by the one I love. Although I don't know when I became like this, but it seems that I deeply like it. As Lu Shui said, a different kind of redness came through her face. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a heartache. It's all his own fault. It was all because of his whipping and tossing for so many years BT that Lu Shui became this way. Hey. Just don't know if this is really good. But Su Yang quiet down the heart to think about it, he also seems to be quite acceptable. As long as Lu Shui happy, then why would he still want to refuse it? Hubby, my wife knows that you are for my good, but my wife really like oh. However, if my husband really do not like my wife like this, then I will listen to you. Hubby, do you think my wife is too flirtatious? I am sorry. No. Su Yang heard Lu Shui's pleasing voice, a slight hint of aggression, so immediately shook his head vigorously. How can I call my wife a flirt? This is called real flirtatiousness. I'm not sure if I know what I'm talking about. Hey. I knew my husband would like it. Let's get started, I've got some new moves for you today. Lu Shui said, and stood up from Su Yang's arms. Su Yang, what have you been up to lately? Why does it always feel like you're quite busy, like you're running outside every day? The next morning, Su Yang just ran a trip to the business bureau to return to the front room. He received a WeChat message from Luo Lin. The company has a small company to play is just blindly busy. Su Yang did not lie, after all, open an agency this, sooner or later Luo Lin will know. Besides, so what if you know, it doesn't matter. Oh. People like you even want to open a company? I don't know. What kind of person am I? What kind of person do I look like to you, Lorraine? A loser? IQ problem? A lickspittle that you've taken advantage of? With such a simple sentence. Su Yang was very clear about his status in Lorraine's eyes. No wonder she hasn't been rolling in bed with Su Yang because she simply despises him. What's wrong with people like me? What's wrong with someone like me? Am I not your favorite? Harm. Yes, I'm just saying. Well, baby, what company are you going to open? Do you want me to help you to counsel? Of course, Lorraine knows that now is not the time to turn the tables on Su Yang. But when that big money relative is fixed, she can kick him far away. Never again would she call him baby. Never even want to see him again. A licking dog who didn't know how much he weighed was just a dog, not worth her Lorraine cherishing at all. Humph. After that big money is taken care of, even Lu Shui can be kicked away just the same. And she'll get back all the gifts she gave her. Harm. I'm just planning to open a small agency to manage my current real estate. What? Don't you just have a few houses? Is it necessary to open an agency? Are you kidding me? It's more than a few properties. I've been buying a lot lately. Damn it. I'm going to whet your appetite. I'm going to play with you, and I'm not going to give you any money. And I won't give you a penny. Yeah. Baby, you have a lot of real estate? What's wrong with you? Shit. Lorraine was stunned. But she was also vaguely unconvinced. Houses in Jiangcheng are not cheap. Even if you have millions of dollars, you can only buy 2-3 houses. But to open an agency, then at least have to have dozens or hundreds of houses to make sense. Su Yang, he had the ability to buy dozens of houses? How much money would that cost? Well, it's not bad, I can't keep myself busy without a small team. Really? You're not fooling me, are you, Su Yang? What am I fooling you for? After all, you are my little baby. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly smile. He knows that this big slut, she will definitely believe it. Where are you now? I will go to you shy. Well, come over here, little baby. I am in the front street of Phoenix New Town, 300 meters east of the entrance to the district. I just rented a storefront room. I'm here now, and the workers are renovating it. He. This slut came over just to see for herself whether what Su Yang said was true or not. It takes a lot of money to buy so many properties in such a short period of time. If it is really true, then this big money relative of Lu Shui, also really too powerful, right? In such a short period of time, it's amazing that a lousy person can get off the hook and then have as many as dozens of properties? It's unbelievable. Then he's a real diamond in the rough. This kind of man is her Lorraine's cup of tea. He's the one she really wants. So, then she must work her charms as quickly as possible to charm this man, and must make him fall under her pomegranate skirt. Okay, baby, I'll be right there. I'll see you in half an hour. Well, come on, baby, I want to see you every day. Without any hesitation, Lorraine immediately drove over in her car. Chapter 44. This is just a little lover. Is this your agency front room? As soon as Lorraine arrived, she didn't even say hello, and came up to ask questions, and with some interrogation. What? I can't afford to rent it? Su Yang looked at Luo Lin and said with a faint look. Harm. I can afford to rent, of course I can afford to rent. I want to say, how did you get so many properties so quickly? You wouldn't be acting as an agent from another landlord, would you? Lorraine couldn't help but stare at Su Yang. So strange. Why does this lousy person suddenly have some momentum today? Is it because of suddenly having money? Is it because of suddenly having dozens of houses? They are all my houses. Su Yang couldn't help but smile faintly and reached out to open a folder in his cell phone. Inside were all the real estate certificates that had his name written on them. All of them are yours? Luo Lin quickly scanned some of them, and the more she looked, the more surprised she became. Surprisingly, there were so many. Well, yeah. Su Yang only let Luo Lin look at a part of it and quickly took back his cell phone. What's the point of looking at it so meticulously? It's not yours anyway. And you damn well don't want to get any of the houses out of my hands. Luo Lin looked at Su Yang and couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. What a surprise. This lousy person who only drinks big wine and plays bad cards with his first wife has turned into a billionaire in the blink of an eye. In an instant. Lorraine's heart was like grass growing. Harm. Baby, you've bought so many properties so quickly, you have to consider me, right? How can I consider you? This house is under Lu Shui's surveillance, I don't dare to give it to you. Su Yang waved his hand, with a look of don't even think about it. I don't know what to think. People are your baby, Lu Shui is just a slut. Don't say that. Although you are my baby, but all my properties are Lu Shui, help me ah. Besides, you always say that you are my baby, but you haven't even given it to me once. Su Yang slightly shook his head and looked faint. Luo Lin couldn't help but be stunned. Did he know that he was being fooled? Su Yang had gotten drunk once before and put him in her bed. Then when he woke up, he said that he had tossed and turned with him all night. And made the bed extra messy. And threw clothes and stuff on the floor. Creating a scene of a once crazy night. At that time, because Su Yang transferred 100,000 yuan to her at once. In order to stabilize him, Lorraine came up with such a bad idea. And it worked quite well. Since then, Su Yang took Luo Lin as his real woman. How could that be true, huh? You don't even believe in your baby, you're so annoying. Oh. Looking at Luo Lin's pouting look, Su Yang just slightly smiled. You fucking give me a good wait. Sooner or later, I will study you with a magnifying glass and cane. Baby, after your big money relative meets me, I'll get a nice room with you and talk about life together, okay? If that rich man really helps me to get rich too, how about we become a real couple? I've been testing you for so many years. It's time to become a family with you too. Listening to Luo Lin's words, Su Yang's intestines couldn't help but have a spasm, and he almost threw up all of last week's meal. But I have Lu Shui, and there's no way I'm divorcing her now. Everything I own in real estate right now is practically all from her. Harm. It's all in your name on the real estate license. Whose name is on it? It's whose house it is. So what if she gave it to me? That's not good. Don't worry, baby, when I meet with that big money relative, have a good chat, and then try to earn a little more family business. After that, we can get married. How about it, honey? Lorraine smiled and stroked Su Yang's face and gently pinched it. There was a touch of flirtatious charm in her eyes. Well, I'll rush that relative of Lu Shui's a bit more, let him meet you as soon as possible. Baby awesome boo. Saying that, Lorraine went up and hugged Su Yang's waist and gently kissed his face. Su Yang couldn't help but rub his face, followed by rubbing on his body. Damn it! Who the hell are you disgusting? Just this? Just this bit of giving, like cheating me out of my house? Okay, baby, I'm going to head back now. Be sure to let me know as soon as you have any news. Okay, definitely. Lorraine finished, then left in a hurry. Brother, you sent this woman's photo to Big Brother is very powerful. This body is not bad. Su Yang sent the picture of the shower that Luo Lin sent him, and turned his hand to send it to Lu Qing through WeChat. Big Brother, you interested? Ah? Ha ha ha. Harm. Although you cannot hold such a woman, but after all, it is your favorite. Well, Big Brother, how good to be interested in people. Ah. Ha, brother, you joke. Ah. Lu Qing, such a master of love, Lu Shui is naturally interested in. This kind of woman is the best to get on. He knew too well about this kind of woman's mind. And no matter how you play it, there's no psychological burden. Not to mention not having to worry about being pestered to get married or anything. Brother, or that, you must cherish my sister Lu Shui. Harm. Don't worry about it, Lu Qing. Big Brother. I see Big Brother to brother so good, and this woman I really can't take it, so I thought in Big Brother together. Haha, brothers have the same blessings and difficulties together. Well, Su Yang does not want to take the initiative to let the other party help, that would be passive. And the things in the future may not be good to talk about. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Really? Lu Qing looked at the message sent by Su Yang, his eyes instantly sprouted a greenish fire. He had traveled around for so many years, and among the women he had played with, there really wasn't much when compared to this woman on the photo. Harmful. This is just a small lover, however, this woman is very materialistic, very greedy for money. The more you are greedy and materialistic, the easier it will be to get rid of the woman, and I am afraid that the woman is not greedy for money. Chapter 45. Quickly let go, I can't breathe. For Lu Qing's words, Su Yang naturally still believed in them. He also fully believed that Lu Qing could hold Luo Lin. What's up, Big Brother, are you really interested in this girl? I'm interested. Hearing you say that, I can't wait, brother, say it, how do you plan to get together? To put it nicely, Lu Qing is the prodigal son of love, to put it bluntly, he is horny. For a schoolgirl level beauty like Luo Lin, he is naturally salivating. Since Big Brother is so interested, then I'll talk about it. Good. Soon. Su Yang chatted with Lu Qing through WeChat, either through text or through voice. Slowly, the two of them came up with a preliminary plan. Line brother, let us follow this plan, I can guarantee that this girl will definitely jump in willingly. Anyway, when you come to the first, is it? Brother, this kind of chick must not be merciful, must be hard to toss. I feel that this plan is okay, after the end of her certainly won't haunt you, anyway, she can't find me, Anyway, it's also her willingness to be played with, it's not our fault. After the initial chat, Lu Qing was so excited that she couldn't sit still. And for advising Su Yang to cherish the words of Lu Shui, never said again. In order to successfully complete the plan for the two to play together. His identity in the future is a real big money. He was a close relative of Lu Shui originally. Casually gave Su Yang a little project, let him make a lot of money. In such a big background, the duo believed that there was no way that Lorraine would not take the bait. Su Yang baby, have you heard from your big spending relative yet? In order to meet Lu Shui's super rich close relative earlier, Luo Lin sent messages to Su Yang from time to time and called him, or ran directly to him. Not 2 days ago, she and Su Yang met again here at the store. The store's renovation work was being carried out in an orderly manner. Su Yang's application materials and so on have been submitted, it is estimated that we'll soon be able to receive a business license and so on. Snap. Before Su Yang could speak, he directly slapped Luo Lin. Oh. The elasticity was okay. But obviously it still felt a bit worse than Lu Shui's. Don't look at the fact that Lu Shui was a bit thinner at first glance, but in the key locations before and after, it really made people quite marvelous. Even Lorraine, who used to be a digestive, was now clearly incomparable. When she was in school, she didn't show off, but when she grew up, her advantages became more and more prominent. Especially at this best age now. Lu Shui is completely an unrivaled treasure young woman. Boing, you. Luo Lin couldn't help but freeze and looked at Su Yang with some surprise. This rotten man. How dare he slap my ass? After all these years, this is still something that has never happened before. Could it be that because of a large sum of money, people have swelled up with it? Dozens of houses, at least over $100 million in assets, right? Harm. No wonder this lousy guy's attitude towards me has changed a bit, he even dared to shoot me in the ass. Forget it. Who let him have money? Who let his relative have more money? It's not too late to fix him up after he's hooked up with that relative. He's such a little lickspittle. Yes, in the morning he even asked me to have a casual lunch together at noon to talk about some more random things. Su Yan looked at Luo Lin lightly, then casually flipped through his cell phone. This kind of slut woman, in the past, was just too knee-jerk to her, so much so that Luo Lin completely looked down on him. And for so many years, she had always looked down. Even after snubbing him for so much money, she has never slept with him. Harm, baby, take me along? Lorraine couldn't help but light up with a clear look of anticipation in her eyes. This. Su Yang couldn't help but reveal a difficult look. We need to talk about some project matters, isn't it inappropriate for you to go? Appropriate, what's not appropriate? Anyway, I'm your girlfriend, when I talk less will not cause that big money upset is. Don't say it's my girlfriend that big money but Lu Shui near relatives, he will not be happy. Su Yang hurriedly waved his hand, I completely do not want to let her go over the appearance. Baby, we have agreed that when I earn some more money, we will get married. I'm doing this for our own good. Well, if you don't say I'm your girlfriend, then what's the relationship? Hubby. I'll do whatever you want. When Luo Lin was talking, she leaned very close to Su Yang. Su Yang saw that there were very few people in the four corners of the room, and with one hand, he embraced Luo Lin in his arms. His arms were so strong that he hugged her as hard as he hugged Lu Shui. Don't let go of me quickly, it's hard to hold it in, I can't breathe. Lorraine was almost as if she was going to pass out when she was embraced by Su Yang so much. However, Su Yang didn't listen to her and continued to hug her hard. It's hard to hold my breath, please, quick, Su Yang, let go of me. Luo Lin's double face was red, it looked like she was indeed suffocating. And seeing this, Su Yang let go of Luo Lin. Puff, cough, cough. Then Lorraine breathed heavily, and coughed non-stop, even suffocating her tears. It looked like she was indeed having a hard time. So fragile. Su Yan looked at Luo Lin's performance and couldn't help but secretly shake his head. This performance of hers was too much different from Lu Shui. If he wrapped his arms around Lu Shui like this, even if it was 10 times longer, he would never be in such a mess like her. Moreover, Lu Shui would definitely be moved to tears and beg him to make it harder. Su Yang. Are you trying to get me killed? You're crazy, are you? Harm. No. Su Yan looked at Lorraine, who finally got her breath back. He couldn't help but scratch his head. Too excited, well, normal. Humph. How can you treat a girl so rudely? Don't ever do that again. Okay. Then I'll be more gentle, like this? Pa. Su Yang said, stepped forward and wrapped Lorraine in his arms again, and slapped her hard on the hand. The whole action was quite coherent, so much so that Luo Lin had absolutely no time to push away or dodge. Chapter 46. Bro, did you inform that chick to come over? You damn dare to hit my ass. Bugger. Baby. Lorraine's heart couldn't help but burst into flames. She was even about to get mad immediately. How dare you, a lousy licking dog, hit my ass? However, after a short while, her fire was pressurized down. Nowadays was not the time to turn the tables on him, it had to be endured. After taking down that big money relative, the first thing to do is to make this lousy person roll far away. The second thing would be to make that big slut Lu Shui also get the hell out of there, preferably sold to a bunch of migrant workers for casual play. Snap. Without any hesitation, Su Yang went up and slapped again. It was crisp and loud. The decorator of the store couldn't help but peek at it, and the holla was still flowing long. Well, baby, well, do not hit again, hit the people good pain at noon to take his wife to go well, please. Harm. I'll take you there. Su Yang let go of Luo Lin, rubbed some numb hands, the heart cannot help but a burst of comfort. From the time he met her in college, until now, he had never hit her. Today finally punched 2 slaps. Although the elasticity is not bad, but compared to Lu Shui's, there is still some gap. Good hey, thank you hubby, Lorraine said with a smile, but her body pulled back a bit. Prevent Su Yang from getting excited and giving her 2 more slaps, or holding her and vigorously gnawing on her 2 times. These were all behaviors that were extremely difficult for her to accept. Let me tell you, baby, after you go over there, don't say anything, just listen quietly and make sure to leave a good impression on the other party. As for the relationship between the 2 of us, I won't say anything, and you don't say anything either. A big boss like him will naturally have his own guesses, and he will probably see it at a glance. Aha, don't worry hubby, that I won't say anything. Lorraine was extremely confident in her beauty. She believed that as long as she stood in front of the big boss, just a few glances, just a few subtle gestures, she would definitely be able to make the big boss tingle. She has been wandering between various men for so many years, and has long practiced a set of hooking skills. Completely no less than Bullhead Horseface's level of taking people. Okay, that's fine. Su Yang pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time, smilingly looking at Luo Lin. Honey, it's still early, how about taking a trip home with me to check it out? The king-size bed in my master bedroom is so big I haven't had a chat with you in a long time. Hey da husband, I have to accompany you to meet the big boss at noon, I have to go home to clean up and dress up, otherwise how will I leave a good impression on others? Don't you think so? Lorraine's heart couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. You rotten man. Give you some color and you want to start a dye house? How dare you think of sleeping with me? You're overthinking it, aren't you? You deserve to be with a slut like Lu Shui. Harm. What a pity. Su Yang shook his head helplessly, his face filled with disappointment. Hubby, in the future, I'll definitely stay with you. I told you, we'll get married when my wife earns some more money. At that time we can be together every day, just how you. Well husband, I hurry back to dress up, later you call me. Lorraine said, hurriedly left Su Yang. Today is the first meeting with the big boss, make sure to dress up properly. Be sure to leave a special good impression on the big boss. It is best to let him be unable to hold back on the spot to want her Lorraine's phone number, that night to ask her to go to the clouds and rain. Big brother, hooked, at noon, we will be scheduled to eat in the old Li Tu home cooking. To be Luo Lin left, Su Yang immediately contacted Lu Qing, ready to start the implementation of the next step of the plan. Okay brother, I'll book a box right away. Please believe in brother's strength. I'm going to have a good time and see how slutty and wealthy this woman really is. Ha ha. Since it is to share the benefits to Lu Qing, this booking of the money of the box naturally have to him out. You can't give away a woman and spend money at the same time, right? It didn't take long. Lu Qing had booked a private room and sent the address to Su Yang. The 2 arranged to meet at the hotel at 11:30, pretending to talk about the project. By the time Luo Lin arrived, the discussion was basically over. Hubby, when will that big boss let you go over? This side of me has been dressed up. Not even 11 o'clock, Lorraine called again, a look that has long been waiting. No hurry, honey, just wait patiently at home, I'll call you when it's time, don't worry. Okay, but be sure to be early or else show me how rude. Well, I know. Su Yang cannot help but secretly laugh, you fucking go is just a decoration. No one will take you seriously. Don't expect the big boss to be mesmerized by you. Time passes by. Su Yang saw that the time was almost up, so he left the facade to the old Li Head home cooking rush too. Since it was said to have a casual meal, it was naturally a casual meal. Who said that a big boss meal had to be in a luxurious restaurant? Oh. Big brother, a few days of not seeing Bola. Su Yang arrived at the restaurant just as Lu Qing also rushed over. The expression is introverted, the sharpness does not show, the waves are not shocked. Dressed in a decent suit. Properly a look that has seen a lot of wind and waves. Ha ha. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh when he saw Su Yang. Just now that puzzling look instantly disappeared without a trace. Come on brother, sit down, did you inform that girl to come over? TSK TSK TSK. Lu Qing couldn't help but rub his hands together, with a feeling like he was going to do it right away. In his eyes, there was a taste of unquenchable expectation and a flash of hunger. Good, I'll call her right away, Su Yang said, then took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Shue's number. Hello? Baby, are you with that big boss? Luo Lin's voice was lower, her voice was filled with indescribable happiness and anticipation. Well, the two of us are together, you hurry over, must remember what I said to you before, okay? Su Yang glanced at Lu Qing by his side and gestured in okay pose. Chapter 47 First Meeting, Crossfire. I know, don't worry husband, you just watch over me, can't a wife still disgrace you? Good, then come over here also, be sure to keep a low profile and low profile again, I don't want him to pick you up from me. I don't want him to take you away from me. Hubby, my heart belongs to you already. Well, this is more or less the same, then hurry over here, the old Li head home cooking here. Then, Su Yang sent the specific address of the restaurant and the location of the box to Luo Lin. It's done. We're waiting for this girl to come over. Waiter, serve the food. Okay. Brother, today this meal is also considered brother thank you, to Jiangcheng, brother really helped a lot. Lu Qing picked up the tea, first tea instead of wine. Harm. Big brother polite what you are Lu Shue's own big brother, no outsiders. Yes, no outsiders. Or else. Ha ha ha. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh, and her eyes blinked towards Su Yang. This was naturally an allusion to Su Yang sharing Lorraine the slut, making him grateful. Harm. Really admire brother. Not only does my Lu Shue sister appreciate you, but you can also play with a woman like Luo Lin, big brother is really admired Hearing Lu Qing's words, Su Yang couldn't help but feel secretly embarrassed. Recognize this girl is not a short time, but which has played recall so many years. Also only pulled her small hand, touched her feet. Not even a real kiss. At best, just kissed the face. That can be called a kiss? Not to mention rolling in bed with her. But I did whip her ass this morning. This is the most painful one in so many years. Suddenly a sound of high heels came over, getting closer and closer. Big brother, coming. To this voice, Su Yang was very familiar. This walking voice must be that slut Lorraine's. Understood. Lu Qing gestured in okay pose and immediately went into a big boss kind of state. Low key. Stoic. Wise. Waves not shocked. As a master who has traveled around the world for so many years, he trusts the general ease. Knock knock knock. Here it comes. Su Yang shouted, then stood up and walked towards the door. Opening the door was naturally his business, Lu Qing was now the big boss. Z. Came, hush come in, don't talk. Su Yang looked at the door and saw that it was indeed Luo Lin. Grass. How is this woman dressed so gentle and generous? She even carries a fresh, bookish flavor. Su Yang couldn't help but to secretly have a jolt. She's really good at pretending. Afterwards, Su Yang gave her a wink. And quietly arranged it again. Lorraine answered softly, then nodded slightly. There was clearly a hint of something bright in her eyes. Come in with me. Su Yang then beckoned and turned around to walk inside, with Luo Lin following closely behind. Big brother, this is Lorraine, a good friend of mine harm. Sorry big brother, did not go through your consent. Su Yang looked at Lu Qing and said with a bit of embarrassment. The face was clearly all apologetic. Big brother, how are you? Seeing Su Yang shouting big brother, Luo Lin smiled and nodded at the other party, her body slightly owed a gentle greeting. That mannerism, quite like a lady of the house. Unhurried, gentle, and generous. The so-called flirtatious aura from before had long disappeared without a trace. It's fine, sit down. Lu Qing lightly glanced at Luo Lin and slightly nodded. It was still unperturbed, and there was absolutely no trace of the so-called stunning and moving appearance. Even after only glancing at Luo Lin, she didn't take it seriously anymore. Whoa! This man is so graceful. So handsome. Luo Lin entered the room and took her seat, and immediately had a basic judgment of Lu Qing. This man is really something. The temperament is really extraordinary. This kind of man is my Luo Lin's dish. No way. I have to find a way to take him. From now on, I don't need any other men, just this one is enough to enjoy endless glory and wealth. Su Yang, about the project, let's leave it at that. I'll arrange a few more houses for you later. Good. Thank you, big brother. The food is ready, big brother, come on, let's eat. Su Yang excitedly nodded at Lu Qing, reached out and took the wine bottle on the dining table in his hand, ready to open and pour the wine. Su Yang, it's better to let me do it, you guys can just eat and talk about things, I'm a little woman, I'm best suited to pouring wine for you guys. Luo Lin, who was sitting beside Su Yang, suddenly stood up and snatched the wine bottle from Su Yang's hand. Okay, good, Luo Lin, later on, be sure to pour a few more cups for big brother to express my gratitude to him. Well, definitely. Luo Lin looked at Lu Qing and gently guffawed. Lu Qing looked up at Luo Lin, faintly smiled slightly and nodded. Su Yang, this friend of yours is called Luo Lin, right? Well, yeah, big brother, we are very good friends. Su Yang nodded with a smile and made a wink, letting Luo Lin go over to pour the wine. Good, then I know. Lu Qing looked Luo Lin up and down and nodded thoughtfully. Big brother, I will pour your wine. Luo Lin smiled and gently walked to Lu Qing's heel. Quietly walked a little closer again. Seemed to be about to be next to him. Then holding the bottle with both hands, she bent down and started pouring the wine. The long, wavy hair also hung down, very attractive. A ghostly fragrance, straight to Lu Qing's nose. Good, that's fine, thank you. The wineglass was filled, Lu Qing faintly said thank you. For Luo Lin's seductive ethereal fragrance and movements, she was completely oblivious. Su Yang. Subsequently, Luo Lin came to Su Yang's front again, the same wine-pouring action. And also turned her front, towards Lu Qing's direction. As long as Lu Qing raised her eyes, she would definitely be able to see the two big babies that she had deliberately squeezed. Chapter 48. The scenery under the dinner table. The two of them chatted as they ate and drank. Luo Lin helped the two of them pour the wine and also sat quietly at Su Yang's side and ate. The words were especially few, even as stingy as gold. From time to time, she smiled slightly at the duo, and her movements were also generous. If someone who didn't know Lorraine at all were to look at her, they could definitely be mesmerized by her. This was completely a stunning lady of the world. Look at that demeanor, look at that movement, look at that knitted brows and smile are just at the most fascinating point. The seat. Su Yang and Lu Qing also just chat some family life, the project thing completely did not mention. Time passes in a second. After all, it is just a simple meal, and soon it is almost eaten. Big brother, I will go to the restroom first. Lorraine suddenly stood up and smiled apologetically at Lu Qing. Lu Qing did not say anything, just nodded without any concern. You're just peeing, what's the point of talking to me? Thump. Lorraine soon left the private room in a hurry. Bro, this slut is not bad, very talented in acting. Ha, did you like it? Cough cough harm, see what brother said, since brother looks up to brother, let's have some fun together. Hey, it's really good. I'd love to play with it. If this girl is a little bit more hair, then absolutely can be all the man. It is not a problem to sit and collect money. Lu Qing looked in the direction of the door and laughed in a small voice. There was a clear green light in his eyes. It's also possible to sit and collect money? Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Lu Qing's meaning is not that after getting tired of playing, then sell her, or rent out that kind of thing? Of course, it's okay brother, we brothers slowly, step-by-step coaching, absolutely can be cultivated. Lu Qing smiled lewdly and nodded confidently. Okay, then we will be well adjusted. Su Yang couldn't help but rejoice. Damn it! For Lorraine, this big slut, she had to be tossed around hard. If we can make her a good husband, waiting for the money, then it will not be able to make money as well as revenge. Not long after. Lorraine came back, and soon sat by Su Yang's side again, still with a lovely smile on her face. Su Yang, today and let us do this first, I still have things to do in a while, you just go back and wait to collect the house. Lu Qing looked at the time, and then intended to leave. It seems that he still has things to do and will be leaving soon. Pa-ta. The cell phone in Lu Qing's hand suddenly became unsteady and it fell on his lap, then it fell from his lap to the ground. Ha! Really sorry Su Yang, big brother is a little drunk. Lu Qing smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly, and then bent down to prepare to pick up the cell phone. A habitual twist of the head. Then saw Lorraine. As already unfolded underwater scenery. Purple color, lace edge, very thin. Vaguely, you can still see. However, he did not stop the action of picking up the cell phone, just now was just a glimpse, all in a moment. Although the scenery was tantalizing, it was not appropriate to show it. This kind of thing, after all, cannot be put on the table now. Su Yang, you quickly tell Big Brother about me. At this time, Luo Lin quietly pulled a hand of Su Yang beside her, and then quickly and lowly said, "Oh. I will try ah." Su Yang nodded dumbfounded, then reached out and wrapped his arm around Lu Lorraine's waist. "Big Brother, you see my friend, if it is possible, also help my friend to introduce some projects chant?" When Lu Qing sat upright, Su Yang awkwardly stood up, embarrassed to say, "Oh. Okay, your friend is quite good, I will definitely consider it." Lu Qing then looked squarely at Luo Lin, smiled and nodded at her. "If I haven't seen it before, she is your confidant, right?" Harm, Big Brother is really discerning. In fact, Luo Lin and I are very good friends. Everyone is not considered outsiders. Into the words of Lu Qing, Su Yang also recognized the relationship between the two. "Since Lorraine is a good friend of yours, I'll definitely give it some serious consideration. Su Yang, I'll contact you later, see you then." Saying that, Lu Qing patted Su Yang's shoulder, then looked at Luo Lin with a smile. "Big Brother, thank you so much. This is my contact number. If there is a need, you can contact me at any time." Seeing that they were about to part ways, Luo Lin pulled out a business card from her bag and handed it to Lu Qing with both hands. "Good." Lu Qing smiled and nodded, then put the business card into her handbag. "Okay, Su Yang, you two chat first, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." With that, Lu Qing did not stay, turned around and left the private room, and helped bring the door. "It's just a simple dinner party, just leave when you say you will, never drag your feet." Even if Luo Lin was more beautiful, even if she were to strip naked and beg him today, it would be impossible for her to immediately agree to help her make money. At most, she'd just agree to think about it. "Su Yang, today really thank you. Lorraine's purpose today is basically achieved, the mood is also quite happy." She knew that. A really big boss, that is not too easy to take down easily. But she was quite confident in her performance today. Especially the big boss's cell phone accidentally fell on the ground, it was simply heaven's help. Letting her fully embody a bit of the flirtatiousness under the appearance of a big girl. After that, then look at his smiling expression. Without any hint of impatience. She knew that this man, at least in terms of being an animal, was no different from other men. Regarding her own beauty and means, Lorraine had always been extremely confident. Including this big boss today, it made her even more confident. 4 things under the table is a great winning strategy for her. And there are a lot of tricks that don't work. Harm, baby, your performance today is really amazing, really opened my eyes ah. As Su Yang said that, he came closer to Luo Lin and wrapped her in his arms. Both hands soon became unctuous as well. Damn it. As long as there's an opportunity, one must toss and turn. Who cares where he is? Su Yang, stop it. We're in a restaurant. Pa. Saying that, Lorraine shook off Su Yang's arm around her shoulder. "It's okay, baby, you see I did you a big favor today. Why don't you give it to me now?" A little while later. This is what Su Yang used to say countless times before with Lorraine once. He said it after he did her a favor, and he said it after he gave her the money. But Lorraine never really agreed to let him do it once. The only time she did was after getting drunk and pulling a scam. Chapter 49, Domineering Strong Kiss. Su Yang, stop, here is a restaurant, people will come to clean up the table later. Behave yourself, baby, at night, okay? Pop. As soon as Su Yang heard it, he knew that Lorraine never counted when she said such things. So he reached out and slapped her. The sound was very crisp. Ouch. Su Yang, you hate. Lorraine couldn't help but let out a miserable cry and reached out to cover her beaten ass shaft. Jumping to her feet, she rubbed it. Su Yang had practiced this slap for years. Lu Shui alone had been slapped many times. Nowadays, Su Yang had long since practiced a rather sharp meat sand slap. If you want to give her a souvenir, a slap down, it's guaranteed to be red and swollen tomorrow. I can't even sit on a stool. Roar. It hurts so much. Lorraine's tears were coming down from the pain, and she kept stomping her feet in place and crying out miserably. Come over. Su Yang reached out and wrapped Luo Lin in his arms again, and his arms immediately fired, putting Lu Shue's very favorite move to use. Hoo. Su Yang, you hate it. Let go of me. You fucking wanna suffocate me, ah? Luo Lin couldn't help but yell out and kept struggling. Baby. That's what I used to do to Lu Shue. She loved it. She said that even if she cried and suffocated her, she would be especially happy. Snap. Su Yang said, after releasing his arm, another sharper slap. Ah. Whoops. This time, Lorraine was actually hit and cried out. Ever since she was a child, she had never been hit like this? These two slaps were by far the most painful slaps she had ever suffered. Su Yang. I'll see if you damn dare to hit me again? Luo Lin was furious, pointing at Su Yang's nose, looking like she wanted to slap his face with her hands. But, looking at Su Yang's cold eyes, she was scared and couldn't help but hit a jolt. A look that had never existed before. He had never looked at her with such eyes like this before. In her impression, Su Yang had never looked at her with the most pleasing eyes of a dog-licking kind. What's wrong with me hitting you? Snap. Su Yang said, reaching out to deliver another hard slap. In an instant, Lorraine felt her ass shaft go numb. Her body seemed to tremble as well. I don't know if it was the feeling of being humiliated or a feeling of something else. Whimper. Lorraine couldn't help but cry, her hands face, crying with a twitch. Su Yang. You fucking wait for me. Whoa. Lu Shue, that slut likes to be beaten by you. I am not fucking Lu Shue, you cannot hit me, no. It hurts. You're crazy today, Su Yang. Why are you always hitting my ass shaft? Lorraine cursed as she cried. After a few moments, she picked up her small bag and was about to leave the room. Okay, Luo Lin, if you just walk out of this room today, Big Brother's side will definitely not be able to help you. Su Yang looked at Luo Lin, who was about to leave, and said unhurriedly. In an instant, Luo Lin stopped in her tracks. She suddenly realized that Su Yang, this rotten person, since relying on Lu Shue to evening this Big Brother, the whole person has changed to be different from before. In a short period of time, he had hundreds of millions of assets. And also seems to suddenly have a hint of manliness. This feeling is so strange, ah. It seems that just a few slaps by him seems to be faintly also not so painful. Su Yang, you hate, I just said it, this is a hotel, not suitable. Although Lorraine was still very angry, but after hearing Su Yang's words, she could only force her anger to be suppressed. At this critical moment, we can't let things get out of hand. We have to wait until we've taken care of the big boss. Back to kick Su Yang away again. What's wrong with having a hint of manliness? He's no match for the big boss. Okay, there's a hotel next door, let's go get one now. Su Yan obviously doesn't want to let her go. Su Yan obviously doesn't want to let her go. Whenever there's a good spot, that's the time to make Lorraine's life miserable. Su Yang, please, I beg you, it's really inconvenient for me to have my period today. Although Lorraine's heart is irritated, but at the moment do not dare to fall out with Su Yang. Just now, she scolded a couple of times, but she couldn't keep scolding. So Lorraine's voice became milder. Although the ass shaft that was beaten was hot and painful, it could only bear it silently. I don't believe it. Half a month ago you said you came, last week you said you came, today you said you came again. How many times a month do you come? How many times a month do you actually come here? Su Yang didn't need this. This kind of bad excuse, do not know how many times to fool him. So what are you going to do today? Lorraine felt that Su Yang's aura seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The little licking dog in her mind seems to have changed a lot, as if he had suddenly become a big wolf dog. And it looks like it's going to bite at any time. What else could it be? Naturally, it was two. Su Yang stepped forward, and with one hand, he forced Luo Lin into his arms again. Su Yang stepped forward and forcefully embraced Luo Lin in his arms. Luo Lin instantly widened her eyes. This is the first time. This is the first time she's been forcibly kissed by Su Yang. In all these years, it had never been like this before. In Luo Lin's eyes, she didn't see him at all, didn't want him to kiss her, and didn't want to get into bed with him. But I didn't expect that today he was domineering and forcefully kissed himself. For a moment, Lorraine's head buzzed, not knowing whether to reject him or to cater to him. This man is so strange. His manliness, it seems to have become heavier and heavier. Hoo hoo. Soon. Su Yang sensed Lorena's change, and her breathing slowly became rapid. Her mood was now conflicted. But the body's reaction was honest. After a strong kiss, Su Yan let go of Luo Lin. Ugh. Reaching out, he pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth, unable to hold back a burst of dry retching. Damn it. This feeling is really too different from Lu Shui. It's even a bit disgusting. It's damn like kissing a dead person, not knowing how to cooperate at all. Whether it's the sound or the action, it's far from Lu Shui. Chapter 50. The card player wants to sell his wife. Humph. Su Yang, you hate people no longer pay attention to you, you do not know how to cherish. Lorraine's voice seems to be quite angry, seems to be very depressed, but also seems to be some acceptance of the feeling. Very complicated and contradictory. Raising her hand and wiping her red lips that were kissed painfully, she rubbed her eyes again, and with a thump, she quickly left the hotel's private room. Ugh. It's so damn meaningless. Su Yang smashed his mouth and felt a little nauseous. It seemed like he had just forcefully kissed a piece of shit. When you hate someone, you even feel that her meat is stinky in general. Soon. Su Yang also left the restaurant, ready to go home and rest for a while. Ding dong. Just after being sent downstairs by Cost to park the car, Su Yang's WeChat received a message. It turned out to be sent to him by a netizen with the screen name "My Woman, I'm in Charge." Grass. After Su Yang's memory was restored, he naturally remembered all the people and things from before. This person was one of his original poker plus drinking buddies. This person had been married for 10 years and didn't even have a child. I don't know if it's his problem or his wife's problem. But in his eyes, it's his wife's problem. Complaining all day long that his daughter-in-law is an old hen who can't lay eggs. Either beating or scolding at every turn, the hand is quite ruthless, no mercy at all. So much so that his wife in front of him, all day long trembling with fear, a look that even the atmosphere does not dare to come out of the appearance. Su Yang, I heard that you recently made a fortune. Grass, a few days do not see, let brother this is impressed. Why, can you help me out? For such a friend, Su Yang now really do not want to talk more. Previously, it is all day and such a person mixed together, every day to talk about our disgusting vulgar topics. Either playing cards or drinking and beating their wives. Before the two also then who tossed more tricks, tossed hard, tossed miserable. They even discussed the price of their wives together. His wife looks a little worse than Lu Shui, so the price is slightly lower. And the two also discussed the opportunity to play with a change. Grass. Zhao Hai, where did I get rich? It's all because Lu Shui has a good relative, people gave some money just. Su Yang did not want to tell him any truth, simply deal with him a couple of sentences pull back. Lu Shui, haha, your wife is really fucking beautiful, yesterday I also saw her on the road, now become a good beauty. Grass. Dude, can we switch? Just for a day. Just for a day. My family this I fucking do not want to play a day, every day like a dead person, really want to sell her. Obviously, Zhao Hai is still thinking about Lu Shui. He used to think about it before, but now he's even more concerned about it. The main thing is that Lu Shui is like a different person now. Her beauty is simply radiant. Fuck off. I won't spare you if you mention this again. Now Lu Shui has long become Su Yang's scales, as long as there is anyone who dares to mention her unfavorable things, immediately will be burning with rage. Do not mention, this is a fucking we discussed. Zhao Hai heard Su Yang this furious voice, immediately did not dare to talk nonsense, the voice became weak. The past is the past, the present is the present. Whoever dares to mention anything against Lu Shui again, I'll kill him. Okay, I won't mention it again. Brother Yang, you have to help me. I these days hand too bad luck, or almost poor cannot uncover the pot. Zhao Hai looking for Su Yang's purpose is very simple, heard that he is rich, naturally, want to borrow some money. Zhao Hai came to Su Yang for the simple purpose of borrowing some money. How much money have I borrowed from you over the years? Have you ever paid me back? No borrowing. Upon hearing this, Su Yang knew that this kid Zhao Hai wanted to borrow money from him again, so he nonchalantly refused. These years, this kid at least borrowed him tens of thousands of dollars, but a penny has not returned. He just didn't even mention it. Brother Yang, have mercy on me when I win a big one, I will definitely pay you back with interest, okay? Get lost. Su Yang really doesn't care about this kid. No, Brother Yang, why don't you buy Yang Xia? Daily rental, monthly subscription, a one-time purchase will do. Brother Yang, you have money now, a one-time payment of 180,000 will do. What day? Mentioning Yang Xia, Su Yang's mind instantly conjured up a pitifully beautiful woman. In the past, he was indeed quite interested in this woman. He even thought of swapping Lu Shui with her and experiencing her for a few days. Harm. Now that he thought about it, this woman was just as pitiful as Lu Shui. Lu Shui was beaten by him, Su Yang, and Yang Xia was beaten by him, Zhao Hai. Anyway, both of these women are really in deep water. It's extremely miserable. Damn, Yang Xia is your wife. You want to sell her? You're damaging. Su Yang said this is also very no bottom. In the past, he also thought of selling Lu Shui. Harmful. Brother Yang, this woman isn't interesting, she's not as interesting as the little girl we used to play with. How about Yang, we are not outsiders, I can give you a discount, a price of 150,000 how? Listening to Zhao Hai's tone, it seems like he's really determined to sell Yang Xia. He's a real bastard. Yang Xia, that woman, she works hard at home, although she's a bit introverted, but she seems to be quite flavorful. Otherwise Su Yang wouldn't have moved to try to experience the experience. Zhao Hai, can't you live with her properly? Besides, Yang Xia, she's a good woman. This is the first time Su Yang has ever talked to someone like this, although it's not very convincing. Harmful. I'm sick of her. Brother Yang, I really don't want her. If anyone can afford it, I'll sell her right away. Brother Yang, I know you're rich, so this isn't a problem. You've wanted to play with her before, so why don't you just buy her and play with her? How nice. Su Yang cannot help but come to a burst of suffocation, suffocating unbearable. Thinking of Yang Xia, then think of Lu Shui. Yang Shui was tortured by him. Su Yang's thoughts are somewhat mutated, and even have some masochistic tendencies. The more she was roughed up, the happier she is. This damn think about it makes people heartbroken. Yang Xia, this woman, is also in deep water, thinking about it is also really heartbreaking. Chapter 51 Transaction 1. I'll think about it. Su Yang suddenly thought, he opened his own agency, also need manpower. When the time comes, you can let Yang Xia come over to help out as well. Anyway, whoever you hire has to be paid a salary. For such a poor woman who suffered the same as Lu Shui, Su Yang suddenly moved with compassion. However, this matter is best discussed with Lu Shui. Don't let her really think that he bought someone else's wife, that would be bad. Because he has long sworn never to let his Lu Shui suffer a little bit of harm again. That's great, Brother Yang. I knew you'd help me. When do you want it? I can send it to you now. Hold the grass. Wait for me to think about it. I'll give you an answer tonight. Great, thanks Brother Yang, I'll have her clean up today and send it over to you tonight. Zhao Hai felt that Su Yang would definitely buy it. He knew very well that Su Yang had a green light in his eyes when he looked at Yang Xia before. Besides, Su Yang is now rich, he definitely won't be able to resist buying it for fun. Evening. Su Yang was at home brushing the jitterbug when Lu Shui came back. Tread. Listening to Lu Shui's footsteps, he knew that the first thing she wanted to do when she came back was to see Su Yang. It was like this every day. It's been a day since she worked at the unit, and it's been a day since she's seen her husband, and she misses it. She felt that her happy life had finally come. Every day was full of vigor, and every day was full of energy. Hubby, hey, I miss you to death. Entering the bedroom, Lu Shui jumped into Su Yang's arms at once, her eyes filled with pleasing and joyful laughter. Boo! Su Yang was a little heartbroken and hugged her tightly again. Hey! Lu Shui is finally out of her misery. I hope she can be happy every day. Hubby, today I purchased a few more stockings online. Hey, they are colorful. It's the night I put them on and dance for you. Good wife, you are so good to me. Looking at Lu Shui's pleasing smile, Su Yang embraced Lu Shui in his arms even more tightly. Hey, my husband is my favorite, and my wife is your most adorable little goods. Lu Shui reached out and stroked Su Yang's face, and her breathing began to rush. Right wife, discuss something with you. Saying that, Su Yang let go of the tightly embraced Lu Shui and sat her in his arms against the head of the bed. Hubby, you said that you just need to give instructions to your wife, there is no need to discuss, he. Lu Shui smiled shyly, and obediently snuggled in Su Yang's arms again. Do you remember Yang Xia? Remember a husband, she is quite poor a woman. I talked to her, quite honest and decent a woman. Lu Shui nodded, a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. Well, my agency will soon be able to open up, now the formalities have all been run, just waiting for the renovation to be over. I have to recruit people anyway, how about having Yang Xia come over to help? That can certainly be a hubby. If Yang Xia is willing to come over to help, she should still be able to take less beatings. Yang Shui did not hesitate to nod her head, with an extremely supportive look, and even immediately wanted Yang Xia to come to work. Wife, it's actually this. Su Yang gently patted Lu Shui's small hand and told Zhao Hai about selling his wife. The main consideration was that Yang Xia was a poor person like Lu Shui, so he agreed to think about it. Hubby, let us buy. It has to be bought. After hearing Su Yang's words, Lu Shui immediately made a statement and was unusually resolute. Even the feeling of directly wanting to make a decision for Su Yang. Hubby, I'm sorry. Perhaps she felt that her tone was a little not quite right, so she immediately snapped and apologized to Su Yang. However, her face was still extremely indignant. Being the same person at the end of the world, Lu Shui could best appreciate Yang Xia's misery. Honey, you're right, let's buy it then. Actually, saying buy was just putting Yang Xia out of his misery. But Yang Xia must divorce Zhao Hai and leave this lousy man once and for all. As long as Yang Xia is willing to leave, then Su Yang can pay for this. Well, hubby is so nice. Hearing Su Yang agree to pay out the money, Lu Shui couldn't help but secretly let out a long breath. Hubby, you know what? Even Yang Xia is 100 times better than that big slut Luo Lin. Well, yeah. Lu Shui was right, and Su Yang agreed. Zhao Hai, send it over, I'll buy it. Since his wife Lu Shui also supported it, Su Yang directly sent a WeChat message to Zhao Hai. A moment later, his message came back. Ha, I knew brother Yang you would buy it, now just packed her up, I will immediately take a taxi to send you to Phoenix New Town. Okay, come over to the cell door to send me a message. Goodly Yang, see you later. Obviously, Zhao Hai is very happy. He can finally sell this old hen that can't lay eggs and still get a sum of money. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to take a taxi and rush over, fearing that Su Yang would back out. Su Yang, I brought Yang Xia has arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, you come over, one hand to pay the other hand, haha. Zhao Hai just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, immediately called Su Yang over. Zhao Hai just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, and immediately called Su Yang. Su Yang looked at Lu Shui who was cooking in the kitchen and went over to slap him. Slap. Wife, I will go down to pick up Yang Xia. Well, good husband, go. Lu Shui smiled shyly and twisted her but shaft, giving Su Yang a flying kiss. Su Yang went downstairs, then quickly rushed to the entrance of the neighborhood. Brother Yang, this way. Su Yang had just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood when he saw Zhao Hai at the entrance, accompanied by a woman wearing a green floral dress. This woman is Yang Xia. It's really quite good looking. Only, she kept her head down and didn't say a word. Zhao Hai, you two come over here. Su Yang walked over and greeted the two. I haven't seen you for a long time, but Zhao Hai is still the same as before. It's just that this Yang Xia, she seems to have cleaned up quite well today, and this dress should be her best dress, right? Brother Yang, here's Yang Xia's suitcase, from now on she's your girl anyway, the luggage is also yours, ha. With that, Zhao Hai nonchalantly stuffed the suitcase into Su Yang's hand. Yang Xia just silently followed behind the two of them, not saying a word. Chapter 52 Transaction 2. Zhao Hai, look at this. Su Yang led the duo to a brighter streetlight and handed Zhao Hai a page that he had written in advance. What is this? Oh, it turned out to be a sale and purchase agreement. Zhao Hai borrowed the light and looked at it carefully. Harm. Brother Yang, I have acquaintances in the Civil Affairs Bureau. As long as both people are determined to get a divorce and file an application, a divorce certificate is easy to do. Don't worry, Brother Yang, since I want to sell her to you, then I naturally will not pitch you. This Zhao Hai is also afraid that Su Yang will change his mind, took the pen handed over by Su Yang and signed his name. Don't worry, Brother Yang, in fact, I have called with that acquaintance in the afternoon, tomorrow go to a trip we'll be able to get the divorce license. I don't want this money today, Brother Yang, you take this slut away, you can play with. Zhao Hai finished and didn't want to stop for a minute, and directly left like a dog whisking away. Before he came, he had already contacted a little pussy, and now he can't wait to go over for a night of fun. Yang Xia, come with me. Su Yang pulled the suitcase and looked at this poor woman with some heartache. So the voice that spoke was also very gentle. Yang Xia did not say anything, just stood frozen and stood, not even raising her head. It seemed as if her whole person had become numb, as if she had lost her reaction to the outside world. Su Yang couldn't help but secretly sigh, then he pulled the suitcase and walked forward. Yang Xia also mechanically followed behind, still keeping her head down and not saying a word. She knew that from now on, she might really be separated from Zhao Hai. Seriously, she had a trace of happiness in her heart instead. This Su Yang in front of her, if he treated her well, then she could follow him for a few more days. If he was not good to her, then she could totally leave here or even leave Jiangcheng forever. She knew Su Yang, and she also knew that his wife's name was Lu Shui. She knew very well that Su Yang wasn't a good person either, and was similar to her husband, who also drank and played cards and beat his wife every day. But no matter what, as long as she divorces her husband tomorrow, then she's a free woman. It's just that the one who returned her freedom is Su Yang, which is a great favor. If Su Yang was good to her, then she would definitely be good to Su Yang, being his lover or plaything was fine. If Su Yang is not good to her, then she will definitely leave here without hesitation. Yang Xia, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Su Yang slightly stopped his footsteps, then turned his head. I opened an agency and needed to use people, so I thought of you. Su Yang's voice was gentle, and could even be said to be gentle. It made Yang Xia's numb heart suddenly have a trace of warmth. Her eyes moved slightly, and she looked up at Su Yang, but still did not speak. She also heard Zhao Hai said Su Yang got rich in the future, let her follow Su Yang, may be able to live a good life. For the Phoenix New City, this neighborhood she knows, are large houses, without a 3 million, certainly cannot buy down. It's okay Yang Xia, don't worry, your matter in Lu Shui and I have already said, I don't have any other meaning, I just want to find an obedient employee for myself. Yang Xia's eyes flickered for a moment and then lowered her head again. Her heart was so hard and uncomfortable that she seemed to be on the verge of losing her judgment. She didn't know if what Su Yang said was true or not, but regardless of whether it was true or not, her attitude towards her now was countless times better than Zhao Hai's. Su Yang pulled the suitcase and walked slowly all the way, then spoke gently. Yang Xia just slowly followed behind, not saying a word. She knew that it was futile to say anything now. As long as this man in front of her was good to her from his actions, that was really good. As long as he can treat her well. Even if she accompanies him to sleep and gives him a child, she is willing. After all, he is now her Yang Xia's great benefactor. Soon, Su Yang brought Yang Xia to the door of his home. Yang Xia, stay at my home tonight, tomorrow I will arrange a long-term place for you. Su Yang smiled and nodded at Yang Xia, then opened the door to the room. Come in. Su Yang pushed open the door of the room and carried Yang Xia's suitcase inside. Is it Yang Xia coming over? Before Yang Xia entered the door, an extremely gentle voice came out from the room. She heard out that it was Lu Shui. Well, yes wife, you take Yang Xia to her room. Seeing Lu Shui smile and walk over, Su Yang couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Sister Snow. Looking at Lu Shui's radiant appearance, Yang Xia's eyes could not help but flash a trace of doubt. It's so strange. In the past, Sister Lu Shui was also often beaten and wore all old clothes. Now how did it change so much? Not only was she wearing decent new clothes, but on her face and between her eyes and eyebrows, she was all happy and smiling. And that skin color, that luster is definitely not something that a person who was often beaten would have. Come sister. Looking at Yang Xia's frustrated appearance, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel secretly distressed and sighed deeply. Then she reached out and pulled up Yang Xia's hand, leading her towards the second bedroom next to the master bedroom. No one lives in this house, so for the time being, let Yang Xia live here. As the same person suffering at the end of the world, Lu Shui was extremely sympathetic to Yang Xia and especially wanted to help her. Not to mention 150,000, even 300,000 she hoped that Su Yang would be able to pay this money and help her out of her misery. Sister Shui, thank you. Inside the room, Lu Shui put her arm around Yang Xia's shoulder and kept comforting her. She also told her about Su Yang's purpose of paying for her, which was actually to help her out of her misery. It is not that Su Yang wants to buy her over to have fun. Hey! Yang Xia, in the future, treat sister here as your own home, leaving that bastard Zhao Hai, sister will not have to worry about anything in the future. Sister, Su Yang treats you. Yang Xia looked at Lu Shui with some doubt and couldn't help but ask. In her memory, Su Yang didn't seem to be much better than Zhao Hai. It was also the same lousy person who played cards and drank and beat his wife. But how come it doesn't feel that way now? Now my home Su Yang is very good to me, hey, bought me a lot of good clothes, and also bought me a car. Now even a heavy word has not been said to me. Lu Shui said, but also let Yang Xia look at her ring earrings and so on. Yang Xia heard Yang Shui say so, the doubt in his heart seems to be more intense. A man who is running 40 years old, how can he say that he is changed? And also made a big fortune. Well, yes sister, my Su Yang is the kind of suddenly woke up like from that day onwards, he is on my TBI special good, simply as 100 obedience. Oh. Yang Xia this time completely believe, it seems that Lu Shui said really are true. Then brother Su Yang and sister Lu Shui is the biggest benefactor in her life Yang Xia. She must be good to brother Su Yang and sister Lu Shui, and must not apologize to them. Chapter 53 Take Yang Xia to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Early the next morning. After eating breakfast, Lu Shui drove to work. Su Yang, on the other hand, took Yang Xia straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The day is not yet bright. Zhao Hai called, said 8:30 sharp in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau to meet. He said that he had already found a good friend, and that he could go over there to get the divorce certificate, and he looked like he was anxious to get the money right away. Brother Su Yang, thank you. Yang Xia now knows, Su Yang turned out to be really want to help her, and not for fun. Harm. Yang Xia, in the future, don't be so polite with brother, wait until we finish the divorce with Zhao Hai, I'll take you to our agency to take a look. Okay brother. Yang Xia stayed at Su Yang's house for the night and talked to Lu Shui for half the night. She also thought for a long time. Since Su Yang and Lu Shui are willing to take her in, then she will help Su Yang work well in the future. If Su Yang is really interested in her, she will definitely not refuse any of his requests. When you receive the kindness of a drop of water, you should repay it with a spring of water, not to mention that this was a great kindness that saved her from her misery. Brother Yang, hurry up, just waiting for you guys. Su Yang had just arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau with Yang Xia when he saw that Zhao Hai was already waiting with a little bitch that he had once patronized before. Grass. What are you doing in such a hurry? Haha, to prevent the night from growing longer, brother, I am now very short of money. Zhao Hai completely disregarded Yang Xia's presence and laughed while embracing the little lady beside him. Yang Xia was standing right next to Su Yang, her expression was faint, as if she didn't recognize Zhao Hai at all. Brother Yang, how was the fun yesterday? Was it enjoyable? If she doesn't serve you well, I can help you beat her up. Of course she served you well, it's no worse than my family's Lu Shui's job. As Su Yang said, he reached out and wrapped his hand around Yang Xia's shoulder next to him. Brother. Yang Xia naturally understood what Su Yang meant, and was especially happy to cooperate. After a light cry, directly snuggled in Su Yang's arms. An extremely docile appearance. There was even a slight look of intoxication on his face. Humph! What a slut! Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but secretly curse in his heart. Okay, as long as brother Yang feels good, go inside and get a license. Go on, in the future you will never have to be afraid of him again, I will wait for you outside. Su Yang slightly patted Yang Xia in his arms and said softly. Well. Yang Xia left Su Yang's embrace, and her handsome face was filled with a slight blush. Soon. Zhao Hai then went in with Yang Xia. Anyway, he had already contacted someone in advance, so he thought that the speed of the divorce should be very fast. Brother Su, it's been a long time since I've seen you. This is the little bitch that Zhao Hai brought in, around 30 years old, not bad looking. Su Yang has patronized her a few times before, and the job is okay. Harm. It's been quite busy lately. Su Yang nodded at the little lady and couldn't help but smile. All used to be mixed up in the jungle, who do not mind who vulgar. This little lady has long been divorced, with a daughter, it is not easy. All day long mixing with some men, it is only for 3 meals a day, in order to support the family. Congratulations, Su, you've got your hands full now, so you won't have time to come here anymore, will you? Hey, don't make a fuss, it really is quite busy recently. Su Yang smiled sarcastically and didn't bother to explain anything. He is just a former customer of hers, and he can be disowned when he puts up his pants. Brother Su, I heard Zhao Hai say that you are rich? Then be sure to come more often to my sister here, I can give you a discount. I recently learned some massage techniques. Brother Su, next time you come I can give you a try. This little bitch obviously does not want to lose such a good customer. Oh, say it again later. Su Yang smiled and nodded, and in his heart, he naturally did not take it seriously at all. Nowadays, there is Lu Shui such an excellent wife, how could he still rise up to fool around with his mind? What's more, this kind of little bitch has long been a man's husband. Think about it, all feel salty and salty. I really can't go on. It's true that there are people who are good at what they do. As for the cooling off period, just ignore it. In less than an hour, Zhao Hai and Yang Xia finished their divorce and came out. Ha, finished brother Yang, money 150,000, cannot cheat ah. Zhao Hai took the divorce certificate and ran to Su Yan like the wind. And, don't worry, you won't get a penny less. Come on, sign the receipt, 150,000 I will immediately transfer to you. Saying that, Su Yang took out the receipt and pen written in advance from his bag and handed it to Zhao Hai. Today received Su Yan 150,000. Zhao Hai picked up the receipt, read it carefully, and found that it was just an ordinary receipt, so he put up a pen and signed his big name. Brother Yang, big money right, I will give you the receipt when the money arrives. Waiting. Su Yang now also does not care about this money, not just 150,000, it is a small thing. He took out his cell phone and opened the bank app. Because of the previous records of transferring money to him, all of them have his bank card information. A few moments later, Su Yang finished the operation. 3 minutes later, Zhao Hai received a text message reminder of the arrival on his cell phone. Ah, it's done brother Yang, I got it. From now on, this slut will be yours, you can play with her as much as you want, she won't lay eggs anyway, bye. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh when he looked at the arrival text message. He waved his hand with Su Yang, then wrapped his arms around the little bitch beside him, turned around and left. Yang Xia stood silently by Su Yang's side, and hadn't said a word since she came out. Let's go Yang Xia, let's go to the store and take a look. Su Yang turned his head to look at Yang Xia and softly said, Brother, I am not a slut. And it's not that I can't lay eggs, I went to the hospital and checked, the doctor said that I don't have any problems. Yang Xia looked at Su Yang and defended herself, as if she wanted to prove something to him. Aha, of course brother believes in you, otherwise why would I spend so much money? Because I believe you are a good woman. Su Yang looked at Yang Xia and nodded with a smile. Well, thank you brother, then let's go. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia then didn't continue to explain anything. Then he nodded his head and followed towards the parking place. Chapter 54. Lorraine is anxious again. Brother, this money I will definitely pay you back. Yang Xia followed Su Yang's side, slightly lowered her head, her footsteps seemed to be very light. Money or not, let's talk about it later. Su Yang twisted his head to look at Yang Xia, smiled and said, not commenting. He saved Yang Xia from the fire, but only to get some comfort for his own soul. He didn't like her either, and didn't intend to keep her to play with slowly later. At best, he was just recruiting an agency employee. Brother, thank you, you are a good person, I will definitely repay you. Yang Xia nodded slightly and did not mention the money again. But what was the use of mentioning money? After all, she was now penniless, what would she use to pay back Su Yang's money? With her mouth? Su Yang smiled, not responding to Yang Xia's words. If you want to repay, then just do a good job for me. As for the rest, let's talk about it. Get in the car Yang Xia, let's go to the store and take a look at it first, and then go home and pack up the garage later. Su Yang now lives in Phoenix New Town is with a garage, the garage is also above ground house, just slightly lower floor height. The agency in order to make some more money, hard to change the garage into housing. Su Yang's garage is not small, can park 2 cars, so it was converted into a 1-bedroom by the agent. Now that the tenant here had moved out, it was naturally empty. With a little more tidying up and some furniture, you can live in it straight away. Ding bell. Su Yang brought Yang Xia before he even arrived at the store, the phone rang. It was that slut Lorraine calling again. Hello? What, miss me? Su Yang answered Luo Lin's call and didn't avoid Yang Xia beside him. I miss you my ass. Why hasn't your big brother contacted me? Also did not add my WeChat. How do I know this ah? Hearing Luo Lin's words, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. How can I let you seduce the big boss so quickly? I have to make you anxious. Su Yang, where are you now? On the road, come to my agency store in a moment. Okay, I will go to you in a moment, let us meet and talk. Lorraine has not been able to wait for the big boss to take the initiative to contact, there is still some anxiety in her heart. By now, the gift of $100,000 bought for Lu Shui was like a waste of money. Lu Shui was still extremely cold to her, sending messages and often not returning. Even if it is back, it may be the next day. Watching Su Yang, this lousy person, so quickly have $100 million, saying that she is not anxious is definitely a lie. And just such a person that she had always looked down on, even beat her ass. Until now, there was still some hidden pain. This made her feel an indescribable sense of shame, and at the same time, she also had an inexplicable feeling towards Su Yang. It seems that Su Yang has become less annoying. Alright, I'll see you later. After chatting with Lorraine for a few moments, Su Yang hung up the phone. Yang Xia, on the other hand, had been staring blankly ahead, not caring what was being talked about on the phone. She now just felt that her body and mind had relaxed like never before. Su Yang was her benefactor, she had to find a way to repay him. Work for him, make his bed, fold his quilt and warm his nest. Anything. In this life, no one had ever helped her like this before. Especially rescuing her from a watery grave. It wasn't long. Su Yang brought Yang Xia to the agency store. Yang Xia, this is where we'll work from now on, but it's just the two of us at first, we can recruit more people when we get busy later. The renovation workers were busy inside the store, so the two of them just looked in at the door. It is expected that in another week or so, the decoration will be almost done. By then add some desks and chairs and computers and whatnot, and soon we will be able to start work. Well, I'll listen to all of brothers. Yang Xia listened carefully to Su Yang's words and nodded slightly. Anyway, now she was Su Yang's employee, let her do whatever she wanted to do. Regardless of whether it was an agency or not, as long as it was arranged by him, she would do it. Don't think too much about the past, look forward and be happier. Well. Listening to Su Yang's words of persuasion, Yang Xia's face slightly penetrated a touch of shy smile. It has been many years. This is perhaps the first time that a smile comes from the heart, right? The smile that was forced out by Zhao Hai before was even worse than crying. This is the right thing, see, how beautiful this smile is. Su Yang smiled and nodded, and extended his thumb at Yang Xia. This little bitch is still very pretty. Although it is not as good as Lu Shui, it is still quite good. Brother, do you really think I am pretty? Well, yeah, sister Yang Xia was already pretty previously, I thought cough. Su Yang saw that Yang Xia's face had some smiles on it, and his heart couldn't help but follow suit. Without being careful, he almost said the idea that he wanted to play around before. Yang Xia naturally heard it. Moreover, when Zhao Hai was scolding her before, he had said that he wanted to trade her with Lu Shui. However, Yang Xia didn't have a trace of anger right now. Instead, she felt that if Su Yang still wanted to play, she would definitely not refuse. Drip drip drip. Drip drip drip. The two of them were chatting, when suddenly a sharp car honk came from behind them. Su Yang turned around and looked, it turned out to be Lorraine driving over. This slut. Nowadays, she was chasing after her quite tightly. In the past, it was Su Yang who chased after her eye to eye. Even touching her little hands or being able to touch her little feet would be enough to excite him for days. Now that he's kicked Lorraine's ass, she's chasing after Su Yang. Your friend? Yang Xia glanced at Lorraine, who came down from the car as if she hadn't seen her before. But this woman was so pretty, but didn't seem like a virtuous person. It should be quite flirtatious. Well, a friend. Su Yang nodded and couldn't help but secretly smile. Can such a slut be considered a friend? Su Yang, who is this little sister? Hey, kinda pretty. Luo Lin came to Su Yang and looked at Yang Xia beside him with interest. What's the matter, say it. Su Yang looked at Luo Lin and looked up and down, not answering her question. This slut really grew a good skin for nothing. The bones are really stinky. Chapter 55. You go back and wait, wash your white. Cut. I see you can't hold it in lately, right? Behind the back of Lu Shui began to cheat again. Su Yang's previous things, Luo Lin is very clear. He used to drink, play cards and play with pussy, sometimes twice a day. Now that he's rich, his restless heart must be stirring again. What are you stealing? This is my friend. Who'd believe it? Who'd believe it? Believe it or not. So, what do you want from me? I'm busy later, I don't have time for you. Su Yang didn't want to spoil Lorraine's gloomy look. Nowadays, I'm no longer in the past. If it's like this again, I'll damn well see that your ass shaft is definitely well. I'm sure I'll have to give you a couple more hits. Hey, Su Yang, Why don't you remind your big brother to arrange a project for me? I don't want to have a billion or 800 million on the line. Cough cough. I Nima. A billion or $800 million. How dare you think that? How? What do people owe you? Why would they give you a billion or $800 million? You're not worth a billion or $80 million. How much? Your dozens of properties must be worth more than $100 million, right? Lorraine's heart is naturally unbalanced. Su Yang is such a lousy person, can in such a short period of time to get more than 100 million. She Luo Lin that is a real big beauty. I don't know how many men miss her. Let the big boss get a billion or $800 million more? How much? Humph. Not much at all? That's a close relative of Lu Shui's family, isn't it? Su Yan looked at Luo Lin with a bit of contempt and shook his head lightly. This is not still baby you well. Cut, who the hell is your baby line? I know, turn around I ask my big brother, you go back and wait for it, whitewash point. Su Yang is sort of feel out. This kind of woman, the more you give her a good face, she may be the more you do not take you seriously. The more you don't take her seriously, the more she rushes to catch up. When she sat on someone else's sports car, after being tired of playing a kick away. At that time, she took the initiative to stick up, extremely shamelessly stick up. Su Yan you hate. If your big brother is willing, I'm sure I'll wash and smell good and wait for him. Humph. I'm leaving you do not forget to ask for me baby. I know, snap. Su Yang saw that Lorraine's eyes were filled with obvious unwillingness and anxiety, so he went up and fiercely slapped her. The elasticity is still okay. Su Yan you hate it. Last time you hit it still hurts, you hit me again today. Lorraine immediately covered her ass shaft and jumped up again in pain. Her face immediately turned red. Put. Yang Xia was also amused and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Humph. What a slut. Such a person should fix her severely. What the hell are you laughing at? Little slut, let's see if I won't whip you to death. Luo Lin was furious when she saw that Yang Xia on the side also dared to laugh at her. This woman must be the lady Su Yang found. How dare she laugh at me too, let's see if I don't whip the hell out of her. Saying that, Luo Lin went forward and raised her slap at Yang Xia. Slap. Without waiting for Lorraine to make a move, Su Yang gave Lorraine another swift and hard slap. Crisp and loud. You're addicted to hitting me again, aren't you? Oh. This time, Lorraine was hit and cried. In front of other people, she was slapped hard and loud. This was hitting the ass, but it was actually equivalent to hitting the face. Hiss it hurts, oh. Su Yang, don't you ever hit me again, okay? It hurts too much. Lorraine didn't dare to lash out hard at Su Yang and yelled a couple of times. Su Yang, you even hit me for a bitch, how can you ask people to like you? I told you, this is my good friend. You like me? Forget it. You've let me fuck you once in all these years. And you still say you like me? Su Yan looked at Luo Lin, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. After so many years, I was actually fooled by this slut in front of me. Just thinking about it made me feel depressed. People just want to earn more family business, and then marry you well. Grass. Then why did you just say that you're waiting for my big brother? I was just joking with you. Okay. Then you go home and wash your hands, and I'll talk to my big brother to see if he's interested in you. Su Yan looked at Luo Lin's appearance and couldn't help but sneer secretly. Baby you hate. Lorraine felt extremely good about this proposal from Su Yang. If that big boss was really willing to roll in bed with her, then she was absolutely sure that she could take him down. In this regard, she was extremely confident. It was just a matter of being able to let go. Anyway, rich people play with perverts. As long as you can be bold enough and open enough, the big money will definitely fall in love with you. Su Yang, now that you're blatantly looking for a little bitch, aren't you afraid that Lu Shui will give you small shoes? Luo Lin pointed at Yang Xia, with a hint of unkindness in her eyes. What? Still want to threaten me? Su Yang said and raised his palm again. You. Lorraine was shocked and hurriedly ran towards her car. You don't dare to let him hit again. His slaps hurt too much, and now both of her butt shafts were a little numb. He. Looking at Lorraine's woeful escape, Yang Xia couldn't help but smile again. Brother, this woman is so beautiful. For Luo Lin's beauty, she was indeed quite envious. In front of Luo Lin's heel, Yang Xia did appear to be less outstanding. Bah! Just a slut. Su Yang couldn't help but spit as he looked at Lorraine, who was quickly leaving. Continue to hang her out to dry. Wait for her to be cleaned up and sent to the door. When the time comes, we must prepare a whip for her. Beat her to her knees and sing her conquest. Oh. Yang Xia nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask anything further. But she saw very clearly, this woman is not simple, but one thing is certain, she must be a slut. Let us go, Yang Xia, let us go home and look at the garage, then look at all the things that should be added. Don't be polite with brother. Su Yang looked at it. The time is not too early, in a while it will be noon. After looking at the garage, we still need to go out and order some furniture. Since Yang Xia is living here, she has to clean up a bit. Besides, she is also her own employee now. Chapter 56. Good things don't come out of the door, bad things spread 1,000 miles. Yang Xia, you look at it, if you don't like it, brother will give you another house. Su Yang brought Yang Xia to the garage of his own home in Phoenix New Town, opened the door and went in to look. Although it is a simple decoration, but clean, water, electricity, gas and other things are also available. Buy some furniture and so on, you can live in. Brother, this house is really good, no need to change, I'll live in this one. I'll pay you rent from now on. A one-bedroom house is still more than enough for one person. Yang Xia is very satisfied with this place. Besides, she was now a parasite, so she didn't have much of a choice. She was still very clear about this point. Even if she was living in the basement, she wouldn't have any problem with it. She is now penniless, to have a place to eat and live is already considered to have burned incense. It's okay, Yang Xia, in the future to help my brother work on the line, the rent I deducted from your paycheck on the line who did not have a difficult time it? Don't think about it too much, just live in the house from now on. Well, thank you, brother. Yang Xia's thanks is from the heart. Regardless of whether Su Yang rescued her buyout, there is no other purpose, Yang Xia is truly grateful to him. If she really wanted to take some advantage of her, or wanted her, she had also prepared her mind long ago, and would never have any refusal. Since it was inevitable to do these things with any man, why couldn't she give it to her benefactor? At least he doesn't beat her, give her food, give her shelter. Okay, it's fine if it's a match, I'll go buy some furniture this afternoon and have it delivered tomorrow. Then add some pots and pans and other odds and ends, and it is almost done. Su Yang said while using his cell phone to record the list of furniture to be purchased. Yang Xia, think about whether there is anything else you want to buy, feel free to tell brother, I will buy it all for you. Well, no need brother, this is enough. Yang Xia looked at the list of furniture that Su Yang had made, and her eyes were a little red. She had always heard Zhao Hai say how unpleasant Su Yang was before, but after seeing him, the truth is not like that at all. This is really a warm and attentive good man. Yang Xia, your sister Lu Shui is about to arrive home, let us go back to relax. Su Yang looked at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock, Lu Shui was probably about to arrive home. Yang Xia looked at the gentle Su Yang and couldn't help but smile shyly. Ding bell. Su Yang took out his cell phone to see. Damn. It turned out to be a call from Wan Lulu, a poker friend from the neighborhood he lived in before. It's that old colorful guy who wanted to buy Lu Shui. Hello? Let go of your ass. Su Yang beat him up last time, and he's still got a bad taste in his mouth. Brother Su Yang, I heard you're rich. None of your business. Harm, bro, look at what you're saying. I heard you bought Zhao Hai's daughter-in-law away? Hey, how's it going, bro? How's that little bitch? Don't bullshit me, she's my friend. Su Yang glanced at Yang Xia beside him and walked slightly slower. He didn't want her to hear these filthy words that were talking about her. Haha, our whole circle knows about this now, brother, bullish everyone can envy you. Wan Liolio's lewd voice came out from the cell phone, still letting Yang Xia hear it. But she didn't have any reaction, just slightly lowered her head and walked. She was, after all, the person involved and knew best how the actual situation was. Not only did Su Yang not want her, he didn't even make a move, he didn't even make a single teasing remark. As for how other people talk about it, let them do as they please. Who the hell passed it out? Su Yang couldn't help but get angry. It's true that good things don't come out of the door, but bad things spread for thousands of miles. But it's not right, he saved Yang Xia is definitely a good thing, just be taken as a bad thing. Who else could there be? Naturally Zhao Hai, that green turtle. Haha, but this kid has earned you a fortune for nothing, and is now living in style. Cut, let him go. Su Yang now extremely do not see this kind of person, including the past himself, he really do not dare to praise. With the money from selling his wife, how can he still live in style? What's in his head must be shit soup. Hey, Su Yang brother, when you get tired of playing with this little bitch, can you let me also? Roll, you're paralyzed. Don't, bro. Or maybe Lu Shui. You're looking for death. I'll beat you up when I see you again. Nima. Su Yang was instantly enraged and couldn't hold back. After cursing, he hung up the phone. What the hell is this garbage? All day long thinking about other people's daughters-in-law, damn it. Brother, don't be like them, they are all bad people. Seeing Su Yang gasping for air, Yang Xia had the heart to persuade up, her voice was very soft. She heard the conversation just now and naturally understood what was going on. Obviously. He was very defensive towards Lu Shui, towards her Yang Xia. It's just that those people have misunderstood him. Damn it. Don't let me see him. Su Yang couldn't help but curse hatefully, then shook his somewhat fuzzy head. As long as someone brought up words that were unfavorable to Lu Shui, he couldn't help but go to his head. If he was in person, he would definitely just rush up and start fighting straight away. Hubby, you guys went to see the garage? When Su Yang and Yang Xia returned to the downstairs of their house, they just happened to meet Lu Shui, who parked her car and walked over. Well, I just looked at it. I'll go buy some more furniture this afternoon, and tomorrow we'll clean it up together, and Yang Xia will be able to live in it. Su Yang smiled and nodded, reached out and pulled Lu Shui's arm. I haven't seen you for a day, I miss you. Looking at his wife's radiant appearance, he couldn't help but want to embrace her deeply into his arms. Sister. Yang Xia looked at the intimate appearance of the two, and seemed to be a little embarrassed. Well, let us go home, sis, tomorrow is the weekend, and my sister will take you out to go around and buy some things. No, sis. Yang Xia couldn't help but be secretly stunned and hurriedly waved her hand. Have you forgotten what we said last night? What are you still being polite to your sister for? Lu Shui looked at Yang Xia and couldn't help but smile slightly, then reached out and pulled up her arm and went upstairs together. Su Yang looked at the back of the two of them with a bit of uncertainty, a bit confused. These two beautiful little bitches, last night, this is to say what? Chapter 57. Dress up pretty tonight, there are arrangements. After returning home, Lu Shui and Yang Xia went to the kitchen to cook. With Yang Xia on board, Su Yang naturally wouldn't consider going down to the kitchen anymore. So he went to the study, intending to chat and drink tea with his dad. Yang, who is this girl who came to our house? Pop seemed a little worried as he glanced at Su Yang and handed him a cup of brewed tea. Oh, a friend, is ready to let her come to give me a hand. After a while, the agency will be able to open up. Su Yang took a sip of water and said lightly. Anyway, there is no ghost in the heart, naturally, there is no need to care too much. Oh, be sure not to make a mistake, no? Well, don't worry, I am not that kind of person. After Su Yang finished, he couldn't help but scratch his head. If this was put in the past, Yang Xia would probably have been tossed by him a long time ago. Such a beautiful girl, he would never stay until the next day without moving his mouth. Pops glanced at Su Yang and didn't say anything. Anyway, this son's reputation was not so good. What he said, I don't know how much credibility he had. Ding dong. Su Yang picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It turned out to be a message from Lu Shui's own big brother, Lu Qing. Dad, you drink first. Su Yang took his cell phone, greeted his old dad and went out. Then he came to the master bedroom and took off his shoes and leaned on the bed. Brother, did Lorraine's side look for you? Is it already anxious, Shibuya? Oh. This big brother seems to be quite anxious too. What's the matter, brother? What's wrong? Ha. Yes, this kind of stunning slut must make people very anxious. Lorraine anxious to see him, he also anxious to see Lorraine. A wolf and a slut, what a pair of enemies. Well, this morning when she came to me again and let me slap her hard a few times, it felt really good. Fucking hell. Dude, don't just whip yourself, I wanna too. Ha. The two of them were chatting obscenely, but they were also very happy. In the past, Lu Qing had occasionally said some serious words of advice to Su Yang, such as telling him to treat Lu Shui well and not to mess around or something. Now well. The two people around the topic of Lorraine, chatting very obscene. Brothers, the two of us take her to the KTV to sing at night, okay obscene? Let's just say it's to get to know each other better. We'll just sing and chat, not talk about work. Since she had fooled my brother so badly before, I have to avenge you. What do you say, brother? Ha ha. Lu Qing seems to be really suffocating as well, and keeps persuading Su Yang. It seems that if you don't go any further, you'll be unable to hold it in. He looks like he has to find a woman as soon as possible to get rid of him. Okay, you book a place, notify me, that slut has long been waiting for you. Last time we had dinner, Lorraine took the initiative to pay for it. In order to leave a good impression on the big boss, the performance was really good, simply impeccable. Well. Brother, wait for my call. Lu Qing couldn't help but be overjoyed. Ever since the last time he and Luo Lin pretended to have a casual meal, the more he missed it in his heart. Not because Lu Qing fell in love with her, but his hundreds of millions of life source went straight to his brain. Especially after seeing the underwater scenery under that dining table, it was even more itchy. Fine. Since big brother Lu Qing is in such a hurry, for the sake of his body, how can I help him arrange it? Anyway, Lorraine is also anxious as hell. One can act and one can pretend. Seeing the two acting together, it is really interesting it. Very quickly. Su Yang then sent a message to Luo Lin. Dress up pretty tonight. His words were only half spoken, and he said it on purpose. A few moments later, Luo Lin's message came back. Big boss relatives have arrangements surprise? That's not true, is that I have arrangements. This is not the night I want to pull in together to sing well. He said nothing wanna go, said work is busy. Su Yang smiled, intends to continue to drop a little appetite. No, you didn't say you'd call me to go with you? If you can't, I'll call on my two little sisters. Hearing Su Yang say this, Luo Lin immediately took heart, and also anxious. The little sister, even if, in fact, I know big brother to you should still be a little meaning, but I'm not sure. Don't worry Su Yang, I'm sure to dress up beautifully today, to ensure that he is satisfied with you. Hurry to tell him well, just say I also go. What about me? What about me? I hate people just to earn more family money, I have always been yours. I'll make sure you're happy too, okay? I'm sure I'll make sure you're happy too, okay? Good girl, talk to your big brother. Anyway, as long as you can and that big boss really head, Lorraine is confident to take him. As for Su Yang's satisfaction, it's none of her business. Well, I'll talk to him again, I think it should be about the same, you dress up first, big brother prefers the woman with a lot of flavor. I've always been a lot of flavor, right? Don't worry, baby. I'm not going to be able to do that. Looking at the chat record with Luo Lin, Su Yang seems to have a feeling of wanting to vomit. You're still a fucking flirt, right? I think it's flirtatious, right? However, since it was said that big brother likes women with a lot of flavor, I believe that Luo Lin will definitely dress up in an alluring manner. Damn it. Being fooled by her for the first 10 years or so. Being cheated by her for money. Tonight this time, there had to be an opportunity to take revenge again. We have to collect some interest. Hubby, dinner. Su Yang and Luo Lin just finished chatting, Lu Shui is outside shouting dinner. Good Lu wife. Su Yang answered, then put away the cell phone, left the bedroom and came to the dining room. Lu Shui in the kitchen to serve rice, Yang Xia is helping to serve the bowl. Brother, hey. Seeing Su Yang come out, Yang Xia cannot help but show a smile, the smile is very beautiful. Well. Su Yang smiled and nodded, then walked into the kitchen. One wrapped his arms around Lu Shui's slender waist from behind. Hubby, don't make a mess, the soup spilled. Feeling Su Yang's strong arm, Lu Shui couldn't help but feel slightly paralyzed. If there was no one else at home, she really wanted him to embrace her with even more vigor. Chapter 58. Are you fucking trying to pry my corner? After eating the midday meal, Lu Shui snuggled in Su Yang's arms, seemed to have something to say, but somewhat afraid to say. If you have something to say, just say it, snap. Su Yang lightly patted Lu Shui and said with a smile. Then I said husband cannot be angry Again do not say words I can really angry. Su Yang said and reached out to wring Lu Shui's face and kneaded it a few times. During this period of time, he found that his wife's face had indeed grown some meated than before when she was thin and beautiful again. Hubby, today that classmate of yours, Sunja, is always adding my WeChat, he applied several times, but I ignored him. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's face, and her eyes couldn't help but flicker. She was still quite worried in her heart. If it was in the past, for this kind of thing, she would not dare to tell him at all. Did he not say anything when he added you? Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately felt that something was wrong. At the last party, it was a little bit damn unkind. Sunja and Luo Lin just sang in unison, as if they still wanted to take the opportunity to confess to Lu Shui. Could it be that this kid is looking at my wife? Damn it! Cell phone to bring it over. Good. Lu Shui somewhat nervously hurriedly handed her cell phone to Su Yang. She had clearly sensed that he seemed to be quite nervous. Although she was afraid that Su Yang would get angry and hit her, she couldn't help but feel a little happy in her heart. Because she practically felt that her husband really cared about her. Su Yang opened Lu Shui's cell phone, tapped on the address book and found a new friend. Sure enough. Lu Shui, I'm Sunja, can I add your WeChat? Lu Shui, give me a pass, okay? I won't disturb your life. Lu Shui, I just want to be good friends with you, there's really no other meaning, you don't have to think much at all. Lu Shui, I know that a beautiful woman will definitely have a beautiful woman by her side, and I actually want you to introduce me to a person. Su Yan looked at the application message that Sunja had sent to Lu Shui, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Nima. You know that Lu Shui is Laozi's wife, but you secretly want to add her WeChat. And you're still looking for these messy and lousy reasons. What kind of intention is this? I think you're just trying to pry me out. Don't worry, hubby, I won't pass his friend request. Lu Shui looked at Su Yang's expression was not right and hurriedly said in a weak voice. Well, I know. For Lu Shui's preoccupation, Su Yang is naturally very clear, and is also absolutely at ease. After beating her for so many years, he hadn't beaten her away, and he hadn't seen her have anything with any man. It is just that he did not understand why Sunja had to give himself so much eye candy. Lu Shui is beautiful, yes, but she is my wife. It seems. Su Yang felt that there is probably some conspiracy here. Maybe it has something to do with that slut Lorraine. The two of them were in cahoots at the last party. I can't. We have to ask him. Soon. Su Yang picked up his cell phone, found Sunja's phone number and dialed out. Beep beep. After waiting for a while, no one answered. Continue to call again. Still no answer. I don't know what to do. I'm going to play disappearances, not it? If you can't get through on the phone, you can contact me on WeChat. Still no answer on the voice application. The video request is still unanswered. Sun Chul, what the hell do you mean? What's the point of adding my wife to WeChat? You fucking asshole. Since I can't get through on the phone, I'll just leave a message. I can't believe he can't see it. After sending the message, Su Yang threw the cell phone on the nightstand. Then as soon as he put Lu Shui in his arms. Hubby. Feeling Su Yang's strong arms, Lu Shui meekly snuggled up to him, and her eyes were soon a little off. Afternoon. Lu Shui still had to go to work, while Su Yang took Yang Xia to the furniture market. Brother, don't need to buy too good furniture, I can live alone anyhow. Yang Xia thought of casually buying some second-hand cheap furniture on the line, there is no need to buy new good ones. Anyway, she is alone, with so good furniture is really feel a little bit of heart. Who said you live alone? Su Yan looked at Yang Xia and shook his head with a smile. His meaning is actually very simple, buy some good furniture also used to live, in the future Yang Xia does not live, also can continue to go out to rent to others to live. Besides, Yang Xia can't always be single, right? After all, she is only 30 years old, is the best age of women, do not know which day will be able to meet a suitable it. And she's still so pretty, so it's not likely that she'll find someone soon. Oh brother, if you want to live too, then. Hearing Su Yang's words, Yang Xia's face instantly turned red. She obviously misunderstood what he meant. However, Yang Xia's heart was just more shy and did not have any rejection. In fact, she had already prepared her mind. As long as Su Yang wanted her, she could give it to him any time. It is nothing more than that. Cough cough. Su Yang could not help but be stunned and immediately realized that his words just now seemed to have some problems. Yang Xia, it's not that my brother wants to live. You are so young and beautiful, you always have to find an object in the future. Su Yang smiled sarcastically and looked at Yang Xia's handsome red face, and for a while he was a little embarrassed. I am not so fucking animal, right? How can I let the person Yang Xia just got out of the fire pit and then jumped into the magic cave? No, no. We can't do this thing of taking advantage of people's danger. Brother, I'm really tired, even thought of suicide before. I know not all men are as bad as Jiahai, but my sister no longer want to find any object. I know that brother is a good person. If brother doesn't hate me, I will always help you work. Yang Xia slightly lowered her head, her eyes flickered slightly and her face was still red. Well, then stay well and work well in the future. Su Yang smiled, nodded, and then continued to pick out furniture. Harm. This little bitch Long really is still quite attractive. Listen to the meaning of her words, as if she is still quite favorable to him. Chapter 59. Who are you trying to green with this goods? The store is responsible for the delivery of large things, and very small things can be directly pulled away. Wandering through the furniture market and then the electrical mall. Because the last purchase has experience, so Su Yang with Yang Xia quickly buy things all almost. Then went to the supermarket to buy some pots and pans and other bits and pieces of things. It wasn't even dark yet, so I had to buy everything. Yang Xia followed all the way. For Su Yang's decision, she seldom interjected. Anyway, after such a big circle, tens of thousands of dollars will be spent. Yang Xia, let's go back. Your sister Lu Shui will be back from work soon. Tomorrow, with your sister Lu Shui, we'll clean it up together and you can move in. Well, thank you, brother. The two of them moved the bits and pieces into the garage and were ready to go home. Dripping. Just as he walked downstairs, Su Yang heard the sound of a car honking in his hand. Ha! It turned out to be his wife coming back. When Lu Shui parked the car, she happily walked over quickly. Husband. If not for the presence of Yang Xia, she would definitely jump directly into her husband's arms. By the way, wife, this evening, big brother Lu Qing asked me to eat. I will not eat at home. In the afternoon, Lu Qing booked the KTV and sent the address to Su Yang. Oh, that's fine hubby, drink less wine at night, and remember to find a chauffeur when you come back. Lu Shui naturally won't have any objections. It's just a dinner out with my big brother, how big a deal is it? Even if we have a massage or a foot massage after dinner, Lu Shui won't say anything. Well, I know, don't forget to pick up your daughter later, boo. With that said, Su Yang reached out and took Lu Shui in his arms and kissed her like no one else. I know, husband. Lu Shui glanced at Yang Xia, who lowered her head, and her face instantly turned a little red. After all, there are other women here, and his actions are really shameful. Su Yang went home and cleaned up a little, and then drove directly away from home. Hey, come out, Taiping Island KTV room 101. When the car was almost at the place, Su Yang sent a voice message to Luo Lin. A moment later, Luo Lin's message came back. Good Lu baby, I will immediately go over. You confirm that do not let me bring a little sister over? Definitely better than that little lover you brought today. No, that's the way I like it. Bring a little sister. How can I fix you if there are too many people? I've been asking around. Your lover's name is Yang Xia, right? She's your poker buddy's wife. I didn't think you'd like that. Get lost. You don't want to come. Don't come back if you don't want to. Haha, not to say, I'll be there in a while, ah baby, mua. And Lorraine notified the end, Su Yang also to the Pacific Island KTV. Parked the car, then walked into the KTV to Lu Qing booked the room and go. Haha, come brother, let's eat first, pad stomach. Lu Qing saw Su Yang as promised, could not help but happily waved. He knew that Luo Lin, that stunning slut, was probably going to arrive soon. Well, eat some, eat full to have the strength to work, huh? Ha ha ha. Lu Qing naturally intended to understand, could not help but follow the haha laugh. In fact, he was very grateful to Su Yang. This kind of stunning girl even can be taken out to communicate together, it really moved him a lot. In his Lu Qing's eyes, although Luo Lin was flirtatious and gold-digging, he liked eating this kind the most. The main thing is that the colorful wolf with the slut are getting it, 30 minutes later. Knock knock. Z. With a knock on the door, Luo Lin then pushed open the door of 101 and walked in. Su Yang couldn't help but stare, his eyes instantly narrowed slightly. This slut wore a green gauzy skirt that was very transparent. The panties underneath the corset on top seemed to be green as well. Damn it! Who are you trying to green? I don't know. It's a nice outfit. Come on Lorraine, sit here. Su Yang waved at Luo Lin and patted the seat between him and Lu Qing. Big brother good, Su Yang good. Luo Lin rushed to the two people, a sweet smile, gently moved her body to sit in the middle of the two people. She knew that this was Su Yang purposely arranging it this way, nothing more than wanting her to be closer to this big boss. To give her this chance to hook up with him. Brother, let's drink. Looking at the wine and wine glasses on the table, Luo Lin happily picked them up and prepared to pour them. Anyway, just now Su Yang and Lu Qing had already finished their meal and cleaned up. As for whether Luo Lin had dinner or not, that was her business. You two watch and drink. Lu Qing lightly glanced at Luo Lin and slightly shook her head. Just the moment Luo Lin knocked on the door, he immediately resumed the state of a big boss. Stoic, calm, and deep. Su Yang, look at the wine you ordered, what is all this ah? Luo Lin twisted her head and leaned over to whisper in Su Yang's ear. What? Other big bosses don't mind, what do you mind? Su Yang looked at the table full of Budweiser and couldn't help but smile secretly. This is all fucking ordered by the big boss, it's none of my business. After all, Lu Qing just came to Jiangcheng, just started her shift, and doesn't have much income yet. Want to drink thousands of tens of thousands of that kind of foreign wine? Forget it. To be honest, Lorraine really doesn't care about this wine. This is the kind of wine that big bosses don't drink. Bam. Handsome, come on, order 2 bottles of wine. Good lady. Oh. This slut can't see the Budweiser that Su Yang ordered, and ran to order the foreign wine herself. Big brother, I think you may not be used to drinking this Budweiser, so I took it upon myself to order 2 bottles of Martell for you, you one tea mind, right? Lorraine finished ordering the wine, and sat back in the middle of the two, slightly moved towards Lu Qing. A tawdry fragrance, straight to Lu Qing's nose. It made him not be able to help but feel a pang. However, as the big boss, he had to maintain that kind of condescending posture. It would never be possible to get down and start eating right away. Even if he wanted to eat, then he would have to wait for Lorraine to send it up with her eyes and beg him to eat it. Not only would he have to eat it, but he would also have to let the brothers around him eat it together. Or he would have to let brother Su Yang eat it first. Chapter 60. Don't you want to pick up big brother? Give you this chance. It's fine, mainly because I don't have a good amount of alcohol. When I drink too much, so I usually rarely drink. Lu Qing lightly glanced at Luo Lin, faintly penetrating a hint of a smile. Oh, it's fine big brother, just watch and drink a little bit later. Anyway, I know that Su Yang's drinking is quite good, and he didn't know to order good wine for big brother today, really. Luo Lin twisted her body, her eyes staring straight at Lu Qing, her autumn waves flowing. The wine she ordered hadn't even arrived yet, and she had already started to show her charming skills. Oh, it's fine, Su Yang is my brother, it doesn't matter what kind of wine I drink. Lu Qing smiled and didn't care about the autumn waves in Luo Lin's eyes. But his heart had already swirled. Well, what Big Brother said is, Su Yang and I are also all good friends for many years. I never took him as an outsider when I spoke. Lorraine heard that the position of Su Yang in Lu Qing's eyes was actually so important, so she immediately went back to find a patch. She had thought about trying to step on it a little bit in front of her big brother to see. If this big boss didn't like Su Yang too much, then she could take the opportunity to dislike Su Yang. You and my brother are more than just ordinary friends, right? Lu Qing stared at Luo Lin's eyes with a clear expression. Luo Lin couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. Grass. It couldn't be that this lousy person Su Yang told him about our previous relationship, right? Brother Su Yang has been taking care of me quite a bit, I'm quite grateful to him. Later on, he and Lu Shui got married, and then my sister I didn't want anything. Luo Lin slightly lowered her head, her eyes flickered slightly, and her pretty face seemed to blush. She naturally wouldn't say the thing about Su Yang being her dog licker. Much less would she say the thing about snubbing him for so many years for so much money. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang was smoking a cigarette next to him and instantly choked on it. I Nima. Indeed did not expect I did not expect her to be able to put words into this. It seems that she fell into the infatuation species, became the last injured that person. Brother Su Yang, isn't what my sister said right? Brother you hate. Lorraine twisted around and winked at Su Yang. It seems to mean that she wants to say cooperate a little bit. All right, it's all brother's fault. Su Yang couldn't help but smile secretly. Okay. You can act it out. I have to cooperate with you. Anyway, your bottom line, big brother already know everything. Humph, originally is your fault while otherwise how can I still single now? Luo Lin smiled shyly and patted Su Yang's shoulder, as if a little flirting flavor. Big brother is not also single, haha. Su Yang to Luo Lin's position and put together. Squeeze her in the direction of Lu Qing. You don't want to pick up big brother? Okay. I will fulfill you. Anyway, big brother has long been a little bit of a fire. What? Big brother also single it. Luo Lin pretended to be surprised and looked at Su Yang, then looked back at Lu Qing. Yes, my big brother is not always busy with his career, which has so much time to accompany women. Su Yang smiled and nodded, directly stating the reason for Lu Qing. Reaching out, he took Luo Lin's small hand in his hand. Luo Lin hurriedly shoved her hand back and hid it behind her body. Her hand secretly exerted strength, trying to shake off Su Yang's hand. Only, under Su Yang's clutches, it couldn't do anything at all. So there was no more struggling. Lu Qing didn't say anything, she just smiled slightly. Humph, those women you talk about don't even know how to appreciate such a good man. Luo Lin, like men with skills the most. Luo Lin twisted her head to look at Lu Qing, her eyes faintly filled with a hint of adoration. The expression that was just right could even make people's hearts thump. Why Luo Lin, you're not trying to say that you like big brother, are you? Su Yang directly helped Luo Lin with an assist. Brother Su Yang, you hate that I'm over 30, how could big brother like an older one like me? Luo Lin pinched Su Yang's hand and expressed her appreciation. I really didn't expect that Su Yang he was enlightened today. He even knew how to assist. We can consider rewarding him later. Big brother, I heard that successful men would like young and pretty little girls, right? Luo Lin's look as she stared at Lu Qing was permeated with a hint of indescribable pleasing flavor. She was actually very confident. Young little girls were definitely not as flavorful as she, Luo Lin. Moreover, she had also long sensed that Lu Qing still had so much interest in her. Oh. Lu Qing twisted his head and glanced at Luo Lin, and couldn't help but smile slightly. This person of mine is actually quite conservative, looking for a girl or a bigger one is good to be able to live at home with you. Luo Lin sniffed, and her eyes suddenly erupted in a burst of bright light. What does this big boss mean? Could it be that he wants to find an older woman to marry and live with? This. Isn't that what I, Luo Lin, am talking about? I'm sure she's the right age for him. The boss is in his early 40s, I'm 35, it's a good age match. If I know men, I'm the best of women. If Big Boss is willing, I can definitely serve him so well that he doesn't want to go out every day. There really aren't many good men like Big Brother. Lorraine looked at Lu Qing, and the love in her eyes became a little stronger. Knock knock. With a few knocks on the door, the waiter came in with the wine. Excuse me ma'am, would you like the wine to be opened now? Open it. Luo Lin nodded, her eyes never leaving Lu Qing's body. Big brother, let me pour you a little less. Lorraine looked at Lu Qing and said tenderly, the love in her eyes became even stronger. Let's drink a little less then, thank you Luo Lin. Lu Qing smiled and nodded, still maintaining the reserve and steadiness of a big boss. Big brother and I are still polite. Luo Lin quietly pulled her hand out of Su Yang's hand, and without moving, she picked up the wine bottle and wanted to help Lu Qing pour wine. Luo Lin, big brother can't hold his liquor, if he drinks too much later, you have to be responsible for sending him back to the hotel. See what brother Su Yang said, big brother definitely want to get drunk. Luo Lin smiled shyly over and over again, while pouring Lu Qing's wineglass to the brim. Chapter 61. At the critical moment, it is necessary to stabilize him as soon as possible. Lu Qing glanced at the wineglass and just smiled faintly. You pour yours, I'll drink mine. Who says I have to drink as much as you pour? Oops, sorry big brother, accidentally poured it full for you, I blame brother Su Yang for messing me up. Why don't you give me this glass of wine, I will pour it again for big brother. No need. Lu Qing lightly looked at Luo Lin. This little trick, is it not just to make me drink too much? Then you don't know how much I can drink. As a senior salesman who has traveled all over the world, his drinking capacity is indeed still very okay. I'm sorry big brother, I'll fill it up too. Luo Lin looked at Lu Qing with her beautiful eyes full of apologies and hurriedly poured herself a full glass as well. Brother Su Yang, look at you ordering so much Budweiser, what to do? What else can I do? Return it. Su Yang took the wine from Luo Lin's hand and poured himself a half cup. Come on, big brother, let us drink together. Big brother, feel free. Luo Lin slightly tilted her body towards Lu Qing. Her face was permeated with a ladylike smile. With the wine cup in her hand, her tone was very gentle. If one didn't know her, they would definitely think that she was an extremely neat and virtuous good woman. Brother Su Yang, you are also together, let's toast big brother together. Lorraine turned her head to look at Su Yang again, her tone was still extremely gentle. Come on, big brother. Su Yang picked up the wineglass and moved to the side, away from Luo Lin some. Although this slut is dressed up quite well, but the heart is just diaphragmatic. If it wasn't for the sake of revenge, I definitely don't want to see her again. Such a woman is completely a golden jade outside and a flimsy one inside. Brother, here's to you. Luo Lin smiled and gently clinked glasses with Lu Qing before taking a sip in an elegant manner. Miss Luo C. Lu Qing smiled and nodded, also gently sipping. I'm really not much of a drinker, please forgive me, Miss Luo. It's fine, big brother, just feel free. Lorraine twisted her body diagonally towards Lu Qing and lightly chatted her hair, turning one of her most beautiful angles towards him. Brother Su Yang, Miss Luo, you two drink first, I am going to the restroom. Lu Qing smiled and waved his hand at the two of them, then got up and left the private room. Baby, aren't you a little too enthusiastic about my big brother? Joking is fine, you can't come for real. I'm sitting right next to you right now. Have you ever considered my feelings? Su Yang looked at Luo Lin with a depressed look on his face. Obviously you are my woman. You in my face, to another man frequently show good, this counts out? Aya baby, I'm sorry, okay, I'm not thinking of getting closer to big brother. If he can get me some random projects, I cannot also earn 1 billion or 800 million? Luo Lin looked at Su Yang's look, cannot help but a burst of tension. Now is a critical moment, must be as soon as possible to stabilize him. In case he makes a mess out of it, it'll be troublesome. Hubby, people in this life only to you a person is sincere I and big brother is just a play, okay well, you must not care about these okay? Cough cough. Listening to Luo Lin's petulant and anxious voice, Su Yang cannot help but a burst of scalp numbness. Who knows to what extent you and he are acting? Will you open a room together? Hubby, you hate it. How could I possibly apologize to you? Don't worry hubby, I definitely won't do that with him. Lorraine twisted her body and pulled Su Yang's hand, her eyes were full of indescribable eagerness. Believe me, husband, tomorrow, we can live together, okay? You can go to me anytime you want, I will never refuse you again, okay? Humph. I don't believe it. Su Yang directly threw off Luo Lin's hand and his expression turned cold. Be good husband. Lorraine said, and took the initiative to approach Su Yang, and her red lips also came up. She was now very clear. To stabilize Su Yang, she had to take the initiative to give some before she could do so. Hey. Okay, I believe you. Su Yang actually didn't want to kiss her at all. The nausea from last time hasn't slowed down yet. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. If you do it again, you'll probably get a shadow. Hubby is still the best to me. Don't worry hubby, I'll keep my body for you. I and big brother again how, I will not be sorry husband you. Z. Luo Lin words have not finished, the door of the private room was pushed open. Lu Qing went to the restroom and came back. Luo Lin rubbed her head and sat upright, then got up and looked at Lu Qing with a smile. Big brother, come on, let's continue drinking. With the communication with Su Yang just now, Luo Lin this heart was a lot bolder. At least there was no need to worry about Su Yang suddenly picking out and stirring her up. Okay, come on, Miss Luo. Brother, you always call me Ms. Luo, this is not out of place. My name is Luo Lin, you can call me Lin Lin, or you can call me sister. Luo Lin looked at Lu Qing, slightly lowered her head, and her handsome face followed with a blush. Good, since sister Luo Lin is so sincere, then big brother will not be polite. Lu Qing smiled and took the initiative to pick up the wine glass. Good Lu big brother. Lorraine's voice clearly transmits a touch of surprise. There is also an indescribable flavor of currying favor and pampering. At the same time, Lorraine's long legs, and moved in the direction of Lu Qing. If you want to touch, just gently drop your hand, you can caress Luo Lin's long legs. Big brother, I used to often hear Su Yang mention you, saying that you are handsome, and your career is particularly strong. I thought, in the end, what a perfect man it should be. I really did not expect that Lorraine actually met Big Brother. What? Did you let Lorraine down? No, only know it I now feel so nervous it, the heart are beating can be fast, and sweat are out it. Lorraine collected, some exaggeratedly put his hand on the left breast. Chapter 62 The so-called love, but it is all just money and desire. Oh. Lu Qing's eyes followed her hand to look over, slightly stayed for a moment. Fingers rubbed slightly, getting more and more a little intent. However, right now, one must still maintain the kind of pride that a big boss should have. Big brother, look, I still have sweat on my face. Saying that, Luo Lin moved a little closer to Lu Qing, bringing her face up to his eyes. Using her right hand, she touched her cheeks and then gently caressed them twice. Her left hand, on the other hand, inadvertently touched Lu Qing's right hand. Oh, Sister Luo Lin, don't be nervous since you are a good friend of my brother Su Yang, then don't be outgoing with me. Come on, let us drink. Lu Qing said and reached out to pick up the wine glass. Hey, big brother, you were so nice, then this time sister must drink more. Luo Lin looked at Lu Qing with a slightly petulant tone, gently and without losing flavor. A current radiated from her eyes from time to time. Ding! Luo Lin took the lead and raised her cup, taking a small sip all the way down to half a cup. Luo Lin's sister's drinking capacity is really good. Lu Qing couldn't help but smile slightly and also drank a third of it in one sip. Sister's drinking capacity is not good at all. Drinking is very easy to get drunk people. This is to see big brother is too excited about it. I am now a little dizzy it. Luo Lin said, arm inadvertently moved a little, will be her small hand on the hands of Lu Qing. Not to mention, this S-Good's little hand is quite tender and smooth. Big brother. Seeing that Lu Qing's hand didn't move, Luo Lin couldn't help but be secretly surprised. She was very clear that this big boss still had some interest in herself. At least for her small movements, there was no aversion. Luo Lin said and moved her but towards Lu Qing again. The flavor of currying favor in her tone also turned stronger. What's wrong, Sister Luo Lin? Big brother, a man as outstanding as you, there must be a lot of women chasing after you, right? Luo Lin flashed her seductive eyes and straightened her elegant stance again. She believed that with her beauty, she could definitely conquer this big boss in front of her. Oh. Lu Qing could not help but laugh lightly. Che, you still need to say, there are many beautiful women chasing after my big brother right now. I say Lorraine, don't hit on his idea. Su Yang held his wine glass and smiled as he watched the two perform. One pretending, one end. In the view of Su Yang, a person who understands their bottom line, that is really interesting. Brother Su Yang, you hate that people just think that big brother is working so hard all by himself is a little heartbroken. Luo Lin could not help but frown slightly, not even looking at Su Yang. Ha ha ha. Pull down, you do not know how many young and beautiful girls want to take care of big brother. Where is the turn of your heart? Take it. Su Yang took a sip of wine and started to deliberately create trouble for Luo Lin. You fucking not want to pick up big brother? Well? Now I won't let you get what you want, I have to make you anxious. Big brother, you see this brother of yours, he like jokes people. Lorraine pulled Lu Qing's hand, a hint of aggression in her eyes. Her body also slightly leaned against his shoulder. As long as Lu Qing casually raised his hand, he could wrap Lorraine in his arms. Oh. You two are good friends, just kidding around, don't worry about it. Lu Qing looked at Luo Lin and couldn't help but smile slightly. But Lorraine's sister can say heartbreaking words, big brother still has to thank you, come. Lu Qing said and raised the wine glass again. In this Brahma world, how many people are genuinely heartbroken for another person? Hey. In fact, everyone is just for their own interests. After so many years, I really kind of see through. Lu Qing said, smiled self-deprecatingly, picked up the wine cup and took a big mouthful. Big brother said it is too good, now people's utilitarian heart is really too heavy it in order to their own interests, they do not hesitate to sell their youth, sell their friends. Thinking about it really makes people feel speechless it. Said, Luo Lin also along with Lu Qing drank a big mouthful. Slightly sighed, looking at the big brother's eyes also penetrated a touch of recognition. It was as if she had suddenly met a confidant. Don't look at the number of girls chasing after big brother, I bet they are all going for big brother's money, it's really annoying. Brother, are you right? Yes, what Sister Lorraine said is quite right. Lu Qing couldn't help but nod. I really didn't think that this escargos theater is quite wide. So for so many years, Big brother for love and whatnot, also no longer extravagant even to the woman also has no interest. Said Lu Qing and self-deprecating drink a big mouthful, a cup of wine dry. Big brother. Lorraine did not hesitate to quietly hold Lu Qing's hand, and her eyes revealed obvious heartache. The eyes flickered slightly, and just looked at him. Subsequently, Luo Lin picked up the wine cup and also drank a cup of wine. Big brother, my sister believes that there will definitely be true love in this world. For so many years, I have always believed. Although for so many years, there have been some men who have pursued me. But my sister knows very well that they are all just for the sake of beauty, AI. Although my sister has been disappointed time and time again, she has always believed in her heart that there will definitely be true love in this world. Luo Lin put down the wineglass. In addition to the heartache in her eyes, there was now more pulsating affection. Vomit. Su Yan watched the duo from the side, and his throat felt like it could not be pressed. After just a few sips of wine, he became a little nauseous and wanted to vomit. Love? There is no love in this world, but it is just money and lust. Lu Qing smiled and shook his head, gently shaking Luo Lin's small hand. Could it be that my sister didn't approach me for money? Saying that, Lu Qing turned his head, his eyes staring straight at Luo Lin's pretty face. There was a clear scrutiny and suspicion in her eyes. Luo Lin couldn't help but be shaken. It can't be right. I acted so pure and elegant, how could he be so skeptical of me? Big brother, you really misunderstood me. I and brother Su Yang are good friends. You are Su Yang's big brother. People are just admiring your talent. Luo Lin hurriedly let go of Lu Qing's hand, and her eyes overflowed with clear tears at once. Chapter 63. In fact, Big brother has long since stopped believing in love. Ooh. Lu Qing couldn't help but be shocked. This escargot's skills are really extraordinary, nah, even saying that she can cry. That pitiful look, really, I feel sorry for it. Sorry, Lorraine's sister, even if Big brother said the wrong thing. Lu Qing said, reached out and drew a piece of paper, then helped Luo Lin gently wipe the tears. Big brother. People did not blame you, sister just heard Big brother's words, feel as if they encountered a soulmate. General really let Big brother laugh. My younger sister is still too shallow, and thinks of this world as too simple. Luo Lin shook her head, reached out and took the paper from Lu Qing's hand, and wiped herself. Does sister really think that there is still true love in this world? Lu Qing reached out and filled up their wineglasses and handed Luo Lin a cup. Well, right, Big brother. Or else sister can keep waiting for so many years? In fact, my sister has been waiting for the Prince Charming. Who belongs to me. I have never thought about whether he has money or not, and I have never thought about whether he is handsome or not. I just want to be able to fall in love with him at first sight, and he likes me and I like him. All this has nothing to do with money or status. Hoo. Lorraine's side was looking blearily at Lu Qing. Emotionally speaking, Su Yang's side was already lying on his side at the other end of the sofa and snoring. Big brother. Lorraine twisted her head to look at Su Yang. Her eyes could not help but cross a trace of surprise. Humph. Luckily you were asleep, otherwise I was really a bit worried that the act would go wrong. Now that you have Lu Xuan got a little bitch from your poker buddy. Night after night, it's strange that you're not sleepy. Big brother, you say, sister is not thinking too simple, is not a little delusional? Luo Lin said, and moved to hold Lu Qing's hand again. Sister looks very beautiful. Lu Qing said while holding Luo Lin's small hand and gently rubbing it. Well. This good skin is really good. Big brother. In fact, Big brother has long since stopped believing in love. In my heart, it is a woman who is the same, and it is more or less the same anyway. I just didn't expect that my sister had just made my heart move a little. Lu Qing looked at Luo Lin and couldn't help but smile slightly. Since you have been performing hard for so long, there has to be some hope for you. Big brother, Luo Lin couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart when she heard this. With that, she became excited. However, she hid it well and didn't reveal it at all. She just slightly lowered her head, smiled shyly, and her cheeks were reddish in general. Her small hand was just held and rubbed by Lu Qing, and she behaved extremely meekly. Completely a look of letting the king pick her up. Hey! Lu Qing slightly sighed and let go of Luo Lin's small hand. Big brother, you. Luo Lin could not help but be shocked when she saw this. What's going on? This is the rhythm of a bad dish. Luo Lin's sister, you are a pure and good girl. Big brother has experienced too many women before, and really can't bear to pollute a good girl like you. Lu Qing again somewhat self-deprecatingly picked up the wine cup and tilted his head to take a big mouthful. Cough cough cough. Hoo hoo. Su Yang did not hold back for a moment next to him, and continuously coughed a few times before falling asleep again. Ha ha ha. This big brother is also really damn funny. If Lorraine was an innocent girl, then the bitches would all be able to set up houses of chastity. Big brother, my sister heard that the more women a man experiences, the more he will be able to love people. I wonder if that is true? Maybe it is. Lu Qing slightly shook his head and then nodded. Damn. How come I didn't know about this? I've experienced quite a few women, but I've run away from my own wife with heartache. Big brother, can you give little sister a chance to take care of you? Anyway, Su Yang is asleep, so he won't make any trouble. And now that he had drunk a lot of wine, he was starting to get a little dizzy. Lorraine's performance was also getting better and better. This. Lu Qing reached out and held the small hand that Luo Lin took the initiative to hand over. Gently rubbing it again. A look of being in deep thought. Brother. Luo Lin let out a soft cry and directly snuggled into Lu Qing's arms. The address also changed from big brother to older brother. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel a movement in his heart, and in response, he stretched out his arm and wrapped it around Luo Lin. This is really a fucking embrace. The feeling of warmth and softness was really not something to be ashamed of. However, he was only holding Lorraine's small hand and didn't get excited and mess around. At the moment of performance, one had to learn self-control. Grass. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a secret sigh. After so many years, he had spent so much money and hadn't gotten this escargot to throw herself at him. However, as a big escargot, her throwing herself into the arms of a woman are with an extremely strong purpose. People with less money can only be her little licking dog. For those with a lot of money, she will only throw herself at them. Luo Lin's sister, it's better to forget about it. Lu Qing said, about to push Luo Lin away. Why, big brother? Do you hate your sister that much? Luo Lin said, the clear tears came out again. Just when I was happy, why did he change his mind again? You are my brother Su Yang's woman, how can I as a big brother mess with you? This way. It's not good, is it? Brother. Su Yang and I are just friends, we are not that kind of relationship. Big brother, you misunderstood. Luo Lin tightly held Lu Qing's hand, quietly and somewhat eagerly said. Oh? Really? Yes, we really are just ordinary friends. Luo Lin hurriedly nodded her head and reached out to wipe her tearful eyes. But I heard brother Su Yang say that he has never been able to forget you. And he also spent a lot of money on you. Lu Qing broke away from Luo Lin's small hand at once, and then picked up the wine glass. Luo Lin couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart. Grass. What the hell is going on with this Su Yang? Why are you so annoying? Big brother, Su Yang does like me a bit. But after all, he's already married, so naturally, my sister doesn't think much of it. As for what he said about the money and so on, that is, the sister borrowed his money, will certainly return him well. Lorraine finished, also picked up the wine glass. Once raised his head, he drank it down in a big gulp. Big brother, sister said are 1,000 true. If you do not believe, that sister also has no way. Luo Lin said, and rubbed the tears in the eyes, make a look about to get up and leave. Chapter 64. In the future, we will call ourselves brother and sister, okay? Is what my sister said true? Lu Qing looked faintly at Luo Lin, who pretended to be about to leave, and took a small sip from her wine glass. Big brother, of course what people say is true. Luo Lin sniffed, twisted her body, and resumed sitting beside Lu Qing. Her eyes looked at him pitifully, with a look of affection. Well. Lu Qing nodded slightly, reached out and picked up another bottle of wine and poured a full glass for Luo Lin. Come, big brother. Luo Lin did not hesitate to pick up the wine cup, tilted her head and poured it down. After drinking it, she poured herself another full glass. Okay, don't drink too hard. Lu Qing smiled and held Luo Lin's small hand, gently stopping her. It's not fun to get drunk, it's better to drink less. Then brother believes me, right? Seeing the big boss holding her hand tightly, Luo Lin couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. It seems like he seems to care about himself. As for believing it or not, I have to ask this brother of mine again when I turn around. If he doesn't mind going out between us, then we can try it. Lu Qing twisted his head to look at Su Yang, who had fallen asleep in I Jing, and nodded lightly. Big brother, you actually think so highly of Su Yang as a friend? Luo Lin heard this and was shocked in her heart. This Su Yang, this little licking dog, had licked her for more than 10 years, and had thought about being with her all the time. Even touching her little hands, little feet, he would be happy for days. Getting him to agree to her dating Big Brother? Isn't that a bit difficult? Of course it is. Otherwise I could bring him along for money? He's my brother now, and a blood brother in general. Lu Qing smiled and nodded, speaking very definitely. Oh. Lorraine sniffed and her scalp couldn't help but tingle. Damn. Now this is a bit troublesome. No, in order to be able to double up with Big Brother, we must take care of Su Yang. Big brother, don't worry, brother Su Yang will definitely agree. He will also let me, his sister, have a good home. Luo Lin emotionally leaned her head gently on Lu Qing's shoulder, her voice extremely gentle. Well, I believe my sister. Lu Qing gently patted her shoulder, and her hand became a little disobedient. Lorraine's heart thumped when she saw this. It certainly wasn't shy. And she watched as her big brother not only moved on to her, but also started to do so. As long as a man gets to this point, at least it means he's moved on to this woman. Whether it's love or lust. As long as there is in-depth contact. Lorraine believes that it will be able to further capture his heart. Men which do not hope that they can have it into the hall, under the kitchen, bed, good woman it. Especially men in their 40s know how to appreciate women. And she, Lorraine. To say the kitchen kung fu is also considered a handful of good food. To say into the hall, she is confident that wherever she goes, she will be a beautiful scenery line. To say that the bed, she is even more confident that she can arbitrarily pinch a man's soft underbelly. Big brother, my sister's head is so dizzy, said Luo Lin, directly snuggled in Lu Qing's arms. The two small hands also became equally disobedient. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang, who was lying aside asleep, couldn't help but cough violently. Nima. It's a bit interesting. The duo is planning to broadcast live in front of him? Don't say. That although he has watched a lot of small budget movies in his small life, but like this live broadcast, he really hasn't seen it yet. Lu Qing heard Su Yang's cough and hurriedly stopped the action in his hands. Not in a hurry, not in a hurry. How can I let Su Yang brother come first? Well, Lorraine sister, this is the Big Brother's phone. WeChat is also this today, it is here. Big brother first went back. Lu Qing held back, will be about to explode the power of the flood, hard to suppress back. After saying that, he picked up his handbag and was ready to leave. Big brother, wait for me, I will join you. Lorraine shook her somewhat dazed head and also hurriedly stood up, about to take Lu Qing's arm. She thought that Big Boss was definitely going to take her out of here. Take her to a hotel, or go with her to her own place. No need, Lorraine sister, you take care of my brother first. I hope to turn around and hear from my brother's mouth that you guys are just ordinary friends. Then, it's not too late for us to socialize. Otherwise, then let's call it a day. I don't want to be sorry for my own brother. Lu Qing smelled her hands, and there was a distinctive odor. It felt like a gynecological douche. Damn. This S-goods can't be having some kind of inflammation, right? Luo Lin couldn't help but be stunned. How can this big brother be like this? This should touch the shouldn't touch, you have. Now but also said to ask your brother's opinion, this is not a little out of the ordinary? Besides, you're already sorry for your brother, okay? Well, okay big brother, I will send you. Lorraine had no choice but to nod her head in resignation. I didn't expect to be braked by my big brother because of Su Yang. It's hard for everyone, okay? No need Lorraine sister, I'll just go back by myself, bye-bye. Lu Qing gently shook off Luo Lin's hand and left without looking back. Aha! After Lu Qing left, Su Yang yawned and sat up. Luo Lin, where is big brother? Su Yang squinted his sleepy eyes and somewhat confusedly looked towards Luo Lin, who was sitting beside him. Humph. It's all your fault. Lorraine twisted her head around and looked at Su Yang with an exasperated look. Blame me? Big brother left, what's it got to do with me? That line, I will call and ask him. Su Yang pretended to be at a loss, and directly took out his cell phone, and was about to call Lu Qing. Oops, don't. Luo Lin couldn't help but be shocked, and reached out and pressed Su Yang's cell phone. Okay brother Su Yang, stop it, sister is just joking for you. Sister? Yes, Su Yang brother. Lorraine, to Su Yang's side to come together, directly held his arm. Good brother, from now on, we'll call each other brother and sister, okay? People don't want to let Big Brother see what's broken. Chapter 65. The former little licking dog has turned into a big gray wolf. Why? You obviously still enthusiastically called me husband before, why now want a brother and sister to call each other? No. I can't agree to this. Doesn't this fulfill the saying, may all lovers in the world become brother and sister? Su Yang firmly shook his head. Damn it. The phrase brother and sister want to push all the way out? How about cheating me out of my money? How about cheating my feelings? Oh, I said we call each other brother and sister just to dispel the concerns of the big brother. Think about it. Your wife, Lu Shui, is a close relative of Big Brother's, so he naturally doesn't want to see you and me have any more relationships, right? Big Brother's so good people, he certainly does not want to see his brother feet stepping on two boats, right? So the two of us as brother and sister can dispel the Big Brother's concerns. So he is also willing to give some money-making projects. Well, Su Yang brother, I said before is true. If I can make $1 billion or $800 million, then you and Lu Shui divorce, and then the two of us get married again, is it? Anyway, this money is enough for us to live for the rest of our lives. In fact, I have been looking forward to this day for so many years. Lorraine took Su Yang's arm and gently leaned her head on his shoulder. Pa! Brother Su Yang! You hit me! What are you doing? Su Yang went up and slapped him, hitting Luo Lin, almost jumping up. This time, it's going to be red and swollen for most of the day again. You think I don't know what you think? Cut! Su Yang could not help but smile slightly, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. What you people say is true. Well. Really? Prickly. Su Yang laughed coldly and tugged on Lorraine's green skirt. Originally wanted to rip it off, but I didn't expect it to be torn. You hate. Luo Lin was startled and hurriedly moved aside. She felt that Su Yang probably wanted to use the strength of alcohol to put her on the spot. Of course. As things stood, she could naturally agree to him. Just what about after it's over? There was still the same problem that the big boss would face. How to make Su Yang give up his fantasies about himself. It's a real headache. Do you think I'm stupid? I have long seen that you want to evening Big Brother to be evening Big Brother and then kick me out? Su Yang coldly looked at Luo Lin, said nonchalantly. You. Luo Lin could not help but be surprised. It seems. Su Yang is indeed not the small licking dog of the past. If in the past, she, Luo Lin, would only need to casually hook her finger and he would be too busy to agree. At most, she would just let him touch her little hand. Su Yang, you're really misunderstanding me, I'm telling the truth. Misunderstanding my ass. If Big Brother was in love with you, why would you want to tangle with me? Unless you're out of your mind. Say it, is it that you want to break up with me? Su Yang couldn't help but laugh secretly as he looked at Luo Lin's worried and anxious look. Luo Lin looked at Su Yang's expression and couldn't help but fall silent. Her heart was very conflicted right now. It wasn't that she couldn't let go of Su Yang, but it was mainly because she was afraid that after kicking Su Yang, the big boss's side wouldn't care about her anymore. Luo Lin didn't dare to gamble at all. Although Big Boss had just touched deeper, it didn't mean that what he said was a lie. In case Su Yang said that he still loved her Lorraine, then the Big Boss estimated that there was a big possibility that he would not care about her anymore. This loss was too big. Now that she was 35 years old and her youth was gone, it could be said that it would be difficult to meet such a good opportunity again. So, no matter what, she has to seize this opportunity. That brother Su Yang, if I say my sister really likes Big Brother, will you give me your blessing? Bullshit. I've been with you since college, more than 10 years now. The money I spent for you alone is no less than $2 million, and you want to kick me with one sentence? Su Yang coldly looked at Luo Lin and said word by word. Like her? I stopped liking her a long time ago. Ever since Su Yang was reborn, he no longer liked Luo Lin. All that was left in his heart was the regret of feeling stupid. Then there was the hatred for Lorraine. Brother Su Yang, I can make it up to you. What kind of compensation? With your mouth? Su Yang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This woman talks like a fart, nothing she says is worth believing. If I get good with Big Brother, how about I be your lover? You can. Brother, anytime you want, if you promise, you can also do it now. The more Lorraine said, the more gentle she became, and her raw voice carried an indescribable softness. The body also moved in the direction of Su Yang. It seems like you can give yourself up for Su Yang right away. Oh, Lorraine. You still think of me as your little licking dog, don't you? Put away that trick of yours. Su Yang, you. Lorraine shivered in fear as she looked at a cane that Su Yang had taken out of nowhere. Is there any mistake? He's not trying to hit me, is he? Isn't using a slap enough? I really didn't expect that. The former little licking dog had now turned into a big gray wolf. Brother. Lorraine looked at Su Yang with flickering eyes, her body slightly trembling. She knew that she would really have to be beaten up. Big Brother sighed. As long as Su Yang cannot beat her to death, she will not let go. Big Brother was her most important target at the moment. It must be taken down. Brother Su Yang, if you beat me up, can fulfill me in Big Brother, then you can hit me a few times. Luo Lin gritted her teeth and clasped her head with both hands. For the sake of Big Brother, I can only put up a fight. Back. When in Big Brother is completely good, we must double the humiliation we suffered today to return to him. Brother Su Yang, I am afraid that you can. Snap. Su Yang was very skillful with this thing. After pulling up a flower, he directly smacked Luo Lin's back. Damn. The pain that Lu Shui experienced in the past. I have to let you experience it too. Ah. Ooh-hoo. I'm going to make you suffer. Just a moment later, Lorraine couldn't help but cry. It hurts too much. It is estimated that a blood mark must have been left on her back. Oh. Su Yang couldn't help but sneer, reaching out and hitting again. He is very clear. As long as he cannot beat her, she will never give up Big Brother. A person like her who would not stop until she reached her goal was her strength and her weakness. Chapter 66. This made Lu Shui's play suffer a lot. Snapping. Ah, ouch. Su Yang pumped 10 times in a row, each time making no small amount of force. Brother Su Yang, this is always okay, right? It hurts. Stop it, will you? If you hit again, you will die. Humph. Su Yang grunted, then stopped his hand and put away the cane. Then coldly looked at Lorraine, who was trembling in pain. Anyway, the pain was not light, tears and snot came down together. Hoo-hoo. Hurrying, Su Yang stopped. Lorraine opened her eyes and looked up at Su Yang, her eyes kept flickering. At the same time also panting heavily. Su Yang, brother, in the past it was all my sister's fault, but now I am really in love with Big Brother, still please fulfill us. Luo Lin saw that Su Yang's anger seemed to dissipate quite a bit and couldn't help but relax a bit in her heart. Although her back was hurting now. But if she could gain Su Yang's understanding and make him agree to things with Big Brother, then everything would be worth it. As for the matter of revenge, after evening the Big Brother must be doubled back. I'll make sure that Su Yang's reputation is tarnished. He'll have his wife and children separated from him. I must make her Lu Shui become a broken flower and a man's husband. Humph. You're right. What about the $2 million you borrowed from me? Su Yang couldn't help but smile coldly. You damn just said clearly that you borrowed me $2 million and said that you have to pay it back. When did I borrow you $2 million, that are you willingly give me? Lorraine sniffed, could not help but be stunned. And with the words she and her Big Brother said just now, the Su Yang heard this lousy person even pretend to fall asleep, really annoying. This can be a little bit hard for her to lure over the money, how can you say return it? Willingly? Well, you'll just have to wait and see. You want me to make it happen? No way. Ha ha. Su Yang glanced at Luo Lin, who was still shivering in pain, sneered, and left. Hubby, why are you back so early today? When Su Yang returned home, it was not even 9 o'clock in the evening. If this were to be put aside in the past, how could it be 2-3 o'clock in the morning to come back? After coming back, then tortured Lu Shui in different ways. This is not want my wife well. Su Yang blinked at Lu Shui, a hand will be her in the arms. The arms were hard, and the tighter the embrace. Husband. Lu Shui's eyes soon became a little red and disoriented. Hubby, I am going to change clothes, you go and wash up, wife especially wants to give you 2 dances to see. She snuggled in Su Yang's arms and exhaled her breath like orchids. Good. Su Yang couldn't help but feel a slight shock in his heart and mind. This is his favorite woman and the woman who loves him the most. Her affection blooms only for herself. The love is true, and the sea is dry. How could this be comparable to that thing Lorraine? There's no comparison, okay? In Lorraine's case, there is only money, only intrigue, only exchange of benefits. All of this is nothing but false hope. The next day was Saturday. Su Lele had to attend classes on Saturday because she was about to take the midterm. After sending the child back to school, Su Yang took stock of what he wanted to do today. Hubby, this morning I want to take Sister Yang Xia to buy some clothes. Just as soon as she arrived home, Lu Shui pulled Su Yang's hand and said quietly. The flavor of ingratiation in her eyes was still quite obvious, but it looked much more normal than before. At least this ingratiating smile had more genuine feelings in it. Hubby, Yang Xia's sister's clothes basically can't be worn now that the days are hot, it's time to buy a few new clothes. Lu Shui is a very sympathetic person. When she saw Yang Xia's present, she could always think of her own past. She, Lu Shui, has finally kept her husband's prodigal son. She is now very happy and blissful. But Yang Xia is guarded by her husband who sold her out and has infinite sadness inside. No problem, I'll listen to the wife, Pop. Su Yang smiled and nodded, naturally not having any objections to his wife's proposal. At the same time a slap in the past, making Lu Shui shy. Hubby, in the morning you pack up the garage first, Yang Xia and I will go early and return. Well, no problem. Looking at Lu Shui's shy and infinite face, Su Yang couldn't help but be in a trance. A lifetime to have a wife like this, really have no regrets. It's just that her mind is still a bit abnormal right now, and the aftereffects from before haven't been completely healed yet. Every time I look at her pleasing smile, still cautious words, let Su Yang's heart hurt. Alas. Such a good woman, but let him be tortured into this. What a fucking animal. Su Yang brother, Lu Shui's sister in fact, my clothes can still make do to wear. See Lu Shui had to pull her to buy clothes, Yang Xia heart is very grateful, but also feel very embarrassed. She hadn't even helped with any work yet, and she had already made Su Yang spend more than 200,000 for her. This made Yang Xia's heart, really a little bit too much. If Su Yang could want her, her heart might still be able to balance a little bit. But now, Su Yang is like a brother to her. Very concerned about her, but did not move his hand at all. It's okay sis, listen to your sister, or your brother Su Yang will be unhappy too. Besides, when the agency opens, you have to dress decently. Let's go. Soon, Lu Shui pulled Yang Xia, and together they went out of the house. Ding bell. Su Yang looked at his cell phone, presumably the delivery came. Hello? This is Su Yang. Mr. Su, I'm the sofa delivery will be here soon. Good, send it over, I'm here. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang did not stay, then hurried downstairs to the garage side. The furniture that I bought before was delivered today. I have to hurry over there to keep an eye on it and pack it up. As soon as possible, let Yang Xia move over to live. Now she lives next door at night. This makes Lu Shui's place suffer greatly. The main reason is that it is too close. As long as the sound made is a little bit louder, it is very likely that Yang Xia next door will hear it. And when he got up in the morning, Su Yang found that Yang Xia's little face seemed to be red. Even the way she looked at him, there was a bit of a shy twinkle in her eyes yet. This. It was really a bit embarrassing. Chapter 67 This favor is worth repaying with her whole life. All morning, Su Yang was in the garage receiving goods. Sofa, queen-size bed, color TV, refrigerator, washing machine. The things he bought were not as good as the ones his family used, but they were quite good. It was just after 11 o'clock at noon. Lu Shui and Yang Xia drove back. The car drove straight to the garage. Hubby, we are back. Lu Shui got out of the car and happily ran into the garage and saw the garbage that was busy cleaning up the garbage left behind after installing the furniture. My wife has worked hard. Su Yang had thought of going up to hug it, but with both hands covered in dust, he really couldn't bear to do it. Yang Xia, come and see. Yang Xia followed behind Lu Shui and also came in, but her eyes were red. Thank you, brother. Yang Xia scanned the house, and her eyes could not stop moist. This husband and wife are really too good to her. Sister Lu Shui's luck is really good, and brother Su Yang is really the return of the prodigal son, and he has become so good at loving people. You can tell from the movement next door at night. The two of them are really so harmonious. So harmonious that Yang Xia didn't sleep well in the middle of the night, mainly because she had been envious of Lu Shui. "Brother, let me clean up," Yang Xia said, reached out and wiped her eyes, then squatted down to clean up with Su Yang. People also became silent. Seeing this, Lu Shui blinked at Su Yang and didn't explain anything. In fact, everyone is very clear. Yang Xia to the two of them, really extremely grateful. Now, but there is no way to repay them. Can only slowly repay them in the future. "Hubby, you two first clean up, I go to buy some food, we help Yang Xia's sister to celebrate. After all, it is also considered to move to a new home well, always have to celebrate some of." "Sister." Yang Xia raised her head, and it turned out that she had already been in tears. "Silly sister, cry what we do not all say well, we are the future is a close sister is a family, do not with sister to see the outside, okay?" Lu Shui gently pulled Yang Xia's hand, gently persuade 2 sentences. "Well, my sister knows." Yang Xia wiped her tears and quietly glanced at Su Yang. At this time, Su Yang was also looking at her with a smile. For a moment, it made Yang Xia's mind go a little bit into a trance. "Okay sister, don't cry anymore, you and your brother Su Yang clean up first, I will go buy food." Lu Shui patted Yang Xia's shoulder, then smiled and left. "Brother, why are you being so nice to me?" Yang Xia raised her head and stared blankly at Su Yang with her tearful eyes. Her pretty face was also red. I just don't want sister Yang Xia to watch and suffer, seeing you I will think of Lu Shui, and then I will remember my past absurdity." "Yang Xia, you really are a good woman, you really shouldn't suffer like that anymore. You and Lu Shui are the same, all very good." Su Yang smiled and looked at Yang Xia, but in his heart there was some unstoppable heartache. Seeing her reminds him of the kind of cruelty that he had inflicted on Lu Shui, and his heart aches even more. Only by looking at them all happy and joyful would his heart feel warm. Only then would it feel as if the sins of the past had been alleviated just a little bit. "But brother, you are so good to me, I don't know how to repay you," Lu Shui said, slightly lowering her head, her eyes flickering a bit again. Her face also turned even redder. In fact, she wanted to know what Su Yang was thinking inside, if there was a desire for her. If there was, then she might feel some comfort in her heart. If not, she really didn't know how to repay him. She is also a person who does not want to owe people favors. Brother said, "Well, you are our agency employees, brother can count on you to work in the future, huh?" Looking at Yang Xia's blushing face, Su Yang could not help but scratch his head. For a time, the heart also feels some itchy. This little bitch, in fact, really quite seductive. He couldn't possibly apologize to Lu Shui. What to repay or not to repay, the future things to be said later. "So, brother Su Yang, do you really only want me to work for you? There is nothing else?" Yang Xia raised her head, her face red with shame. But this is something she still wants to ask. It wasn't that she liked Su Yang, but she wanted to see what kind of way she could repay the favor. She had also learned from Zhao Hai's mouth before that Su Yang was interested in her. He even wanted to trade Lu Shui with her. She didn't know if Su Yang was still interested in her now. So she had to ask. Cough cough cough. "Yang Xia, brother used to be very ridiculous, you must also know brother did have a heart for you in the past, but that was just a moment of confusion for brother." "Harm. I'm not saying that you're bad, in fact, sister Yang Xia is really very, very pretty. I am saying that I am treating you as a sister. Lu Shui these years, following me has suffered a lot, I must be good to her." Su Yang snapped and scratched his head, feeling that what he said was a bit messy. But the general meaning, he felt that he had expressed it clearly. Looking at Su Yang's somewhat fumbling appearance, Yang Xia couldn't help but smile shyly. In an instant, her pretty smiling face was like a blooming rose. Delicate and tender. "Brother, I will help you work well all the time." Yang Xia rubbed her eyes and nodded with a shy smile. Not to mention anything else, even if she was just a good friend, she would definitely help him work well. After all, if you receive the kindness of a drop of water, you must return it with a spring of water. Yang Xia was a person who knew how to be grateful. Especially since she was rescued by Su Yang and Lu Shui in the midst of danger. This favor is worth repaying with her whole life. Good. Seeing that Yang Xia stopped asking those embarrassing questions, Su Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Yang Xia is a good woman. Now the heart is actually very fragile. He didn't want to accidentally hurt her again because he said something wrong. In a few more days, our agency will be renovated, and we'll both be busy then. Your sister Lu Shui mainly in that unit worked for quite a long time, a moment and a half also embarrassed to resign. Let her work there for a while, and we'll talk about it later. Well, I'll definitely work hard. Yang Xia smiled softly, her eyes gradually firming up. Chapter 68 Demanding Debt. Tick. By the time Lu Shui came back, Su Yang and Yang Xia had pretty much cleaned up. Originally, it had been specially cleaned before, and now it was just picking up some of the garbage left over after installing the furniture. A little cleanup and cleaning is almost done. Yang Xia carefully cleaned the pots and pans in the kitchen, ready to fire and cook. Wife. Su Yang walked out from the garage and helped Lu Shui take and carry things. Oh. Chicken, fish, meat, eggs, and all kinds of vegetables, bought several large bags. It's enough to eat for a few days. Buy more, anyway, Sister Yang Xia has a refrigerator, put it away and eat it slowly. Lu Shui gently looked at Su Yang, her eyes were filled with happiness and joy, and there was also a touch of indescribable pleasing flavor. Well, the wife is really thoughtful. Su Yang smiled and nodded in favor. Lu Shui do anything, indeed think quite considerate. In these more than 10 years, this home was run by her inside and out. And he, Su Yang, merely treated this home as a hotel. Even Lu Shui was also treated as a lady who didn't want money, even worse than a lady. Looking at Lu Shui's heartfelt joy, as well as the lingering coquettishness, Su Yang felt his heart begin to ache again. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Lu Shui looked at the heartache in Su Yang's eyes and couldn't help but smile shyly. She observed very clearly, Su Yang, this is heartache her. Feeling his heartache, Lu Shui's smile also became more intense. The voice that spoke also became more and more gentle. It's fine, come on, I'll carry this package of ribs. Saying that, Su Yang took it from Lu Shui's hand without any hesitation. Sister, why did you buy so many dishes? Yang Xia finished packing and also walked out from the garage. Looking at the several large bags of vegetables that the two of them carried, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Didn't they say to make a meal to celebrate? All this bought must be enough to eat for half a month. Sister, there are still in the trunk, you go get. Aha, good Lu's sister. After a round of cleaning up, Lu Shui bought things will be stuffed with refrigerator. Sister, thank you. Yang Xia looked at the full refrigerator, could not help but choke a little. The better these two people are to her, the more she feels that this favor is difficult to repay. The only thing is to work hard in the future. We are sisters, don't be polite to me. Lu Shui smiled and patted Yang Xia's shoulder, not caring to say. But her eyes secretly looked at Su Yang next to her. Seeing Su Yang's expression did not change, her heart also became more relaxed and happy. To be able to do her part to help someone who had gone through the same ordeal as herself, she was also very happy in her heart. Hubby, you rest for a while, my sister and I will cook. Well, brother Su Yang, you go to rest for a while, the bed I have made, later on when the meal is ready we will call you. Yang Xia also revealed a hint of a smile and followed with a nod of her head. Just a touch of shyness in her eyes inadvertently crossed. Well, I'm going to rest for a while. After standing for a morning, I am indeed a bit tired. Besides, these two pretty little ladies are so enthusiastic that I feel sorry for them if I don't rest. Okay, then go rest for a while. This is a garage converted into a one-bedroom house with only one bedroom. In the bedroom was a 1 meter 8 big bed, and the spreads on it were all newly bought. When Yang Xia came before, he only brought a suitcase of clothes, and nothing else. Rest for a while. Su Yang took off his shoes and got on the bed, leaning towards the head of the bed. Reaching out, he took out his cell phone, ready to brush the jitterbug. Casually clicked on WeChat, but found that Luo Lin sent him a few messages. Brother Su Yang, you hit me so hard yesterday. So many blood marks, I have to sleep on my back at night, and it still hurts. Now can you talk to Big Brother? Brother Su, please help my sister, okay? I've never begged anyone in my life. I'm really in love with you. Please help me, okay? I'm sorry for what I've done to you over the years, but I have my reasons. I know Brother Su Yang is very good, I just didn't know how to cherish him, but now you're married and Lu Shui loves you. Brother Su Yang, you can't let your sister be single all the time, can you? It's not easy for me to meet someone. I'm begging you, okay? I'm sorry. This bastard is really eyeing Lu Qing's big brother. He looks like he won't give up even if he's hit hard. What about the 2 million you borrowed from me? When are you going to pay it back? In fact, Su Yang didn't really want to take care of her anymore, but no matter what, it was always necessary to get back the money that had snubbed him. Nowadays is the best time to ask for the debt to be paid back. If you really don't give it, then we'll talk about resorting to the law. A few moments later, Lorraine's message came back. You hate us, Su Yang brother. Money are you willingly give me to spend? How can you call borrow your money? Besides, there's no such thing as $2 million, okay? It's only 1.82 million at most. You're a billionaire now, how can you ask your sister for this kind of money? Brother Su Yang, I have apologized to you, okay? Talk to my brother. Cut it out. $1 billion, that's money from dad. What the hell do I have? If I hadn't been born again, I would have lost my eviction money to you sooner or later. One size fits all. Okay, that's 1.82 million. If it comes back, I'll talk to Big Brother. To be honest, the past 10 years or so is simply an unpleasant past. It's just too bad. Drinking, playing cards, beating his wife, being Lorraine all sorts of fooled, spending a lot of money for her. As soon as possible to put an end to this bit of shit. I really don't want to see Lorraine this big S goods anymore. Think about it all, feel disgusting. Now Lu Shui so deeply love him, the daughter is also so smart and lovely. Indeed, and the past have a complete break. I don't have that kind of money. Let's just say I borrowed it from my brother, okay? When I'm with my big brother, it'll be easy to pay you back, won't it? Lorraine obviously didn't want to pay back the money. Even if there was more money, she didn't want to pay it back. It is always the man who gives her money, where is the reason to return it? If you can drag it out, and if you can fool around, fool around. I can't. As long as it's given, I'm sure I'll give it to Big Brother. Otherwise, no deal. You're still trying to fool me. You're used to it, aren't you? Su Yang naturally will not spoil her. Chapter 69 First Love and Newlywed Sweetness. After replying to the last message, he directly threw the phone on the nightstand. Sleep for a while. Su Yang shrunk his body and then lay down. Sister Lu Shui, how did you make brother Su Yang change over? I found out that he really loves you so much now, it's excellent. Yang Xia and Lu Shui were busy in the kitchen, chatting happily. Lu Shui could not help but curl the corner of her mouth, and an indescribable pride crossed her eyes. In fact, she couldn't figure out that after this man had a hangover, he woke up as if he had changed. He treated himself as if he was a new daughter-in-law. Everywhere is spoiled. Let her feel as if newly married once again, and this time than the previous feeling too much better. Now it was like being on a honeymoon. Just seeing him makes her feel so happy, so happy. Your brother Su Yang, this person has actually been very fond of me, but he was just confused by a woman for a while. Now he sees those things, so he is good to me. Lu Shui used to think about it for a long time and felt that this should be the reason. Oh. Yang Xia nodded thoughtfully. But she still had a lot of doubts in her heart. Just for the sake of face, it was not too good to ask more. She has heard of Su Yang, who used to love playing cards, drinking, and looking for little girls. Is this all because of that bad woman's confusion? Maybe it was because Sister Lu Shui was more lucky, brother Su Yang's nature was still very good. When his prodigal son returned, he became a completely good man. Alas. It's just that her former husband, Zhao Hai, didn't have an ounce of remorse until he sent her over, until he went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with her for a divorce. People are so helpless compared to each other. Sister Lu Shui, I feel like the two of you are like newlyweds. You look at brother Su Yang, his face is shy, hee. Lu Shui sniffed and couldn't help but laugh shyly. What Yang Xia said was really not wrong at all. Ever since that day when Su Yang woke up with a hangover, she felt like she was newly married. He is so pampered. Not only does he speak gently, but he doesn't even say a heavy word anymore. Even when sleeping together. He took special care of her feelings. If she hadn't insisted on dancing and using those things, they would have been cancelled. Now the two have been married for so many years. Until now to really experience the feeling of the newlyweds and honeymoon. Even the sweetness of first love. When they were in college, Lu Shui just had a crush on Su Yang and it was really hard. Even after getting married to him, she still hadn't experienced the sweetness of love and new marriage. I didn't expect that when I reached the age of 35, all of this suddenly came. It made the sweetness a bit overwhelming. All the unhappiness of the past seems to have dissipated as well. I envy my sister for looking at you like a new daughter-in-law. Sister, are you guys going out at night? You heard us. You heard us like that. Lu Shui and Yang Xia are also very familiar with each other, anyway, they are also women, and naturally speak quite openly. Yes, I said that Su Yang brother looks like he is a bit tired in the past 2 days. Put. The two of them were cooking while chatting. The laughter in the kitchen is getting more and more. Hubby, dinner is ready. After cooking, Lu Shui came to the bedroom and squatted on the bed, tenderly stroking Su Yang's cheek. The man in front of her scolded her for so long, and now the prodigal son has finally returned, letting her finally experience the joy of being in love and newlyweds. Her past anger and hatred is basically almost gone. As soon as Su Yang opened his eyes, he saw Lu Shui squatting at the head of the bed. That gentle pretty face, and that moving smile. With a hand, Su Yang pulled Lu Shui up. Then he embraced her in his arms. Such a good woman. When deep love. I'm not going to be able to do that. Deep love. Hubby, let's go to dinner later. When we get home, we will. Lu Shui snuggled in Su Yang's embrace, shy and gentle. Her voice can simply melt people's hearts in general. Well, good. It's really not convenient to be here, after all, there is still Yang Xia. Su Yang brother, Lu Shui's sister, Sister Yang Xia toast to you to thank you for the two of you to stay, so that my sister and Jiangcheng have a place to stay. Yang Xia lifted up the red wine glass and looked at the two of them with red eyes. Her family was from out of town and she still had her mother in her hometown. All the unhappiness between her and Zhao Hai had never been told to her. She didn't want to make her mother worry because of these upsets. Now, she had finally settled down again in Jiangcheng and could also take a long breath. Sister, don't say goodbye from now on, we will be close sisters, from now on, no matter what, you can tell us. Yes, what your sister said. Su Yang also smiled and nodded. Yang Xia, this woman, is indeed a person who knows how to repay her kindness, and did not help her wrongly. I'll drink up brother sister, feel free. Saying that, Yang Xia raised her wine glass and dried it in one gulp. There was not even the slightest hesitation. Drink slowly, don't be in a hurry. Lu Shui laughed and glared at Yang Xia, this sister, drink on drink, so excited for what? This also cried on. Nothing sister, sister is really happy. I am really happy. I am so relaxed and happy these days with you guys, this is a relaxation that I have never had since I got married. Yang Xia wiped her tearful eyes and picked up the bottle of wine and filled it up again for herself. Brother, when our agency opens for business, my sister will definitely not let you down. Saying that, Yang Xia picked up the wine glass and wanted to drink again. Don. Su Yang pulled her arm. This Yang Xia, if you drink again, you will drink too much. Slowly chatting and drinking slowly, that is not more interesting. Okay, sister, I believe you, we are a family from now on, so don't worry about living here, and work hard in the future. Don't think about it anymore, okay? Sister, how always with sister polite it? Lu Shui gently reached out and stroked Yang Xia's hair, a touch of heartache in her eyes. Chapter 70. Someone is thinking about Lu Shui. Well, I know sister, today I am just especially happy. Yang Xia wiped her tears and couldn't help but smile shyly again. Well, hurry up and eat the dishes. This meal everyone ate very happily, and the happiest of course is still Yang Xia. She cried for a while and laughed for a while. To Su Yang and Lu Shui, husband and wife are full of strong gratitude. Sister, you look at packet, we too first go back. After the meal, Su Yang and Lu Shui also intend to go home, the rest let Yang Xia look at packet. Goodless sister, you also drink a lot today, slow down. I'm fine, my husband will back me back, brother back me okay? I'm fine, my husband will carry me back, can you carry me? Looking at Lu Shui's eyes, Su Yang could not help but smile secretly. After such a long time, this is the first time she took the initiative to ask herself to carry her. Not bad, this wife is finally considered quite bold. However, it's mainly because of the drinking, the wine is strong and courageous. Wife, you wait a moment, I give Yang Xia's sister to earn some money is considered to give her a month's salary in advance. Su Yang took Lu Shui's shoulder and said quietly. He knew very well that Yang Xia was penniless since she came here. Living in a big city, every move requires money, and it is definitely not possible without some money. Well, look at my brain, wife forgets her husband when she drinks too much, am I a little silly? Well, indeed a little, but I like it, wait to go back and then clean you up, Su Yang said while transferring $10,000 to Yang Xia. Yang Xia, brother gave you an advance of 1 month's salary, WeChat transfer, must accept ah. Well, we are leaving first, Su Yang said, bent down and then carried Lu Shui on his back. Ah. The wife is quite light, still a little thin. Alas. I must give her a chase after the fertilizer in the future. Women are more interesting when they have more meat. Brother. Listening to Su Yang's words, Yang Xia hurriedly took out her cell phone and quickly chased out. She saw Su Yang gave her the transfer amount, instantly tearful again. A month's salary was even given to open 10,000? The agency hadn't even opened yet, and it had even given an advance of so much money. Yang Xia felt like her throat was stuck, unable to say a word. She knew that no matter what she said, Su Yang would make her accept this money. Looking at the fading back of Su Yang and Lu Shui, Yang Xia's tears couldn't stop rolling down her face. Hubby, I found out that you are actually so meticulous. Lu Shui was lying on Su Yang's back, her lips were pressed to his ear, and the breath she breathed exuded the aroma of red wine. Su Yang pondered silently and did not say anything. Is he really meticulous? Or did it turn out not to be meticulous? In fact, neither, only that he now really loves Lu Shui, loves this family, and cares about the good friends around him. Hubby, quickly take me home. Good. Lu Shui's voice murmured, gentle and with a hint of petulance. Su Yang couldn't help but be energized. There will soon be the most fascinating dance to enjoy. Thinking about it makes one feel in a trance. Honey, why isn't Dad home? Oh, he went out fishing with his friends today, he won't be back until late afternoon. Hubby he. Since no one is at home, Lu Shui just entered the door of the house, immediately changed like a person. Her face was flushed and she was glowing with energy. Before even entering the bedroom, she happily danced her most charming dance. Happy time always passes quickly. Without realizing it, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Shui snuggled in Su Yang's arms and gently chatted about the day after the fact. Hubby, that roommate of yours, Sunja, what exactly does he do? And what happened to him? Add your WeChat again? When Su Yang heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised again. This kid can't be really fucking itchy skin, right? His husband, I said you cannot be angry ah. Hurry to say. Oh, well, I say. Looking at Su Yang's eyes, Lu Shui could not help but tighten her heart. She has been holding back, did not dare to say. Is thinking of waiting for him to say when he is happiest, this may be the safest. It's that he yesterday evening, when I was off work, he was downstairs in our company and bought me a big bouquet of flowers. But husband, don't worry, I didn't pay any attention to him at all. I drove the car and left, not a word to him. Lu Shui held Su Yang's hand tightly, and her body couldn't stop trembling slightly again. If this matter had been in the past, she would have been beaten up. But now, she would still be worried that Su Yang couldn't help but be furious and hit someone. Oh. Su Yang embraced Lu Shui in his arms tightly for a moment, and there was no appearance of the violent anger she had imagined. Wife did a good job, boo. His voice was calm, and he didn't look like he was about to get angry at all. Did he say anything? Said. Seeing that Su Yang did not get angry, Lu Shui was relieved. He said that he had liked me since he was in college, and that he had liked me all these years. He hoped that I would give him a chance, and that he said that he would love me well. Lu Shui meekly snuggled in Su Yang's arms, but her heart was still a little nervous. Humph. Su Yang couldn't help but let out a cold snort, and the hatred towards Sunja in his heart was getting stronger. This matter couldn't be blamed on Lu Shui, he naturally wouldn't take his anger out on her. It's not like it's a fault that people are pretty. Even if it is a fault, it is not her fault. He also said, let me leave, you said you. Oh, say what I? That I'm a lousy person who doesn't deserve you? Well, pretty much, that's it. Hubby, you know, what he said really pissed me off. I really wanted to find a stick and crack his head. Lu Shui was indeed quite angry too. Nowadays, her and Su Yang's relationship is getting better and better, and now it's undoubtedly the same as a honeymoon. How did this person set his sights on her? Isn't this intentionally destroying the relationship between the two of them? Is he still going next Monday? I don't know. Well, I know. Su Yang nodded his head and quickly had his own plans.